Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. I appreciate you as ever for coming on in and checking out the show. We've been having some great growth. You guys have been doing awesome with hit the like button, but just in general, the viewership is up. So thank you so much to all those giving the channel a try, and welcome to all the new people on board here. We've had ourselves a couple of days, haven't we? I know what you did on that opening night. You got angry. You got mad. You said, but it can't come to this, but it can't mean this. Not this. No, not this kind of year. As our Seattle Seahawks indeed suffered one of the tougher preseason losses, if we can call that a thing, that I've seen in the Coach Carroll era. It certainly is at a bad time as the fan base is on the edge of their seats for this upcoming year to find out if all the national pundits are indeed correct that this team is going to be one of the worst, vying for the number one overall pick in the NFL, or if perhaps they can be at least a little bit better than that. And certainly the game a couple days ago only fueled more to the fire of the pundits saying further that this team is not going to be anything all that good. And I have been a rigid supporter of the front office and Carroll throughout this offseason, supporting their moves, because in what they were doing, I agreed with for the stance that they were deciding to take. We can squawk all we want about should have been Russ, should have been Coach Carroll. This is really about now whether or not they've been taking the right steps post the Russell Wilson trade. And why I don't just merely throw this away to a just toss away preseason game that didn't matter is because of the fact that it was so jarring in what I was seeing that was going wrong. Coach Carroll may have his share of faults as far as you stand and things that he does great as far as you stand, but there's been certain things that are part of his tool chest that he can pull out any time that other coaches just don't have readily at hand. The ability to motivate players, prepare players to play each and every game. You see it behind the methodology and approach of every game's a championship opportunity. Why did they do that? To raise up the course of that game bigger, to make it more bigger than what it isn't? No. Because in the season, you can get lost in certain games and go, we're going to this team this week. It's just a throwaway way. And we got this next game next week. Let's look to that. It's him locking his players in and week out. You see it in the way that they've been able to dominate recently at 10 a.m. start times on the East Coast. That's been something that they've been marvelous at. And you don't do that unless you're able to get these guys up at 10 in the morning, which it's been proven scientifically impossible. Your body's not going to perform at peak performance at 10 a.m. its time, whether that's West Coast or East Coast. If it's in your internal body clock's there, you're not at where your peak performance will be, which is, again, they've done a lot of studies on this, somewhere in the afternoonish or so. My bottom line point is that to see a team this past week rudderless, without energy or fire, no sense of urgency. And it wasn't everybody across the board, I'll say this, but it was enough of an energy from the overall team that you were feeling that made me stand back and take a step back and go, whoa, hold on here. You're losing this component of your game right now, as we're trying to build a team up to what this, even if we were going to say the season is not going to be good in the varying levels, you're trying to build this up into the team it's going to be into the future. You can't motivate second and third stringers on the bubble of a roster to play their lights out, to play their ass off like their football lives are at stake in a preseason that's been reduced down. Maybe it's a lack of depth. Maybe it's just a talent issue. And what we really are seeing here is simply that the Seahawks, if they lose frontline guys, are going to be in for a lot of pain. Maybe it could be that. And I'm not going to take any sort of final conclusions on this saying that the team is sunk because they lost to the Bears at home in preseason. But it should open more eyes than people just simply standing back and going, it's preseason, whatever, on to the next. There are items, indicators here that you have, and I've got an ice cream truck going on in the background you guys might hear, so your ears don't deceive you. I didn't plan for that. Beauty of live stream. So I saw a little bit of a lack of these parts that have always been a very key component to Coach Carroll. Even last year, in a year where you were sitting at the bottom of the division, it was still something that you could bring to play. You still saw that team playing hard. They may not have had enough talent. They may have not have had this schematic items within them to be able to match up against those coaches that are operating more from within chess than checkers. But they were going hard. Guys that were even injured were going hard. And I just saw a stunning lack of that in this game. And I don't think that he's lost the team's ear by any respect. But I don't know if it's a matter of we need leaders to step up on this team or Coach Carroll to be able to reignite that fire. But again, I go back 10 years of his time here. Go back before we were in our Super Bowl run when he was just coming in even. He was able to establish that tone. We're going to practice hard. We're going to go hard. And there's a little bit of it's just a feeling I'm getting, but I'm getting a little bit of country club vibes here, a little bit from the team in that last game. I didn't see guys fighting tooth and nail. I saw toothlessness. And that's the part that gets me worried beyond any stat in this game or any positional group failing or the complete miserable ability to tackle for a second straight week, which is really just a symptom of this root cause potentially that exists. And this will be a discussion for another day, but this season's got to be Coach Carroll showing you signs that he's going to be able to handle this rebuild in the future, that it's not eroding, that it's not deteriorating, that he is simply back to the blueprint and fitting it to form. But that was not fitting to form this past week. And for those folks that say, relax, Brandon, it's just preseason, it doesn't matter. Okay. You brought on a new offensive scheme last year, and you struggled mightily not to necessarily simply execute the scheme. There was that. But the bigger problem was a commitment to Shane Waldron's scheme, to the Sean McVay scheme you were bringing over. The whole point was to update the offense, not to stay in what you were in the old. And I look into this preseason game, one fly sweep in 2 games. What, 1 or 2 bubble screens? Not really much use of the running game as far as outside zone goes. No pitch plays. Nothing getting to one side of the field where you're trying to pull all the blockers to one side of the field and get that nice wall going down. Straight old Green Bay Packers style and some of its roots if you want to take it back. But I don't see any of that in the offense. So you go, okay, they're holding their cards close to vest. They don't want to show this stuff. So you go, okay, you weren't able to implement it last year. Now you're not going to implement it in the preseason. But then game 1, Monday Night Football, grand national stage, Russell Wilson returning back, and you're going to get it going like clicking on all gears right from the jump at that point. Can you guys understand out there why I'm a little bit skeptical about that? Let's flip over to the defensive side again for the cards. Just cards are getting held of the vest here. Don't want to show your hand. Don't want to give up good plays when it doesn't count. Don't want to put anything at risk. Don't want to do any of that. Just want to make sure you got it all for it's in the reservoir so you can call upon it all in the season. You know, don't clear out that supply of food. Let's hold till we get to the year. Okay. Defensive side of the ball. You have gone from the past years running some of the most simplified coverages in all of football to, when I say the simplified, the most, 32, no other team as simplified coverages as you, 10 years. Now we're going to implement in cover 2 shell coverages on the back end. The Vic Fangio scheme, which in many ways is supposed to be some of the most diversified, all coming at you at all places, blitz heavy. And you're not going to run really any of that or very little of that in preseason. You're not going to provide any teaching tape of that in the preseason. Trying to go from the most simplified to what could be arguably said as one of the most complicated. Again, color me a little bit skeptical that you're going to bring that all to bear week 1, Monday night, national stage. The way I've always seen with football in almost 40 plus years of watching now is if you're going to do it, you got to train to do it. You got to put teaching tape out there. So you go, okay, see how you came up in the blitz here and you didn't disguise it? You put a couple false steps up there early. You bought in too quick. You showed the quarterback. He made the adjustment. We didn't have another adjustment on the other side. Bam, plays wide open. You got to stifle those steps. Stutter it a little bit now. But there's no game footage really doing that too much now. Maybe they're just practicing that hard, that good. But you have 2 sides of the ball with heavy-duty implementation, two sides of the ball that you were taking from 1980s, late 1980s in their stylings, updating them into a modern age 30 years later. And you can't just do that in sort of, just kind of in the spirit of things, man. We're just sort of doing it in like, yeah, it's in, we're not doing it, but it's like here, you know? We're not actually doing it, but it's in the building, like it's in our playbook, right? But we're not actually doing it. I don't know how that's successful then when you hit game one on this. So I am still hopeful they can pull that off. That is the silver linings to provide to you folks within this, is that you don't have the starters playing here. You have not shown any of the wrinkles on either side of the ball that you would expect to see. I haven't seen but bare bones use of even the 3-4, which we were supposed to see more of. They're running the weirdest four-man front I've ever seen in my life. It is a strange one. And maybe they're doing some scientific binker testing. Give me some of those, I need a little syringe. Oh, let's do some little mixing here in the lab. Hopefully nothing blows up. And then when we get to the live game, we'll be something else completely. We'll just go back to our normal stuff. We just want to try stuff out here. Maybe it's that. Again, cards close to the vest. People would tell me that. It's preseason. Doesn't matter. Don't want to show too much. Try things out. Try things out that might even be a little bit odd. But boy, again, part of me would think that you'd want to put some of this in to bear a little bit so that you can teach it. Again, understanding you're going such a difference from what you were on both sides of the ball over the course of now the last two seasons. We'll see if they do maybe have this in their backhand, where maybe it's Coach Carroll being absolutely tapping into his inner villainry, where he knows he's got stuff in his back pocket for Russell Wilson come week one, and he knows once he puts these defenses changes to bear day one, it's going to bring about immediate returns, and they're thinking similarly in the track of what they're going to do offensively when they have DK and Tyler actually out there now. Again, I'm open to it. I'm not drawing any final judgment of it, but I guess I'm hoping that is the plan, because if the plan is we're not going to adapt any of that stuff into this offense over the course of this next year, or on the defense really, outside of little minuscule turns that we're really just going to keep doing the same old defense again, I'm going to grow more and more skeptical on the outlook of this team, not just for this year, but the future as far as Coach Carroll and his ability to run the ship. He still has my backing right now. I'm not bailing on it. I'm going to trust the process here. I'm a 76ers this crap, but I don't like it. It doesn't seem like the ideal way to go. Now, looking at the game itself, let's go to some of the good things that we can take away from this game, because there certainly is going to be a share of bad things that we're going to need to take a look at. And let's get a little bit more specific on some of these items. And first out, the shoot has been the thing that's been maybe one of the most surprising of this preseason, is that your Seattle Seahawks have been really good in pass protection. And certainly the addition of Charles Cross and Lucas has stood as a big part of this. Blythe has helped in the middle from the center position as well. But you had 53 dropbacks in this game from the quarterback position. You only allowed 3 sacks and 8 quarterback hits, which for 53 dropbacks is not too shabby. And again, you're not getting the best of the best with this Bears team. They certainly were challenged defensively on that line to throw much at you. But still a good job overall by the offensive line to hold up on that aspect of things. And again, Charles Cross and Lucas, I'm going to get to in a second, had also some other interesting stats from this game, or not just from this game, but in the over the last couple of games that have been very interesting stats. Now, Travis Homer continues to be awesome in the preseason. His quickness and speed has really shown up when he's in the backfield with DJ Dallas. It's more of the hard running style. He's going to be a little bit more of the 3 yards in a cloud of dust type guy, whereas you do see some big playability here right now from Travis Homer. He had 5 carries, 44 yards, 8.8 yards per carry. He was also good last week when he was handed the rock. It looks like right now Kenneth Walker may or may not get back in that first game against Denver. I'm going to have to say they're probably, knowing they're usually pretty conservative on these things, are going to rest him into the next week, which would then mean that Homer's going to get a lot of carries potentially then against that Denver Bronco team, unless they just decide that they're going to work Rashad Penny 24/7 in that particular contest. Also up good was, I thought, in that same vein of things, was DJ Dallas. I thought he looked good out of the backfield, led the Seahawks in catches here. He is a guy that you're leaning on this year as the backup, third down back, essentially to Homer. Seems like we're in fairly decent hands with those two guys. If any of those two guys are back there as far as a third down back type that you need in kind of more that traditional role, being an all-around player, can run the block, can catch, can block. These guys are kind of showing that they're able to kind of hold up in that realm of things. And DJ and Homer have both been very impressive in this backfield. I did speak to the fact that you've not been really diverse in the run game and what you've done. It's still been a lot of attacking right up the middle. But nonetheless, these guys have been very proficient in doing just that as what they're asked to do. We've got to give props to Michael Dixon. Might end up the MVP of this team this year. His leg might also fall off. So one of those two things could occur, or both. But 10 punts, 47.4 average, had a 60 long, one inside the 20, should have been 2 if Justin Coleman had not had an edible before the game and lost track of where the end zone marker is. But Dixon has been, as I said last year going into last season, I thought even already then he was the best punter in Seahawks history. I think last year only further cemented that. He is in that range zone. I'm very happy he's on our team. For a team that wants to play great special teams, you do need, it starts with the kicker and punter, and then you kind of go down from there in your return unit around from that. But Dixon has been, from day one that he's gotten here, really good. He gives you that oddity within a kicker of having both a big leg and a directional ability to punt, and he can also punt inside the 20 very proficiently. So thank goodness for the Aussie in that respect of things. Geno Smith notched a couple of tackles, tackle for loss, quarterback hit. Wasn't in there for a long period of time, but he really showed up in this game to me. I thought he was flashing all over the place. He looked quick. He looked athletic. He was on it both in the running game and in pressuring the quarterback. Some of you may be thinking when we signed this contract to him that we're only getting kind of maybe a one-trick pony guy that's, well, he's going to rush the passer and get a lot of pressures. It's kind of what he seemed to do by the stat column with the Chargers. But he's actually very good in the running game as well, and he's very slippery off of blocks. So I'm very encouraged by what I saw from Machina in this game. I thought he played really well. Mike Tyson, I always got to do it, continues to play tough and competitive on the outside. He got once in this game, but other than that, he was all over it. 4 tackles. He's just very competitive. There's this thing I like to term of when you see a Coach Carroll see hockey corner, you almost can't describe it or articulate exactly what are the elements or traits of it, but you know it when you see it. And that's a little bit of the case with Mike. I don't know if he's got a lot of the natural talent like his father, who could dance like the wind. But he nonetheless is feisty, competitive. He's got that dog element to his game, and it was fun in a game where you saw a lot of guys kind of seemingly half checked out. I don't know if it was maybe the short week. He was not one of those guys in on it. Kobe Bryant also played really well in this game. Jumped a route almost. He's had a couple moments even early in this preseason. I think both games where it's come close at spots. Maybe not both games with the scrimmage I'm thinking of. But this guy's going to get a couple of interceptions this year. Mark my words. Write him down for 3 or 4 interceptions probably this season. If he does play a lot, he is really good about jumping those routes and reading things. Be interesting to see if offenses try to take advantage of that aggressiveness in him a little bit, because that'll definitely show up a little on tape. He also really well played a fade route down by the goal line on an excellent spot of coverage there where he just kind of stuck his arm in at the last second, knocked it away. He, like a lot of the guys on this team, needs to get in there and get to the tackling machine and work that through for about 3 straight days, because he's already had a couple of missed tackles here. Didn't see that show up on his college tape a lot, but he has really missed at moments fairly badly in that element of things. As I spoke about with the young tackles, Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas, both, again, to me, stood out as far as playing wood. Look, Cross has got the penalties. That's the one part of this game I'm not really all that worried about. I really am not. I don't think he's going to be a 4 penalty a game guy. He had none last week. The prior week, I don't believe. There's going to be elements that these young guys are going to have to clean up along the way. I'm not expecting perfect performance this year. I have projected that I thought they could get out to around at least league average, maybe just a titch above league average in their overall play. Doesn't mean that there won't be rough moments, but there will also be other moments like what you saw from Lucas, who once again, as he had a highlight reel pancake block last week, followed it up with another one in this game all over the guy. For a guy that they told us couldn't run block, he seems to be able to run block fairly adequately. So very happy with both of those guys' progress, and just want to give you guys one of my favorite stats here from the first two preseason games with these guys. Is in 53 pass blocking snaps for Charles Cross, he's allowed 0 pressures. In 60 pass blocking snaps for Abraham Lucas, so 7 more, he's allowed 1 pressure. Not sacks, pressure. So that's just quick math for you folks. That's 113 pass blocking snaps with 1 pressure from your 2 tackles in the first 2 preseason games. That is encouraging. And if we can walk away from this year, one of the big parts saying we've got our 2 building block tackles over the next couple of years set in place, that is going to aid this rebuild in a very big way. A couple of specific bad things I'm going to talk about. Not going to harp on these too much because I think the larger message at play is what I spoke to at the top of this show in regards to a little bit of the biggest worrisome thing that we look upon with this team at the moment. Vanilla everything. Again, they're not showing you anything on defensively. They ran a couple of early blitzes on Justin Fields, but other than that, everything was back to 4-man fronts and that odd 4-man front at that. Lack of effort, outcoached, not ready to play, all these things we kind of talked about. The missed tackles got a little bit better, I guess. It was really bad the week before. It was a tiny bit better in this game, but still a problem. Oddity in the punt return unit. You had, on your side of it, you had 6 returns, you got 15 yards, and you had a fumble. On the other side of it, the Bears had 8 returns for 160 yards in this game. That's a very keen difference. And, you want to be a great special teams unit like we were forecasting they can potentially be. I do think that Dallas will good on kick returns. Punt return remains a monstrous question mark. I don't know who's going to handle those duties at this point. Nobody has yet to look comfortable doing it. I almost feel like just let DJ Dallas get it and tell him just run up field 6 yards and fall down every time or something. I don't know, but it's definitely one of the worrying parts right now on the team. DeBlanco, more like goodbye-o. not going to work here anymore. Came out of this with something like a PFF grade of 26, I guess. Sounds about right. Not a good game for your boy on that one. It was pretty bad. So I would measure to say, I guess, that unless injuries are truly factoring in, DeBlanco is going to have a hard time making this roster. And once again, as I've been a little bit of a just keep repeating this on this a little bit, the middle linebacker position remains worrisome. Jordan Brooks still couldn't get back into this game for this one. I'm guessing they're just being careful, as Brooks talked about in the press conference today that he had with reporters. But nonetheless, you're looking at the middle linebacker position and you're going, okay, a little bit dicey right now. A lot of missed tackles from my linebackers. A lot of missed tackles across the board, but the middle linebacker is struggling too for a position I was already kind of a little bit worried about. It's definitely reinforcing some of those concerns as we go into the season as it being that one position group on this team that could end up really holding it back. You have seen 3-4 defenses in the past really get buried by having poor middle linebacker play. You remember the Green Bay Packers a few years ago who had to take a pretty good dynamic outside pass rusher in Clay Matthews and bump him inside into the middle linebacker because they were so desperate to get just some bodies in there that could work and not just get swallowed up every time. And Cody Barton, again, this game didn't do a whole lot to me to stand out again to show he should silence my faith. Geno Smith is another guy that's, man, you come out of this game and I'm surprised a little bit of the controversy with him coming out this game from people on certain takes with it being wasn't that bad with him as opposed to last week where I felt like he played really, really good and I felt like I was defending him a lot more with that, whereas this week I don't feel like really defending him as much on this and I don't go as much to it wasn't that bad, or it's, drop passes here, knockdown ball at the line of scrimmage there. Those things are true. Freddie Swain should have caught that pass. There was another one on top of it. Certainly this hounded Geno last week as far as his guys just not making the catches, and you're down, Lockett and DK probably played one series in this game. So you are at the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 man guy receivers on your roster at that point. You're getting deep into it. Nonetheless, with Geno, it was a little bit more than the stats, or a little bit more to me than just the drop passes in this one. It is a look of uncomfortableness that he brings to the position. He doesn't seem at ease. And I don't know why. There's moments out there where he looks like a rookie, not in decision making, but just in what he looks like sitting in the pocket, going through his reads, controlling the offensive line. That tentativeness that you can't have as a quarterback. You need to take charge of things out there. And when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And when the going gets tough in this game and things weren't working right, it's a little bit of like the further it went along there with Geno, the worse it kind of got. And that's, again, beyond a throw you make or whatnot. It's on, you're the leader of this team if you're coming in to run this team. And this goes beyond what you're just doing is throwing the football field. And you can moan about that and say it shouldn't be that. That's the way it is. That's football. And to see him kind of fall into a little bit of the shell against the Chicago Bears, which are not a very tough test here. Again, understanding, I know the outside is what it is, but he got reasonable blocking up front too. And I'm just not seeing that decisiveness that we've talked about all the way even to the beginning of camp. We said this is the part that he's got to improve upon and make a part of his game. Decisiveness. Where do you want to go with it? And maybe guys are just that well covered. And I think through the first part of the game, you could make that argument with him where it's not necessarily on Geno on that first, half quarter, most of the first quarter, let's say. But things really backslid. He's not yet jumped up to the forefront here in this preseason to really take hold of the job like you would have hoped he would have. And this is going to open the door much wider for Drew Lock on the back of this type of performance. It was noticeably one where you were left wanting. Again, a couple of smaller notes here. These are guys that are kind of a little, not fringe, but just a couple of other small little notes I had put down here. Aaron Fuller didn't shine. He's a guy who's been waiting on his chance as an undrafted rookie free agent from the University of Washington. He's done well in the moments he's had. Had 10 targets in this game, 3 catches, 34 yards. That's not going to get you to make the team, and that's not going to let you probably even make a practice squad at this point when you're given that opportunity to go at that spot. I'm not going to beat the kid up a lot on it. Certainly those weren't all catchable passes, but if you do look into them coming to find Fuller be cut, look to this particular stat in general is, okay, it's the way it is for undrafted rookie free agents. You might only get that one shot. You might only get that 2 shots to really go out there and ball, but if you choose that to be one of your not great days, that's bad timing. Bo Melton, who had a great day today on the practice field and has been flashing and has had more good than bad, so I'm not going to knock him, was in a little bit of a similar range to what Fuller put up. He had 11 targets in this game, 4 catches, 18 yards. A bit of a tough day here for Melton. Had a drop last week. Believe another drop in this game. He's got to get his hands under control. Many. I was hearing in my chat talking to me about him being a Doug Baldwin-like player, clone type when he was drafted. And the thing you never had to question with Doug was the hands, and those have got to clean up from his end of things. But bit of a down day for him. But he's been overall very good in camp, and I think he's been overall a bright spot. Freddie Swain, another guy that I continue to be not sure what's, again, maybe he's the best they've got punt return, and that's keeping him on the roster. One catch, 6 yards on 3 targets. The big drop on Geno didn't do Geno any favors on that catch. He's got to catch the ball. It's a wide receiver. This is the way it works. I don't care if you're doing a spin in midair. I don't care what is really happening to you. If you get 2 hands on the ball, you need to come down with it outside of a defender dislodging the ball from you in the hit that they're providing. And that was not the case. It hit him bare bones on the hands. He dropped the ball. It's inexcusable as far as that goes at that point. And for, again, a guy now going into the year he's going into, and knowing that there's maybe some guys maybe push him a little bit harder this year, knowing that he's costing a little bit more than he has in the past, which is part of what's kept him on the roster. Bad timing by Freddie Swain. And I'm not going to talk much about Jordan or JJ Arcega-Whiteside. 2 targets, no catches, stone cold drop in the back of the end zone. awful drop. And again, a guy that we said about the time of the Ugo trade, I go, this guy's not going to make the roster. His best bet is hopefully maybe he can slide in on the practice squad. Somebody did put in my comments section that he was one of the best run blocking wide receivers in football last year. I think that's where some people had gotten confused about him being quote unquote a tight end because he's not a tight end. But if maybe he brings that to the game level of things, and that's enough to maybe pull him somehow in the roster. But you saw it again there, what Eagle fans have talked about for a while. He's not a guy that gets separation. When he gets his opportunity to make those catches, and they're going to be contested catch situations, he's going to be bigger than the cornerback he's going against way more often than not. He's got to reel those balls in. And if he can't, he just doesn't have the separation or route running ability to separate. And this is what's going to probably be the thing that is the death knell to him making an NFL roster. But that's the outlook for me as far as I look at this past Bear game. I'm not going to make too much of it, but I'm also not just going to hit the delete button and clear the tape either and act like it didn't exist. I also should have probably mentioned Marquise Blair, but that part just depresses me. He had 4 missed tackles in this game. Certainly another guy you're looking to pop. But that was what it was. We've got one more preseason game. We'll see how Coach Carroll plays it, if he actually does play a few of the starters here to get a little bit more of a feel for things. Drew Lock did return to the football field now after having the COVID situation go down. So we'll see where he is at from a health standpoint and if he can even push Geno Smith at this point. Again, if Geno Smith had that kind of performance he did this last week, he really does open that door, as there is already a very large chorus of the Seahawks fan base that before you even got into a game that are going to call for Drew Lock. I mean, you had boos in the second preseason game as it was. We'll see how they play it. We'll see what goes down here. We did have a little bit of a line of cuts. Nobody was cut that wasn't surprising or wasn't expected to be cut in that realm of things. So we'll see if they've got any other secondary moves they make, if they make a trade. There has been moves made in the past by our Seahawks as you've wound down during training camp. As we've gotten down to the wire, this has been a little bit of a commonplace item for them in the recent past history. So do keep an eye out here as we go, too, for them to potentially make a deal. I'm not just saying like Roquan Smith necessarily. I'm just saying a deal in general, potentially to improve this inside middle linebacker crew, which is he's maybe struggling right now. Jordan can't come back fast enough. If you like what you're listening to, do me a favor. Hit that like button for me. It does help me out. Helps the channel grow. Helps us just get bigger and bigger, as we are a mere 20 subs away as well from rounding that 8,000 mark. So if you are not subscribed to the channel, please do get subscribed, because that will help us push up over 8,000. Goal for this year is I'd love to get to 10,000. That's my that's what I'm aiming for. So we'll see if we can hit that mark. But I appreciate all the new subscribers. We've had a great year so far. What's up, Randall McDaniel? Number 1 in the house. Go Hawks. Drew back and healthy. If he plays well on Friday, he might just finally win that job. He might win it. Again, if it was a crack opened by Geno earlier, Geno just removed the hinges off the door for Drew now. The door can't close. There's no hinges left. All Drew's got to do with his finger is do this little move, just prop it forward, and that thing's going to go right off the hinges. Go Hawks have Eskridge and a good one back as well. That will help. Hopefully Eskridge can stay healthy, right? That's your big worry. He's in that Jamal Adams of things where I know those guys have good natural talent. I just don't know if they can stay healthy. I know if you get them on the football field, they can have an impact. I just don't know if they can stay healthy. Jay Porter, perfect time. He just started. I caught it right at the start. William Leonard, what's up, my man? Good to see you in the chat. Merrick, 29, good to hear you again, brother. Yeah, well, thank you, man. It's good to see you in the chat again. I love going live. I love the season, man. We're in the heart of things. We got things to talk about, discuss now. I mean, got some things to turn over. I like it. Jay Porter, my brother and I just looked at each other sadly after the first half ended. It was a miserable half of football, and it's not just it's not the result of how many points they score on you. It's the life of that team. That team looked like somebody had taken in part of their soul, you know. I was watching the Hobbit, not the Hobbit trilogy, but the original Lord of the Rings trilogy again. You get the one with there's a mid spot there where the king's like been overtaken by some spell and his eyes are like milky white and his beard's gray and he's been like food particles on his face. I felt like that was the team. I was waiting for Gandalf to walk in and be like, Free yourself. Free yourself. Theoden. Theoden. King of Gondor. It held up, but man, that is a long movie. That's a long trilogy. That's a really long trilogy. Big Country, what's up? Eric Turney, hello. Go Hawks 05. Cardinals wasting those fire black helmets on the bum uniforms, I know. Seriously, you're not going to make that bird look tough no matter how much black you put on it. You can go as hard Raider as you want with your color scheme. You can throw some silver on there. Ain't going to work. It's still a Cardinal. Talk about teams needing to change their names. Like, they just need to change their name on, like, are you guys changing it because it's offensive? No, it's our players don't feel very strong in the uniforms, and it's just doesn't have any real ferocious spirit. Hard to instill, we come from animals that eat worms. Just doesn't, it wasn't getting people, Did we get to the silver linings yet? No, I hopefully got a few silver linings in there. I'm trying to have a few in this, so there's going to be some bright sides to this too. It won't be all black. Jerry, you guys going through the vanilla flavors ice cream? What's up, Tommy? James Tomlinson, is this defense too complicated? Are we having a difficult time executing because they're thinking too hard? I don't know. What matters is fundamentals, tackling. I'm worried effective coaching. I don't see them running a lot of varied wrinkles here. That's the thing to me. If you're going to say they're complicated, like I see them dropping a lot of deep zone. Why are the quarterbacks having an easy time? Why did Nathan Peterman, have an easy job of picking your defense apart? He did so because he could trust his read pre-snap and know that that's what it was going to be read. He knew that's what the read was going to be post-snap, which was, in basic terms, deep zone drops, opening holes to the short and edges of the field. And that's where they attacked. Comeback after comeback route, out route after out route. And the Seahawks weren't playing pressure-based or man-based schemes at any point within that then, outside of early on a little bit, because again, I guess they're holding the cards close to the vest. They don't just have the cards close to the vest. They've taken the cards and they've put them under their shirt, and they grabbed a stapler off the table, and they've now stapled the cards over their shirt to their chest. That's how close they're playing it, I guess. Hopefully. Dear God, please. Robbie G, I like my ice cream. How Pete Carroll plays his defense. My chat's the best. Tommy, what I see with this team is complacency and acceptance of mediocrity. It is not okay to go 3 and out 5 possessions in a row. But last year, maybe this year it was. That is not championship football. No, it's not. It's not. You can accept a lack of talent, but you can't accept coaches not putting the players in the right positions to perform. You can't accept players not putting out maximum effort and giving it their all. And maybe it is acceptance of mediocrity. It's a lack of a hungry spirit. That Seahawks team that came up that won a Super Bowl, it wasn't just merely they were really talented. They were, but there were other elements involved with that. There was the work ethic, the dedication, the brotherhood. But there was also even more within that. There was that all of these guys wanted it that bad. I want this. I am not going to be denied of this. No one will get in my way. Did any of you guys get much of that feeling on the football field this past week when you watched that game? Of someone embodying that spirit? Couple guys, but you would like to see it be more of the team. Paul, let's not be dismissive, but you don't think it's possible they held the team back, advised no risky tackling, and they definitely held back the offense? That's my silver lining here, Paul. My silver lining, and this is not, it may sound like I'm being flippant, but it is truly where I'm standing on this, and that they are holding these cards close. They're not showing you what the things that they said they're going to do. You're not bringing in the McVay offense quite yet. I'm not seeing the Vic Fangio defense quite yet. So the fact that I haven't seen it, I can then lean back to say is evidence of the fact that perhaps they are holding it back and just don't want to show it until we get to the live action of games. And that's fair enough, because maybe it will have all that much more devastating effect in catching teams off guard. And let's face it, if there was one team that Coach Carroll was looking out of the head of the schedule and saying, I want to catch that team off guard, that's the one that I really want to get over. That's the one that I got a bone to pick with. Well, the first season of the game certainly would be that one. So holding back the most of those cards for that particular game does make some sense. And I'm going to lean into it being that, because I will say this again, is if they do implement these things, if they implement the fly sweep, bubble screens, more outside zone offensively speaking, if they are then on the defensive side of the ball indeed adopting the Vic Fangio cover two shell principles, they're going to be built more blitz heavy. They're going to be more multi-dimensional in their looks to offenses, harder to predict, harder to prepare for, more exotic. Those things can be implemented, and I believe they will have beneficial effect this year. It's part of the building block that I sit upon in believing that they can be better than what the national pundits tell you they can be. But they do have to do it. If we get to the season and they're not doing that stuff, I'm watching 4-man fronts, no 3-4 really, outside of a little sprinkling. And again, watching nothing but A-gap runs offensively 24/7, then I'm going to go back into the territory of going, okay. No, I guess we're going to try just the old ways. Once again, with the old ways that have not been working or have been working at reduced capacity, diminishing returns for going on now 6 years. I guess we'll do another year of that. That part I'm not going to hold back on. I'm patient right now. Trusting the process. I'm Philadelphia 76er in this right now. Okay. I am trusting this process. But I will tell you what. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Always appreciate all your donos to the channel. It says it's not all bad. Sherman, Curse, and Doug are coming to hang out with the team during practice because they're the reason those old teams were good. I hope Carroll just is like walks out to the field and he brings those three guys out, and he's got the team assembled out there, and they're all been kind of waiting for Carroll, and he comes out, and he's looking at him, he gives him like one of that look like, I just can't even say what I want to say to you right now. Just walks out, and then those three guys come out, and they do, you guys remember those old shows, what was it, Scared Straight, where they take the juvenile youths and take them into the jails, and then they put them up with these hardened criminals, and then they just let the hardened criminals be like, you're going to hold my pocket. You're going to hold my pocket. Oh, I'm going to like you. You're going to be my nice one. And they just get the guys get red in the face. And the point is to scare the kids into keeping them out of crime for the future. They're in the petty crime area. It's to keep them out of doing the serious stuff. So the show's got a good heart to it, but it's hilarious because you watch all these tough kids slowly, their tough exterior, just these guys break them in a matter of just minutes just by what they're saying to them. And maybe we needed those guys to come out there and provide that. They just come out there and do a Scared Straight, walking down the line. You know, Sherman right up in Geno's face. Do you want to be this quarterback? You want to be the best quarterback? Do you want this? You know, Geno just like sweat coming down. Yes. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it, man. William Leonard with a $5 donation. Thank you, William. Sorry, a little late on the acknowledging the donos. I always get my opening rant out there. So if Pete gets canned, does Desai get the job? What would Desai head coach team look like compared to Carroll's? Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it, William. If Coach Carroll does get canned, I don't think that instantly elevates a guy like Desai to the job. There's a couple things that can help him get the job at that point. Star is ascending. He's not going to cost a lot of Jody Allen if she has to sign a new coach. And if you do can Coach Carroll, of course, you're going to be on the hook for something like $30 million left on his contract that you're still going to have to pay. So it does open it from that standpoint. It's an easy transition. He already has familiarity with the personnel at that point. That does help things. Desai would have a team that would look, I guess, similar to Carroll's overall. Yes, you're going to try to run the ball. He would just play the Vic Fangio defense on that side of it. I don't know what type of offense that he would necessarily look to employ because I haven't heard of any of his thoughts on that, so I wouldn't even want to try to hazard a guess. But it is a quick approach. Quite frankly, it's a boring approach for me at this point. It's an approach that, to me, is... It's easy, straightforward, but it's also a little bit of the issue that's been at play here. And if Desai's not having an impact on this team this year, I'm not saying he's part of the problem, but you've been elevating from within quite a bit, especially from the defensive side of the ball, and it hasn't brought you a whole lot of returns recently. And there's a guy like Sean Payton out there on the open market this offseason who you can flip a draft pick to the Saints to pull him to you. And Sean Payton could look at the Seahawks team of, I got some player. I got DK Metcalf, receiver outside. I got a couple tackles. I got some draft picks here to work with. I can instill what I want to instill here over in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know. Maybe not a bad place for me to make my return here. I would be more probably in trying to take a bigger swing at this. Mike Holmgren was a big swing at the position, and you hit a home run. Coach Carroll was a big swing for the head coach, and you hit a home run. Let's swing again for the fences if we're going to do that. Garth Knight with the $5 donation says we should do a video reel of Cross and Lucas with Bowie and Queen's Under Pressure as a background music. I wish I could, man. I wish I could put those things together like that where the copyright doesn't hit you, because the copyright isn't that bad with the NFL footage stuff. If you keep it in small snippets, it's okay. But like the music, like you could have a guitar riffs like 2 chords come through on because I've thought about trying to just do like a three rip chord, that you could just definitely instantly recognize with just a nice chord on my videos. But that would like instantly get you hit. They don't play around at all with those copyrights on the music. You go 2 chords, like, we know what those 2 chords are. We know what those 2 chords are. Don't you dare use that for something artistic and fun. How dare you? Larry, they aren't about to give the teams a preview of their new defense and offensive plays before the actual season. I can understand that, Larry, but again, the only thing I push back on with this, I can understand it, and I agree with it to at least a certain degree. But again, you are implementing new things across the board. And if you're going to implement new things and do it in live action for the first time, that would seem to me to be a little bit of an uphill battle. You can only get so much out of practice. And let's remember with the practices, they have, 12, 13 padded practices? Most of these practices are them in shells. So they're not even playing. They can be going through the motion and going through the plays, but it's, for lack of a better word at that point, flag football. So you really need these games to implement this stuff, in my opinion. I could be wrong about it, and if they have been able to just get it implemented in the background without, that shows I will personally speak to the brilliance of this coaching staff. If they get into this season and they're able to implement this stuff live and it hits the ground running, and indeed it is simply they were holding their cards close to the vest, I will say that was a brilliant job to be able to bring that to bear without testing any of it out. It's like building a prototype, that you're going to, it's like that guy, that original prototype going off the Eiffel Tower in Paris. And he's like, it's one of the original designs of a parachute. And he's basically just got rugs under his arms, and he's going to try to use the rugs to get enough air and just eventually, it's brutal footage. You can still see it on YouTube. He just goes straight to the ground. It's like you doing that, but doing no test jumps. Like that guy did a couple of test jumps. He did like 2 or 3 tests. That wasn't his first test jump. It's like we're going to build this prototype, but we're just going to go live. Second we hit that ignition switch for the first time, will be the first time we're really, really rolling it. It can work, but boy, it just seems tough that way. They're holding back to some degree, though, Larry. There's no doubt about it. DJ, that's it. I'm going to Safeway, getting some ice cream. A lot of vanilla talk in the chat. Oh, you guys are awesome. What's up, Megan? David Phillips, hello. Joe Mann, Mark Capricorn. I don't trust Pete anymore. Too much double talk. Like and sub for this hard-working man. Go Hawks. Thank you for reminding me. Please do hit that like button if you like what you're listening to. And yeah, you've got to, they've earned back some trust with this offseason, but we did see with last year, I just got this nudging thing in the back of my head with last year, that little itch in the back of my, where you did bring in Waldron, but you didn't let him fully buy into what you want to do. And let me back this up with a little bit of something substantial to bear this on. Pete Carroll at the end of the year, after the year, had a press conference. They talked about the offense, and he said, yeah, all of that dynamic running stuff we were doing with Rashad Penny at the end of the year, that was all stuff that Dickerson and Waldron were bringing. Just magnificent, right? Awesome to hear. But at the end of the year is when they started doing it. They didn't do it at the start of the year. Waldron was the offensive coordinator the whole way through. But they only did it at the end of the year. Just saying. Just saying. Jason Wolf, Geno Smith is garbage, and we have no chance with him at quarterback. Well, it's going to be Drew Lock very soon, very fast at this rate, Jason. So I do believe that is what we will be seeing here quick if Geno can't turn it around. Garth, Russ versus Jamal Adams. I take Russ 100 times. In a fight? Russ is so tough. I feel like Adams might he'd get in some real good quick blows and he'd land some shots, but Russ has got that, I bet, granite chin. You just wouldn't be able to, he would just tire, like Adams would tire out, be like, just his arms would be tired out, and Russ would start going to work. And Russ would just do dirty boxing, drag him down, yeah. Why do I says, I'm about to be that guy. I love that guy. Why do I? I love that guy. Says, Geno was good in the Bears game. Things were not that bad after watching the first half like 10 times. I'm here to post Rays of Sunshine, people. I love Rays of Sunshine. Let's do it. And you're not alone. I have heard a couple people out there and kind of listening to what people were saying out and about on this that did feel a little bit more encouraged than I perhaps was by his performance. And for me, and beyond just a decision-making thing or bad luck thing for me, it's an energy, vibe, presence problem thing for me with him. Geno Smith for a 7th-round pick. I take a 7th-round pick 100 times. Geno was good in the Bears game. He lifted everyone up and won the psych. Tommy, Geno is a 2nd-round quarterback who has played nearly 10 years and has more interceptions than touchdowns, and both of which are less than what Russ threw in year 1. Yes, he has less touchdowns in 9 years than Russ had in 1. Can't deny that's definitely the way. He certainly had some rough spot. Had a rough opening place he was going to, but the stats don't lie in that respect. The Snail, $2 super chat. Thank you, The Snail. Says, and we need help. IK Enakapali is probably free. Well, they need to be definitely parsing through Snail, whoever these roster cuts are going to be. If there is an inside middle linebacker out there and available, they need like 2 of them. I'm not talking star potential guys, but just guys that look functional. DeBlanco didn't look functional in the middle linebacker point of this. And outside of Barton and Brooks, you don't have functional. And this is a league with 17 games in a season now. Not to have any kind of depth behind it is, as I've maintained, this remains a worrying component for me right now on this team going into the season. Travis Gore, thank you for subscribing. Travis, you are awesome, a gentleman and a scholar. Appreciate you. Welcome to the Hawks Nest. Barry Satoro with a $5 donation. Rewatched the first half. I apologize. Geno wasn't as bad as I thought watching live. Wow. All right, chat. We've got a little bit. Thank you for the $5 donation, Barry. And he's following up with a little bit of what Why Do I said. So we've got a little bit of folks in the chat pressing back a little bit saying, hey, he was actually not as bad here. It was okay. It wasn't that bad. And again, I can see where you guys are coming from with it. There's things that can lean back on. I was completely in that mode last week with Geno when people were already calling for Drew Lock to now be the starter after the performance of the 2 in that opening game. So I was on board with that 100% with it in that first game. In this one, there are plays I would give him the benefit of the doubt, getting the ball knocked down, drop passes, having drives stilted because guys can't catch the football. I'm with it. But to me, it was a little bit more, and I don't want to sound silly with it, but it's like just the body language and carrying himself and all that stuff. That's the part that I really come back to and just taking control of the offense. You look at Jacob Eason come back in that second half and the way he took control of the offense. He was in command. He was going to fail. He was going to succeed, but he was going to be in command doing so. And it's that lack of show of command and display of taking control of things, not necessarily giving me the results where you got to be, crystal clean, but jumping forward and taking it. If I had Geno in front of me right now, I'd be like, you need to jump out there and act like this is yours. Not just act like this is yours, but take it as yours. You come to the line of scrimmage, take a time to look through and find out what's happening in front of you. Make checks, make adjustments, make reads, go through some things. And just that ability to not jump forward. I just want to take a little bit more of that command of things. And that's the part that really was the missing element for him. But I'm with you guys on it. It's probably not as bad as we were reacting to live as far as it just feeling like this is atrocious. He can't function as a quarterback. Corwin Miller with a $10 donation says, good evening, y'all. So I wanted to leave this after our last game. It is Locke's team to lead this season. Geno was abysmal. So again, a little bit of a difference opinion here. Now we've got some of us seeing it versus others. And I do think that Drew Lock is, whether Geno had some poor luck in that first half, and that much like last week, having the 3 drops and Fant not dragging his foot, that this is more of the tale. I think whether that is it or not, there will be a drive and a push to putting Lock out there here. And I think even from the coaching staff at this point, if you're not seeing Geno step up fully, and it's again, not to step up and dominate, but he's in a preseason game against the Chicago Bears and he's struggling against that defense. And that should be something where it's a defense he's going through roughshod through. I don't care if DK and Tyler are out. That is maybe the worst roster in all of football. And he made them look, as I said before, a little bit like the 85 Bears at times, and just how sort of fearful he was playing the position and tentative a little bit with stuff. But I'll give people, again, a little bit of ground on the other side of it. It wasn't maybe as bad as at first blush. The Snail with a $12 donation. Thank you, Snail. I really do appreciate it. It says, Abe Lucas is going to be fun to watch all year. He plants people's souls in the ground. Very well said. I have thought he was going to be very good in the running blocking game, as having scouted him heavily in college. And that was a part that a lot of people were questioning. That I was like, I don't know, you guys are questioning this. He's actually good at this. Just wasn't asked to do it very often. But when he was asked to do it, much like Charles Cross, he did it well. He did it well. I didn't expect, though, the taking of people's souls. I did not expect that. I expected a killer, but to kill them and then take their souls on top of it, that's a different level there with Abraham. And as I say, we should get very, very excited for these 2 tackles on the outside and what they're going to bring for the future, because these guys are legitimately going to be very good in the position. And that just helps an offense out so much. We're not just stuck to trying to attack one side. We can go left or right. It helps the unpredictability element of it. They've got the mobility you need in these linemen in this offense. Get very excited by what you're seeing from Abraham Lucas and Cross. And Coral Mill and Barry Sotoro, Travis, or the Snail, Garth Knight, thank you for all the donations on that. You guys are very kind. Very, very kind. And Maxwell Stern, thank you for becoming a member. And Megan coming in with a big old doney from Megan, a big $50 drop. I will be going to a football game here with Megan, and now what are we, 43 days-ish, going to the Cardinal game. So I am looking forward to Megan that. I cannot wait. I'm so stoked for that trip. It's going to be an awesome time. But thank you for the $50 donation, Megan. You are the best. You know it. My main mod, along with D-Boy out there, holding things down here in the chat. Says, home from a meeting, my best friend's baby, which has me in somewhat a good mood. Not sure how I feel after the Bears game, and keep repeating, it's just the preseason. It's just the preseason. Why are none of the first playing? Makes no sense to me. It's a great question, Megan, and thank you again, all you do for your support, the support in this channel. My answer would be this. I think the NFL has driven very hard. It's taken a very hard left turn over the last couple of years, where the now trendy thing is amongst coaches to not play your players at all in the preseason. That it's just hold them all out till you get to the regular year. And I can understand that approach, Megan, because as much as we want to poo-poo it, the teams that have been doing it, teams like the Rams, are having a lot of success when they get into the year. So it's not holding them back, not playing these guys in those preseason contests. And you could also maybe say as well, the Rams have had very good extension, very good quality and depth come from the later parts of the draft. Those guys who would be playing then in the preseason since you're resting your starters. And perhaps some of that maturation process that they've been able to get from those later round picks that they've selected has become that they've given them so much playing time in those preseason contests. So Seattle's probably trying from their angle of this to fit to what is now the trend and where things are going in the NFL for how to utilize players in the preseason. The part where I don't understand it, Megan, is that you're trying to initiate new stylings offense and defensively. And if you're going to do that, don't you then have to try to at least get a couple of series of working those things in so that you can work out the kinks and you can get the teaching tape out there to show things right. Or maybe it is that you simply do want to wait till the regular season and that's the best bet. I can't say that I'm in a position to say I know what's better. Maybe the better track is this, and maybe this is the forward thinking model as we go forward. But it does make for then a little bit of rougher preseason football to watch, doesn't it, Megan? So I'm with you. I'm repeating the same mantra you are. It's just preseason. Doesn't count yet. Doesn't count yet. They can't be this God. They can't be this bad. Dear God, they can't be this bad. No. Oh, please no. No, no. But thank you, Megan, for the $50 donation. You are amazing. I can't wait for that trip. I'm so stoked. You're in LA here, I think, soon too, aren't you? Barry with a $10 donation. Thank you, thank you, Barry. Thanks for the double donos, man. It says, don't get it twisted. I have zero faith in Geno, but there were a few good throws, a few bad decisions, and a few drops. Offensive line penalties crushing drives like Kansas soda pop. Overall Geno grade, C-. I think that's a fairly fair grade to apply there, Barry, and I won't get it twisted on that. But he's got a little bit of backing here in the chat. So again, you weren't alone here. I've seen a few people go, it was okay. It was bad, but it wasn't horrific. My thing too with it is just if we all agree it is a C- grade, it's the worst time for him to have that C- grade. He's in a quarterback battle. He should have this sense of urgency here to play well and play top notch. Again, can't control the bad luck that does hit, but there is markers, as you point out in the grade, within that of, yeah, but in addition to the stuff not going well for you, you're also having other marks that I would ding you for a little bit. And it is preseason. It's not a final situation here. I will be making more of a firm assessment on this when we get to the regular season. If this is what continues, I'm not going to have a lot of patience for it if it's what he continues to show. Because I think that the two biggest things I maintain with both of these quarterbacks in this quarterback battle are this. Geno's got to get more decisive and take control and take command. Drew Lock's got to learn how not to make the bad mistake at the worst of times. And both of those two guys, unfortunately, have displayed both of those elements here this preseason. Drew hasn't had enough tape on to see outside of that one game, but no doubt with it, Geno has continued to show that same thing. When people say the words, same old Geno, we know what Geno is. And I push back against this. I did a whole video around this very topic, and I still do push back against it. It's much like I see with this offense and defense. It's things that are controllable. Geno has the talent. He's got a good quick release. He's got a strong arm. His decision-making is good enough to play the position as a game manager in this league. But you have to take that step forward and then command it and own that. Own that huddle. Take control as a leader. You must be a leader from the quarterback position. It is not one where you're just kind of, stuff's happening. It's kind of stuff. Maybe we'll figure it. I don't know. Got a little more fire in the gut. A little more fire in the gut is all I'm saying. But we'll see. It's not over yet. We're not to live action. Silver lining here is, again, if they're just waiting to unveil stuff, you could potentially catch teams like Denver in that opening run of teams off guard quite heavily because they've had none of the tape to go off of. They won't have preseason tape. You've had the same kind of scheme you've been running on the offensive and defensive side of the ball for the most part for the past 10 years. So you will really catch these teams off guard if you can just unveil all of this stuff wholly anew. And that's, again, the part of the silver lining here is the benefits of that, and that you have been so rigid for 10 years in the ways you've run it, and you've been so simple in the way that you've run it for 10 years. That then to go to something completely exotic and complex from day one can bring about returns all on its own because it's such a wide difference to jump, and all of that old film that teams operated off of, they don't have to throw it away wholly, but they've got to kind of do away with a lot of it and sort of freestyle their way into trying to resolve your particular way of how you play football. So that is the upshot here, maybe. Megan with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I really do appreciate it. She says, my point exactly, B. How can players be expected to get it done if they don't play? By the way, LA next Thursday. Well, I can't. You're going to have an awesome time down there in LA, no doubt about it. And thank you for the $5 donation. That's my wonderment, Megan. That's my wonder on this, is when you're out in football, when people have talked about for years about our Seahawks during this Carroll era, we got to blitz more. We got to send more guys. And I've long pushed back against that, saying it's not really going to work like you think it's going to work. Number one, you run a 4-3 defense, which is harder to blitz from naturally as it is. Number two, it's not in Coach Carroll's DNA to blitz because he's going to risk on the back end those kind of completions that now are exposed when you've got so much more green grass and so few players covering zoned areas like you had prior had. And you had players as well that when you scouted them for skill sets that weren't built around how well they blitz. How well does he play zone? How long is he? Is he instinctive? Will he hustle to the ball? Is he a good tackler? These are the things you would concentrate on, the attributes for the players you'd want defensively speaking. So to go to something that's blitz heavy or pressure laden, you've got to have the guys in there to teach it, and then you've got to get them in the film. And like I said, with the false couple of steps forward, it's those little nuances that differentiate teams who can run blitzes and fool quarterbacks, and those teams that can run blitzes but don't fool quarterbacks, and the quarterbacks then just hammer them on a 9 route down the field because there's no safety on the back end. That's it. You just simply running the blitz in itself isn't enough to do it. You've got to know how to do it. I think we brought the guys in who can teach it. I think Desai sitting at the head of that certainly can help to teach, some of those concepts, but you also got to do it a little bit. You also got to, I feel like you got to do it just a little bit. I'm not talking about playing a whole game with it, but just seeing some of that adaptation in there. Maybe it was the Bears series 2 that they had there with Fields. Maybe that was it. Maybe that their little flicker of what they were going to show, because they did blitz a little bit. We saw him under pressure at times. So maybe that was it. But it's possible, Megan. I said this is the new way of the NFL, which is that, you don't show Jack Diddley Dandy in the preseason, and you don't play any of your players in the preseason, and then I guess you unveil it all out anew into the regular year. Though there have been defensive coordinators in recent years, I will say, it used to be like a gentleman's agreement between between coaches in preseason games where defensive coordinators weren't going to blitz heavy. That's gone out the window now. They do a lot more of that in how that's brought out. So we'll see, Megan. I'm going to remain hopeful, but we'll see on that. Jason Wolf says, hopefully Desai would attempt to find a real quarterback. I think no matter what, they're going to target a quarterback in next year's draft at this point, one way or another. Maybe Locke or Geno surprised the hell out of us, but I think that's becoming more readily apparent by the day. So I think if it's whoever it will be, it'll be with those draft picks, and especially if you're bad this year, it'll be too enticing with the team that doesn't have a certain guy at the position not to make that selection. Everyone nationally will be screaming at the top of their lungs to do it. They're just going to have to pull that trigger. Why do I says ST gave up a 1 touchdown, a punt, but the D on their 30 and missed a field goal. Special teams. You can make the argument the D only gave up 3 points in the first half. It was 3 guys who made it look so bad: Blair, Coleman, and DeBlanco. That's fair enough. Those guys look bad. But I also didn't see a lot of rallying to the football either. I didn't see a hustle approach out there like I normally see. I saw guys kind of going through motions at times, half-hearted jogging on plays, defensively speaking, which this has been a defense that's been so good at rallying to the ball, even in years where they've not been good, even in years where they haven't had a good amount of talent. They still would be really good about rallying to the ball, read and react. And there was a real slow reaction by the defense at times, I thought. Not everybody, but I thought predominantly a lot of the guys out there were kind of showing that. But the special teams definitely was a problem, at least in the return yardage especially, and the fumble. Garth, Dixon's the best of Australia, well, just behind Paul Hogan. He's going to make a run at Paul. First Australian Hall of Famer in the NFL, Michael Dixon. Yeah, I said it. Travis next week. Nice. Animal Skeezer, we won't know a damn thing until those receivers start to catch. Need Locke and DK to evaluate. It's going to certainly help the process, won't it, Animal? And yeah, these receivers, you just shake your head at it going, catch the ball. It hits you in the hands. This is what you do. Catch it. And you can handle a drop here or there, but we've probably had we've had maybe 6, 7 of them, if not more, in 2 games. And for a team that doesn't want to throw the ball a whole lot, it does then make it really hard to evaluate because you're going to run balanced even in the preseason too. So you already got so few attempts to make those assessments, and then the receiver basically removes your ability to keep making that assessment. NFL Edit takes, if we keep this pace throughout the season, there's a good chance Dixon wins MVP and will be on his way to Canton. See, you're with me on this. I'm just saying, we got to look for the silver linings. Michael Dixon, Hall of Fame Australian punter, isn't a bad silver lining. Okay? It's not the silver lining we want. It's the silver lining we need. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez, please hit the like button, people. Oh, thank you, Jose. Please do smash that like button for me, please. It does help me so. DRG, Mike Tyson or Michael Jackson? Mike Tyson. Oh, did I say Mike Tyson? I meant Michael Jackson. Greg, what's your record prediction? I think we go 6-11, but I can see us finishing 5 or 12 or 7-10, not more, not less. I've been very long sitting in the lane of 8 wins for the year, but it's right now with the team and the way they're playing at this moment. I'm going to do a prediction show before the start of the season and have a final. Here's where I think everything is going to be. But honestly, 5 wins is where I'm starting to slide in my mind on this team. I've got some big questions about whether or not Coach Carroll is truly going to initiate these adaptations that he's brought in. He's done the hard work. He's hired the guys. Now it comes down to simply calling the plays that take advantage of the new wrinkles. King Bomber, what's up? Geno should be cut. He stunk up the joint. Drew Lock got COVID, so Geno could expose himself. Maybe so. Drew Lock playing some of that 4D chess. Dr. G, did you guys watch Top Bill and defended Geno? I understand where he's coming from. Like I said, we've had a couple people enter Dr. G already in the chat that said, look, it wasn't as bad as some people are, and look, I can attest to this. Geno's got a guy that walking in this year, there's a good contingent of the fan base, didn't like him, really was looking, they've got the hammers pulled back, they've got their finger there just tickling the trigger, and they're looking to find the reason to kind of jump on him and say, I don't like him. So I can attest to that. I absolutely can attest to that. But I can't just all go, it's everyone else's fault but him in that game too either. And he wasn't horrific. And he was, I thought, pretty good last week. Why Geno was threw an accurate pass on 83% of his passes. PFF gave him an 80-plus passing grade, high-level stuff. He 4 big-time throws, no turnover-worthy. O-line outside of penalties dominated. It's a great stat. Why do I? I love that. It's great information, man. HB says, hey, B, what do you think Jerry is thinking about the game coming up? Oh, you're going to ask me. You're going to ask me, Jerry Jones, about what my Cowboys are going to do to your Seattle Seahawks. I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. We're going to come out. We're going to play our 4 stringers, okay? I'm going to get guys out by the oil fields here. So we got some big boys out here in Texas. We go bigger out here in Texas, okay? We're going to come out as the Cowboys, 4 stringers, signed off the street. He's bucking hay yesterday. Now he's in here as a Cowboy, and we're still going to whoop your ass. We're still going to give it to you at every direction. That's what you get with a team like us that raises Lombardis. Not in the last 10 years, not in a while, but we raise Lombardis because we are the Cowboys. Right, Steven? That's right, Daddy. We're going to get them Seahawks. Shut up, boy. Can you say one thing with a little bit of confidence in your voice for one goddamn time in this life? Daddy, I think we're going to win. We're better. We got more talent. We're better because we're Texans. That's why we're going to win. We're better because we're the Cowboys, and they're in southern Alaska. That's why we're going to win. Well, it didn't help us in the playoffs in 2007. Shut up. You know Tony was in there with that hooer before the game, got his fingers lubed up. You know he was. He was in that stall. It was like that damn scene out of Bull Durham at the start of the game. God damn it. Tony's always thirsty as hell. Thirsty as hell, Tony. Then he comes out for that field goal kick and slips right them doing fingers. I told that boy, you stop using that lube. That went dark. Oh, goodness. D-Boy, what's up, man? Says, I don't know why, but you two didn't tell me you had this to go to your channel to see that you were live. Oh, that sucks, man. I know the notifications can sometimes be weird, and probably if I use the StreamYard one, I could do more of a better job with the scheduling, which might help it out a little bit better. I got to get better about finding a way to schedule. I think that would do it. But we're going to be D-Boy. I'm going to be back on my horse now with the Sunday, Wednesday schedule. So we'll be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Sundays and Wednesdays for throughout the season minimum. I think I'll probably be going on Tuesdays too. Tommy, Geno's going to do well in PFF, and still the problems with him is no points scored. Who gives a damn about efficiency if you don't put the ball in the end zone? Field goals will cut it with Myers. Will not cut it with Myers. It's a fair point, Tommy. As where I stand with this again, I lean very heavily to PFF, and I do think that there's value within it, and I think that their assessment of Geno has some real fair points there. This is where I do lean back always to say that I think sometimes it's beyond just statistics or PFF rankings, and it does require at the end of the day the eye test to go in conjunction with the two, so you can get maybe the most well-rounded perspective on what's going on there, and that's where I land at my assessment of it. But I think it is valid to say that there is the items within there that he can't control, like the drops and whatnot, a ball knocked down at the line of scrimmage, field goal kickers. But it does come down a little bit to me at the end of the day of take the job, go take the job. And that wasn't a guy that you watched playing football that was out there taking firm hold of the job. That was a guy that was like, no, 2 hands, grab it, let's go. That's what I'm looking for. 2 hands, grab it, let's go. The Snail with another $5 donation. Thank you, Snail. I really do appreciate it. It says, Drew Lock, unless we can get Minshew. Geno is just boring. Be at least entertaining if we're not great. And Jimmy G is garbage. So, no. And that was not a garbage emoji. That was a crap emoji. Because Jimmy G is crap, and I don't want any part of that, Snail. I'm glad to hear that you're on board with that as well. No Jimmy G in Seattle. Keep that man with his porn stars in Southern California. Minshew would be great. Snail, he has been mentioned here probably a good over an offseason, I would say 50 times in my chat. I like Gardner Minshew. I would trade for Gardner Minshew. Gardner Minshew is, I do not believe, available. The Eagles are not looking to move him. They reportedly turned down a 3rd-round pick at the trade deadline last year as a team that was trying to get Gardner Minshew. They don't trust Jalen Hurts necessarily as a thrower. He's a guy that's going to run the ball a lot, which opens the door to say nothing of his issues with pushing the ball down the field. He's got a high potential chance of maybe getting injured with as much as he does lean on his legs and run the ball. So you want a quality guy behind that, especially if you have a potential Super Bowl roster, as the Eagles might have constructed here, if that offensive line can be as good as it looks, and if A.J. Brown's addition can be as dynamic as it potentially could be, and if some of those young defenders can jump forward quickly, as they might a little bit early on here appear to be able to do so. But it does look like Drew Lock, Snail, is going to definitely get his chance here sooner and later if Geno doesn't do more of the taking the job, just taking it. Not playing all right, but take hold of this. This is mine. You aren't close to where I'm at in the scheme. You haven't been here long enough. I'm better right now. Randall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, if you were a Denver fan, would you be concerned about a new quarterback, new coach, new scheme, and 0 preseason snaps? Well, they're probably having, Randall, a lot of the same things that we're having here with the, we're going to just save everybody, rest everybody. We don't want to lose any bodies out there on something that does matter. And again, I can't argue with the fact, Randall, this is the NFL. This is the NFL, where it's going trend-wise. I mean, more and more teams are going to play less players in the preseason, show less in the preseason, I think, overall, outside of those rare coaches that just don't care. I saw Bill Belichick was mad at Wink Martindale the other day, who was blitzing his Patriots heavy. And that's just Wink Martindale, but that's probably why I like Wink, man. He's awesome. Just give me the blitz heavy guy. Give me that guy just pedaled down to the floor all the time. I would be a little bit concerned about it. There's been some interesting stuff that you get from Denver's camp. Some of it is that Russ looks really good in it. Some of it is that he's been good, but not as great as we thought we were getting. I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works, honestly, Randall, with this stuff. You bring in new schemes and stuff like that. You're going to try to not do any live fire work with it. It all is just done in practice, and so many of those practices are padless, walkthrough type things. I don't know how these teams get there, but then again, look, they've gotten better at their training throughout maybe the off season, where they have the bodies more better prepared and everything's ready and set to go more than it was in the past. Maybe all that factors into it too as well. It's going to be interesting to see how it hits when this goes live. If there isn't a little bit of rough roads and all of the, not just with us, but with Denver in that respect of you guys try to do all this new stuff and you didn't try any of it out. And I'll have to change my opinion on the need to try stuff out if these teams are able to be successful with this as the new, for lack of a better term, the new age approach to implementing your designs in the NFL's preseason. Randall with the $20 donation as well. Thank you, Randall, for the double dono. My goodness, Randall, Megan, all you guys, thank you so much. You are so kind. Snail. He says, I'm not going to get too up or down off the preseason. I think we can draw something from how a player plays, not necessarily how the team plays. Too many instances of teams being great in the preseason and crap in the regular. It's well said. There is a rich history of teams having 0-4 preseasons and then lighting the world on fire when they get to the regular season and vice versa. I think it has to be taken with a very large grain of salt, the preseason results. And it's part of why I'm not going to necessarily get caught up too much on the statistics sides of things. I'm not going to get caught too much on the side of Charles Cross having growing pains with 4 penalties in that game. I will when it is the team doesn't look ready to play. When the team from an energy standpoint doesn't look like it's into playing, looks like they'd almost rather be somewhere else. That's the part where I do take umbrage. And I think we've got to keep an eye on that type of thing to see if that's something that's a common quotient of this team throughout the course of this year. Because it's going to become more of an important question for me, Randall, as we get into this year, because it becomes more than about, okay, what is the right path going for the future of this team? Who is the right person to run this team into the future? Is it Coach Carroll when he's showing us signs of the fastball is losing lots of velocity? And the things that were once part of what made him so good and great are starting to dial back. I hope it's not that way, and I'm not saying it's that way right now, but it's the thing that you do have to track if the team comes out with that kind of energy level. And teams will boat race us on the often if we're going to play at that kind of energy level that we did against the Bears this last week. It's not going to be a team that's going to be putting up a whole lot of fight if they can't. And again, somebody said it's a couple of defensive players. We can't overreact. I'm 100% with this, but we've got to have our assessment of what we saw on the field, and it was what it was, But luckily here another, 2 weeks, Randall, we're going to have this figured out one way. We're going to find out live fire, no more preseasons, no more off seasons, no more conjecture. It becomes this is what they are at that point. And we'll be able to, honestly say, okay, this is this happening, this is that happening. And I am still excited for it. I don't know what we're going to get from this year. I have no idea. And there's an excitement for me on that because I don't think I've been able to say that in the last couple of years. Megan with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, I'll say this once. No Jimmy G in Seattle ever. Ever, ever? Ever, ever. Ever, ever. Ever, ever. Let him go to Cleveland. Let that man go to Cleveland. I don't want Jimmy here. No Jimmy John. Nope. He's not going to help us right now. He is not going to help us. Let that man go. Let that man go east. Garden Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you so much for all the donations, folks. I can't even stay on top of the chat, much on the donation, much less for the chat here. Oh, I appreciate you guys. So kind. He says, who else thinks Minshew is elite? Look, I like the guy as a personality, but he's Baker Mayfield light at best. I'll take Drew Lock over Minshew. Ooh, bold statement by Randall there. Bold statement. There's some Minshewites in this chat, Randall. So you're going to set the Minshewites on fire with that. And I do like Baker, or not Baker, but I like Gardner. I like his anticipation in his ability to throw. He doesn't have the best arm strength, but he really can throw with anticipation, and he processes well in the football field, moxie in the pocket. He's able to move around the pocket well, but without being really necessarily an upper-level scrambler. And the thing you've got to say about him is that the times he's been put out there to throw, it's, he did well against the Eagles, and he kind of balled out for the Jaguar team considering where they were from a talent standpoint. So I'm not sure, man. I might be a little bit higher on Minshew than I do like Minshew. And that's also me being kind of low on Baker too, though, right? So it's a bit of the combination of the two. But look, Drew Lock has more natural talent than Minshew. He's got a stronger arm, probably a quicker release, more mobile, bigger. He's got all the boxes checked off that Minshew doesn't have. But he's not elite. Minshew, you're right about that, Garth. There's no way that Minshew would not be elite. Your best bet is like a middle of the road guy, bringing him in. DJ says DeBlanco's DeWacko. He was DeWacko. Grug, this is my favorite outcome. Finish 6-11, sign Roquan in free agency and draft Will Levis and an edge rusher in the first round. Use the rest of the picks to patch up whatever holes we'll have, and we're back. I like it. I like it. I don't know the Bears are going to necessarily just let Roquan go for nothing unless they've gotten some quiet agreement in place that they won't franchise him after the year, because, of course, they can just franchise him twice. Ominous Jerry, what's up, Brandon? A little off topic, but would you target next year? Who would you target next year at quarterback? I've recently been watching some Will Levis. I like him a lot, but there are many options. Well, Ominous Jerry, my plan this year is I'm going to do a Tuesday stream on the college season. It's going to be a stream based around looking at all of these guys in the college campaign that are potentially guys to be drafted in the upcoming draft. And that we're going to kind of keep the discussion around that for those streams on Tuesday. So I'm going to be looking out throughout the course of this year very closely at these guys. I think it's very important as you're making your assessments now on the quarterbacks of this upcoming draft is to really consider this one really key point, which is that the upcoming season is going to probably carry 85-90% of the weighted value on these prospects. Their performance on tape this upcoming year is what is going to drive. It's what's going to drive home where they're drafted. Sam Howell would be the great example of this, Ominous, where he has a previous year, he just balls out, puts up a ton of yards, looks great, looks like a top 5 pick. Then he loses a lot of that talent, has a little bit of a down year, new coach, and he goes from being a top 5 first-round pick, no doubt about it, to being a 5th-round guy. So we make our early assessments now. We're all doing it. I'm doing it. We're all victims of it. That's great that we're doing it. It gives us the earlier eye, the better, and the more you're going to make an expanded evaluation on what is what. But we got to definitely remember that this stuff's going to weight very, very small in the overall landscape versus when it comes to the year. With that said, Will Levis is currently my number 1 guy, Ominous Jerry. He's running the Rams offense. He's running our offense. Most of these quarterbacks in college football are running the spread offense concepts, one read option out of shotgun, one read and then run. Very simplified offenses that don't ask them to think very often, very much. And there are quarterbacks that are still very talented within that and that sparkle within that, but he's doing it within a pro style, which adds to a degree of difficulty for him that other quarterbacks don't necessarily have having to play the position in college. I like his footwork, his delivery. He's got a strong enough arm to me. It's not an arm that's the Drew Lock cannon, but it's good to me. It's upper level to me. So Levis is my early guy. Great mobility, plays the position with a gutsiness and verve that I appreciate. Seattle's 5.7 yard per carry so far while only using Dallas and Homer. Can't wait to see Penny and K9 behind this line. Agreed. I think we're going to be able to be an elite running team. And remember what I said with that why do whys. If there's 2 pillars to hold up a team that can get to playoff contention this year, it is us being a sub-dominant running game and us getting this defense into a top 10 state. Don't know if the latter looks as likely to happen as the former, but definitely the running game has looked marvelous this preseason. Big Country, watching the inside linebackers was hard to watch. You better believe it was. Ew. Those guys, it was rough. Empower, DeBlanco does not belong on an NFL roster. I don't think he's going to be on one for very long. Pelican J, it's going to be a long season. It's got a little bit of a look at that on the horizon down in Pelican. Tommy Eden, new offensive line coach Dickerson is kind of killing it though. Only issue is rooks and penalties that will come with experience. The scheme is fantastic though. Agreed. Can't deny what they're doing. The run blocking game is good. And though I've knocked that you're not seeing the fly sweeps in the outside zone run, they are doing a lot of crossing, pulling guys across the formation, like 2 linemen across the formation and getting extra bodies to the side, pulling them out in space. Even if they're just getting back inside zone or inside the tackle's shoulder on the run play, you're still getting guys out in a wall to then wall that off to the inside and give you a little bit more of that lane. And I do like some of those little wrinkles we are seeing within that. Jesus says it's going to be a roller coaster ride of a season, 12s. Get ready. I'm getting ready. I'm strapping in, man. Why do I says the wide receivers were horrible, but the top 4 were out. We now know that the 5th and 6th wide receivers should not be 1s and 2s. Only 1s and 2. Maybe those receivers will make the team. Yeah, and guys with Derek Young and Bo Belton. These guys are rookies. You're thinking give them some time to develop. I don't have any patience with Swain, though. You're into year, what is he, 3 now? No. You should be able to catch that. You've got to make that catch that Geno threw in there. But he threw it really hard. I don't care. Catch it. King Bomber, I think the reason is that he killed drives has changed people's perspective on Geno. That the killed drives have changed people's perspective on Geno. A little bit. I think, or it's reinforced what maybe a lot of people already had kind of built in. Tommy says, imagine we get to the wild card and actually get past the first round without Russ. That would be so satisfying. That would be very sad. It would make me very happy to make the playoffs this year. I know some people are like, tank. I'm like, nah. Get to the playoffs, you'll make me a happy man. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, catching Rona may be the best thing for Locke's career. Geno just didn't look prepared to control of the competition. No, he didn't. And thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you for all the donations. It definitely, as I said, Geno just needs to come in here and play pretty proficient in this game, and the job is going to be his due to Locke getting the Rona at the wrong time, at the worst of times. But I also said that if he comes out and just looks kind of lost and not with it and scuttles, that's only going to open more of the door for Drew to walk through it. And I think that he did that. Whatever his stats may say or belie, that's what is going to be, I think, the situation at the end of the day, and that this is going to get Drew onto the field much quicker, that kind of performance against Chicago. It's not just, again, struggling with receivers maybe dropping or a knockdown pass here, struggling against a Chicago team that's one of the worst rosters in football, and that you should be able to get the better side of them on that. But again, can't lie with the fact that, as YDY says, the receivers did definitely not do you a lot of favors in these first couple of games at times. Nobody's gone up and held it down in that respect. Garth with a $10 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, Brando, I know you won't disclose sources, but the fact you know someone who said the Seahawks won't draft Kupp because he's not worthy of a pick has me fuming at the incompetence of their scouts. I'll tell you the source. I don't remember the guy's name. It was just on local Spokane sports radio, and it was just an anecdotal tale he was talking about and talking to a Seahawks scout. And they were really hyped here because obviously Kupp's in the local area here at Eastern at the time. And they were like, oh, we got an NFL player out of this college here that doesn't normally generate many NFL prospects. And he looks actually pretty good. And we're hearing maybe he'll get drafted high by other teams. And went to the local Seattle scout, is the way the story's been relayed to me. Went to the local area scout and said, well, what do you think about this? What do you think about this Cooper Kupp? The radio host asked him. And the Seahawks scout said, I don't see an NFL player there. I don't see an NFL player there. If you didn't see an NFL player and a guy who's going to end up with well over probably 10,000 yards receiving in his career and wins a triple crown, which is very hard to do in the NFL from the receiver position, you definitely, it's rare that one decision or one evaluation should get you nixed. But I'll tell you what, that's one that's a pretty bad whiff, and it happened in your backyard. Your backyard. You missed that one. Of course, I don't think Seattle would ever have done the second-round pick. I think the Rams fell in love with Kupp. They put a second-round pick on the guy, so it was going to be hard to pick him up if you were going to go that high. Like I think they picked ahead of us that year. Bash Gordon with a $5 donation says, aloha, and thank you, Bash, for the $5. I say spend the first 2023 draft picks on a quarterback and the best guard or center available and call it a day. You can sign me up for that, Bash. You know that's an approach that I love. Get your offensive line on point, talented, young, cheap if possible within that, and then get your quarterback in there as that finishing element. And indeed, if you went and got another guard right now, say nothing of getting a left guard or a center, and move Damian Lewis back over to right guard, that's where you can now build up an offensive line that can contend with some of the best in football at that point, going into now year 2 of those 2 young guys you got on the outside. And it's got even a little bit of depth with Curhan and Forsythe in there. So sign me up for that, Bash. Thank you, though. Zorn76 with a $20 donation. My goodness, you guys are being so kind. You guys are just always awesome, though. Thank you so much, Zorn. I really appreciate it. Says, thank you as always for allowing me to spam your board. Hey, that's what we're here for. And it's as Al said with the mods are, as I talk with them and we have discussions on this stuff from time to time, it's this year especially is going to be one where we got to be patient with everybody on letting people vent, letting people be angry at times if it is a bad year. And we're all going to deal with it in our own way. I will promise you guys, I will try to maintain a level head and walk people off ledges as I can. But there's going to be times where this is going to get a little bit brutal in moments if it does go this direction where it's not good. Now, we're not there yet. Preseason, we're not there yet. But I'm going to have a lot of patience for people this year in the chat as far as being angry at the situation, being fed up. Your fans, we care. We love this team. We want to see them do better. We've been frustrated by some of the things happening in the background. That's what we call righteous anger to a certain degree. And as long as we're just venting that, the right people with it, then I get it, man. But thank you, Zorn, one of my longtime folks here in the chat. I appreciate you, man. You're very kind. Randall has a $2 donation, says early evaluation on the new center. I've not locked in on him too closely, though I should have. A little bit outside of watching him in pass protection on probably a good dozen snaps sprinkled out over the course of the game, and I've been very, very impressed with how he's rooted down. He's a very good help defender from the center position, but where I really like to concentrate on centers is what happens when you do get one-on-one. What happens when the one tech or a zero tech is lined up against you and you've got maybe a blitz coming and you've got to hold up there in the center. And he's a little bit of a undersized guy that you worry about with that in that element, just on size dimensions alone. He was okay with that with the Rams, so it's not been a bad thing when he was starting with the Rams necessarily, but he is older. He's a year out of the game, a little bit of playing. And I've been very impressed with him in pass protection, especially. I think if you start to implement some more of that outside zone stuff where he's now maybe pulling from the center position out wide, that's where you're maybe going to see him on his best display where he flashes and you're like, oh my goodness, Blythe's 20 yards down the field, on the edge here as he's trying to seal a block on an outside linebacker. And that's the one I'm kind of waiting for, Randall, but they have done so much up the middle. I will say this without looking at him personally, you're not going to have the success you've had running up the middle here early on in the first couple of games if Blythe isn't doing some work down there and handling business. So he's definitely, is to some degree, at least even casually here, Randall, he has played very, very well. Emmett says, Bobby's been bad the past few years. Maybe it's part of the middle linebacker teachings. Brooks ain't exactly a coverage demon either. No, he's not. But I will say Barton sucks a lot more. Yes, he does. Well, Ken Norton would have been kind of like a de facto guy, probably doing most of the teachings on those linebackers. Really outside of Bobby Wagner and KJ Wright, linebacker wasn't a position that you particularly developed great over the last 10 years. We've had guys, a myriad of guys come through like your Kevin Pierre-Louis types that were okay. They were okay. But, yeah, it could be. And maybe you're getting a little bit better teaching with Norton out. Now maybe that clears the room a little bit more for a little bit better teaching concepts. We just haven't seen it on display yet in preseason. D-Boy, Brandon, I went to the Seahawks practice today and Geno was looking like an all-star quarterback. I was yelling, where was that at on in the preseason game? People were getting mad at me. Well, it's frustrating because you do hear about him at times balling here recently in camp and looking really good. And then you're just looking for that to show out in the preseason. I'm waiting for him, like I said, to take that job through. But that's good to hear that at least it's showing in practice. Because if it is at least showing in practice to some degree, there is a chance for it to maybe eventually, D-Boy, show up in the game. Especially when you do have your main two guys out there on the outside in Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. God willing, please let those guys be healthy all season long. Please. 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 HB, I wouldn't say Bobby's been bad, just not his peak, lost his legs a bit. Yeah, I think he's just a step or two slower. Thank you for the insight of that at D-Boy, though. Let us know if you got any other little tidbits. Empower Code, I like how people are hyping up Denver's run game when they have like a 1.7 yard per carry thus far. Granted, they aren't playing Javonte, but it is far from elite. It's interesting. I hadn't been paying attention to where they're at with their running game. I will say, though, I'm very high on Javonte. I think he's a guy that can do a lot of work without having a lot of holes opened up for him. Another thing you got to consider with this Empower Code is you're going to have teams playing cover 2 of Denver out the jump because that was the pedigree to get at Russell Wilson last year. Or last year and a half was play cover 2. So if you go to cover 2 and you move that safety off the A-man box, that's the part I lean back to thinking that's going to allow Denver to still be very good running the ball. But 1.7 is pretty low. I mean, why do I mention we were like 5.7 or something like that right now for a preseason on the other side of things? HB says at least Bobby can tackle. We know that. That's a good point. MSR Rook, what is wrong with the All-22 film? I can't watch all the plays in every drive. Want to see what Geno did and didn't do. Thing is messed up. It sucks. It sucked last year. I think they purposely messed with it because people were doing video breakdowns, and I'm sure coaches somewhere were moaning that all their stuff was getting shown online and people were learning their secrets or something, I guess. I don't know. Supposedly, MSR Rook, if you put a IP reroute or whatever on that, and then you go to the European one plays more stably. But I've had the same issues when I've tried to put together videos off the All-22 tape. It's not easy. Why do I? Kobe and Woolen played great. Woolen had an overall coverage grade of 71, which is really good, and we have yet to see what we think will be the starting secondary. It's a great point, man. There was that one play with Woolen, too, where he's tracking down Justin Fields, and he's running across the field and shows off some of that speed on the play, where he gets a quarterback hit, where he's just flying. He's like 2 speeds faster than everyone else around him. Evan says, if Eason is comparable to Geno, then we might as well cut Geno and roll with Locke and Eason. Maybe we could take a look at Willis or the UNC kid. King Bomber, the Bears spent both their second rounders on DBs, and they have Jalen Johnson, who played well last year, so the only good thing on their entire team is maybe Fields in the secondary. It's a valid point on that, King Bomber. It's possible. I'm going to get a little more coffee. 1 second, folks. Baba. Doug had hands and leadership in the sense he tried to take Russ down a peg, probably for the worse as opposed to better. He had moves and could catch, but he's a misguided weirdo. He's a fiery guy. There's a reason to call him passionate Doug Baldwin. I think he was trying to, as we look in retrospect with Russ, I think Russ is probably not the easiest guy to necessarily get into the core of what you're trying to get to with him, like Doug was trying to do there in those moments of pushing Russ. And, I think as much as anything, he was just trying to get a reaction as much as anything. You might be right. It might have not been the best, in retrospect, best path. I don't know. We'd have to ask Russ on that, I guess. But it was definitely one of those ones where you went, why is our receiver having to get our quarterback woken up? But Doug was fiery. HB why did we trade for JJ Law for Ortega-Whiteside, King Bomber House? Because you were going to get cut Ugo anyway, and the team wanted to get a look at Ortega-Whiteside and see if he had anything to offer. So you probably were likely to cut him anyway, but this gave you a first chance to look at him just to see, have a couple weeks of club control with him. And you need some wide receiver bodies on the field. You were down Goodwin. You were down Dwayne Eskridge. The rookies are getting a lot of run in camp, probably wearing down a little bit. So you probably need to get another body in there that could run some routes. DJ Jimenez says a losing season and playoff berth is possible. We've done it before. It could happen, but it's up to the football gods to make it happen or not. That's right. 7-9 we've gotten in before. You never know. Drew and Eason also had drops to deal with. This isn't just a Geno issue. Agreed. It's more than just I can't just pass it all off onto Geno having poor play around him necessarily. Fumkey says, I want to know more on Dwayne Eskridge. Well, it sounds like he's just about ready to return here, Fumkey. So, I'm hoping he does. Like I said with Adams, if he's on the field, I think he can have an impact. But the getting on the field part is the part that can he get on the field. DJ, I'm not expecting much either this season. All I want is forward progression. Record don't matter. Yeah, it's forward progression. Jan C. Outdoors. Eskridge had pads on practice today, but don't know if he played. He's getting closer. I don't know if I've seen him on there with pads yet. So we've gotten to pads. Maybe we'll get thigh pads tomorrow. Maybe we'll get full cleats the day after that. Evan says, old Pete would have shaken this up, cut and moved big names and sent a message. When was the last time we pulled a TJ Hushmanzada or Witherspoon? Whitfield. Agreed. You would have thought there would have been more of a shakeup off the edge of that, of trying to send a message. And that's that little bit of that country club feel I'm getting a little bit right now, wafting out of the locker room. Empower Code Drew Lock, on the other hand, do we know what he is? I'm not so sure. We don't. Not for sure. Why? I like what I saw from the O-line, pass rush and cornerbacks, but Blair, cut Coleman, cut DeBlanco. They were 90% of the missed tackles and coverage. DeBlanco gave up 3 easy passes, all for first downs on a touchdown. Bad. Yeah, he did look very bad. Well, the O-line definitely shows promise. Why do I? Yeah, I agree with Emmett on that one. Truffles, we'll see how Drew does next game. We'll see if he gets the start. See if he feels well enough to go. Tommy Eden, Adams, DeEskers, Procise. The best availability is still availability. I'll take a Joe Nash any day. Yeah, agreed. There's the injury-prone guy in the modern age where you just can't get him on the field for whatever reason on certain guys. Not blaming them, it's just the way it works. And those guys are in that kind of allotment right now. J&C Outdoors, Cowboys had an awesome special teams showing. Makes me nervous for how our special teams have been playing. Yeah, it's been a bit dicey outside of Dixon right now. I feel good about Dixon and our kick return game right now. Everything else is a little bit of question mark in the rest of our special teams unit for me. Truffles, we knew this was going to be a bad season, but there might be some upside to it. Try not to get upset about losses this year. I'd rather shoot for better draft picks anyway. I'm not going to really get concentrated on losses or wins necessarily. It'd be great to win more than you lose. Great to get in the playoffs. To me, it's a little bit of what we're looking for here, as mentioned above by DJ, looking for progression. I'm looking for progression. I'm looking for this team to, okay, we're in the rebuild. Now, how do we get to the ascent? Does it start to look by the end of the year that we're closer to the ascent, or do we look like we're still stuck in the same spot at the end of the year? Progression. DJ Jimenez says Nathan Peterman is Brendan Nelson's favorite quarterback. Oh, man, he must have been pulling his hair out then. Tommy, maybe most of the players don't do what the strength and conditioning coach says. I seriously doubt that, as I say it, he has a track record of injured players. That's the thing with it, Tommy, is that it's when you go, okay, who's the fault with that kind of situation? We have more injuries than most teams over the last 4 or 5 years. Why is that? I think some of it is Carroll's conservative approach to how he looks at injuries, but it also is with Ivan. You go, okay, Ivan, you're at USC. The team got healthier when you left than when you were there and injuries were a problem. You go to University of Washington, the team got healthier as far as injury goes when you left versus when you arrived and you were there. Then you go to Seattle, the team was healthier versus when you arrived versus when you were there. I mean, that's 3 items. That's, to me, at the point where we've got something that's more than just sample size. That's a pattern. Power Code, we might not reach 5 wins this year, not going to lie. That's kind of where I'm starting to slide into in my assessment where I'm looking at him at. This is once Fuller was brought back, I knew Pete couldn't change. Very well, could be what we're looking at here. Minnie V says, not sure with this team, but wow, they need help. They do need help. They need a kick in the butt is what they need. Big country, the old habits from the Seahawks team is what's mostly concerning me. Penalties, poor play calling, bad defensive scheme. That's me too. The whole thing this offseason was learn your lessons, and you're not learning your lessons if you're still trying out those tired, old-ass schemes that don't work anymore and have continued to bring diminishing results going for 5-6 years straight now. Garth, the Bears were just better. HB, we should have traded for Tuck and made him the highest paid kicker at a whopping $7 million. Yeah, that would have. I don't know. Don't forget you would still have some dead money to eat on Myers, so at that point you're almost putting $10 million into the kicking position. In a year where you're eating $44 million of dead money. Probably couldn't pull that one off. Tommy, the Legion of Boom legit thought they were the best in history of the game and would not stand for losing or weak wide receivers, Crabtree, or average. They were 110% every play. It's what made them special. It's what made them special is that they had a dogged, determined mindset that you normally find in players that don't have talent, that are just holding on by their fingertips to remain in the NFL. And they had that mentality, and they had it with great talent on the other side of it. And I can understand if you don't have the talent, Sometimes there's only guys that are like that assemble like that are that cohesive, and that together is a once in a generation thing. But that fight should exist in these guys. You've been playing in football, going back to your Pee Wee leagues for 15, 16 years. You're facing your mortality, your football mortality. If you don't make a play in these couple preseason games, you're out. And these guys weren't playing, I would say the majority weren't playing like that was the mentality that they were encompassing. Emmett says, I see us playing scared. Old us played our studs on special teams and a lot in the preseason. Now it seems we don't play our guys in fear of being hurt. This is now Peter built the mega squad back in the day. Agreed. Moto says, Legion of Boom was legit, and they were one of the best defenses all time. They made average receivers look like crap, and they scared the crap out of almost good ones. We did indeed. Maxwell says, going to the Denver game, it's going to be crazy in the stadium. Oh, it'll be a wild energy. You better believe it. Emmett says, I knew we'd pull we're holding the cards. When have we ever done that in preseasons past? Never. Yeah, I give it a little bit away, Emmett, but I'm with you on that. It doesn't hold a whole lot of water for me in totality of it. It's like, okay, yeah. Wheeler, I don't really buy that we're concealing our new schemes because we don't see other teams doing this. I watched the Chiefs and Bills preseason games, and they ran all their normal plays with bootleg, etc. Again, agreed with you, Wheeler. I'm in the same boat on this. I'm hopeful that that this is what it maybe is, and that's what a lot of people are saying it is out there, and go, no, it's just they don't want to show. But to me, it's again like you've got the past history of bringing in new adaptations that you bring in spirit, but you don't bring in by execution. You bring it in an off season when it's on paper, but when the rubber meets the road and we're into the regular season, you don't do none of it. And so I think it's telling when they're showing signs right now of already like, we're just going to fall back in kind of the same old stuff we had done. And I'll tell you, that 4-man front is the silliest thing I've ever seen in my life. 2 defensive tackles playing 1 tech and 2 outside linebackers as if you had a 3-4 defense on the outside and like a wide 9. I don't know what that is. And that's out there. That's been out there, I think, a majority of their snaps, that front 4 this preseason. That's not even vanilla. That's not even just down 4 linemen. It's not even that. I don't know. That's why I call it a science experiment. Gordon Wheeler says, can we always point fingers and blame our defense, but how come they are on the field 20 to 30 minutes a game? Yeah, I don't necessarily say it's all a defensive problem for sure. I point to both sides myself on it. For sure. Wouldn't just say it's one side. Funky says, beyond scared straight. That's right. That was the name of the show. Tommy Eden, all we need is Cam to show the entire defense how to tackle without tackling, aka knocking people through the kinetic force. No arms needed. Problem solved. Easy. Evan says, why did Locke not play because the game plan changed so much? Why did Locke not playing cause the game plans to change so much? Shouldn't the vet Geno be able to do everything Drew can? If not more, they're not drastically different quarterbacks. I don't understand why they can't both do the same thing. We heard this in Emmett in the scrimmage. They talked about this. Ethan Techworld was there, one of our guys on the scene on that one. He was saying that he was watching, and Geno looked tentative in the pocket. He was just sitting in the pocket, a lot of stuff, just straight drop back stuff. And then with Locke, they were having him do a lot more movement. I don't know. I guess they don't feel as comfortable with Geno on the move. DJ says, I'm trusting the process, but it's possible to see lightning strike in the is it possible to see lightning strike in the bottle again? Well, I don't think you're going to get a Legion of Boom ever again. You're never going to get a generational offense or defense, probably. I mean, there's franchises that don't have one or the other, much less you get 2 of them in a single lifetime. Like, we're not getting that. But you can be a great team again without having those elements. You don't have to have that. To me, though, I look at that spirit, though, that hunger, and that's the thing I keep going back to, because that's like, to me, the DNA within this whole coaching Carroll system is the hunger, is a player who's been put in an advantageous situation, a player-friendly environment, but yet at the same time in that player-friendly environment is that cold-blooded nature of just, you better go hard, you better be on it every play, you better be giving maximum effort, and we're going to run our practices 150 miles an hour, and we're going to try to make this harder than the game so that when the games arrive, it seems easier to you. That part doesn't seem to be there right now for me. And I'm not at the practices, so I can't see it. And I can't see other team practices, but that's the part that that feels missing a little bit. David says, hey, what would cost us to trade Trey for Tyler Huntley? Trey Brown? I think Huntley's going to be cut, I thought I heard. That's what I thought I had heard on that one, David. I don't think he's going to end up costing you anything. But I think it's just too late, David, to bring another quarterback in and expect any guy you're going to bring in to be an answer, considering whoever you bring in is going to be talented, limited, number one. Number two, they're not familiar with anybody here, including the playbook. It's probably just going to be too late of an hour, even if they have a little bit of maybe more marginal talent than what you have at the quarterback position on the roster as it stands right now. Motive 170 people. Let's get some more likes. Yes, please do. If you could for me, please hit that like button. I know we ask a lot to do that, but it does help this channel out. You smacking that like button shows me up on other Seahawks fan channels and makes this channel continue to grow as we try to get ourselves up to 10,000 this year. Kyle G says, why is everyone so upset? Wilson covered so many holes. We are in a rebuild mode. We are in a rebuild mode. I'm not upset as much as I'm concerned whether or not the people running things right now, especially from the coaching standpoint, have what it takes to be able to operate this rebuild mode properly. I know they can run it. I don't know if they can run it well. And if they're not going to adopt the new schemes, for instance, Kyle G, you've two new schemes right now. You're not really adopting a lot from those two schemes and what you're seeing on the field. Then you're gonna raise some worries. It's gonna raise some worries at that point. DJ says the new collective bargaining agreement may have played a factor. It's why you're not seeing us struggle with tackles. That definitely factors in. Less padded practices, no more two-a-day type stuff. Evan says if Pete drives this team and revenue into the ground, then paying Peter to leave will save Jody a ton more than selling the franchise. Peter's salary will be peanuts in what she might lose. Well said. Well said. HP, we can't have a single injury this season because the backup probably can't catch or tackle. It is seeming that way. Guard Night, especially after Vanilla and I stole it, they're onto it now. Oh, you're talking about HP, I think. Ice, ice, baby. Like, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with my brand new edition. And I'm so far behind the chat. If I missed your comment, I'm sorry. We got a lot of people in the chat today, so please bear with me on that. Pretentious Cameron with a big $10 donation. Thank you, Cameron. You're awesome and very kind for doing so. I salute you. Says, thanks for streaming. I think we Seattle fans are growing frustrated because we know we should have beat the Patriots. That loss didn't just send the defense off the ledge. It sent us fans off as well. Very well said, Cameron. There's no maybe moment in NFL history for any fan base that will loom over the top of them to a greater degree than the final play in that Marshawn. And it's a play we talk about very often, but there's no doubt about it wherever you stand on whether or not should have run or pass. The fallout from that play has been spoken about very much by the former players and what that did to the locker room. I think you speak to a part that's not often spoken about in the fandom, which is the fans themselves and what that did to them in that play. And just the seemingly stupidity of it in the moment to go that route with it, to be right on the edge of adulation as you just had Jermaine Kearse pull off one of the best catches in Super Bowl history that nobody ever goes back and watches because you lost, right? It's one of those ones that's like forgotten to time. And it's rough, but there's definitely an argument to be made that any person involved in that process, team, coach, quarterback, all of them lost a little bit off that play. And maybe it wasn't in physical ability, just maybe something indefinable. But something was just a little bit lost moving forward from the football team beyond that. Hard to pinpoint exactly to say it's this and that, but something there. Devin Martzall says, hey, Brandon, how's it going? Doing the FF draft as we speak. Let's go. Nice. Get it, Devin. Get it. Daniel Bailey says, after watching the condensed version, I replayed Cross's first false start 10 times. Still can't see how it was a penalty. He did not budge until after the snap and moved later than most. Okay. Interesting. Daniel says, now I'm curious to see the others. Maybe the officials were on him a little bit for some reason. Emmett says, I swear this team is full of guys I get an itchy trigger for. Tyler is on my exemption list, though. Tyler's good. Pretentious Cameron, laugh my ass off. You sound like George W. Bush. Or else I'm in the same territory. See? We're in the same territory. I'm saying George. I don't use George. George guy. It's George Bush. I like my Texas Rangers. It's a good team. I like, we're down in Texas. We got a phrase down in Texas. I got down in Tennessee. Tennessee's well. Fool me once. Shame on. You can't fool me twice. Dom Eaton says, Jerry Jones and Steven remind me of Buford T. Justice and his son. It's kind of that same spirit. Exactly that same spirit. Joe Man, you're walking his best. Bomber T, Cowboys ain't nothing. Niners made them look like burnt toast. Yeah, I'm just trying to be funny. I have no feelings on the Cowboys, other than I like to rib Jerry because he's a walking cartoon at times. HB, laugh my ass off. Thank you, B. You never disappoint with Jerry. Hey, you Seahawks gonna come play as Cowboys now. All right, you get yourself ready. Right, Steven? That's right, dude. We're going, shut up. Your voice just, it buries my soul. It somewhere buries my soul. How do you do that? You're my kin. You're my blood. Get in the closet. Not again, Daddy. I want to go in the closet. No. You always make me go in the closet. Who's the man that drafted Taco Charlton? You. Who's the man that drafted Micah Parsons? Me. Get in the goddamn closet. Daddy. Myron D, that was pretty good actually. More Jerry Jones Texas impersonations. I'm usually good for it every couple streams. I definitely like working it in. I get a couple Cowboys fans in here. Let's go. Give me some Jerry. Some Jerry. Torius BDC, Cowboys are the most talented, are one of the most talented teams in the league. They have absolutely no leaders on that team, though. That's why they lose late in the season or early playoff exit. Very well said, Notorious. That certainly is a part that you do wonder about them, isn't it? Kind of seems like at times a bit of a team with a very talented team, but with a lot of individuals. Tom Eaton, that reminds me of the Eagles under Reed in the last few years. Complete all-star roster that just couldn't win. Yep. Well said. Inspire X Peace, why didn't Seattle run 3-4 like they said they were changing to? It's part of the part that I'm lamenting here, Inspire, and that I don't understand as well. It doesn't make any sense to me why you bring something in that you don't then implement. Things you just, I don't know if they're just doing it in spirit or it was like a PR thing to make people like, we're going to see it like 3 times a game, but I don't get it. Cassio Ferrari says, isn't this no turnover policy make Pete Carroll look real childish picking his quarterbacks? I think really hard. Andy Reid is the real coach go-getter. Turnovers don't matter, and Pete looks like a kid. I think it's, and again, it's because it makes me look like I'm just totally throwing a wet blanket over Carroll in every way, Cassio, because it's a great question, and it's you're valid in approaching it from that standpoint. Coach Carroll had, when he got fired from his first 2 NFL jobs and was just about to go back to USC, he did a lot of research about what dictated and won football games. And he took research from the 70s and the 80s and 90s, thousands of football games across the NFL and the college landscape, and took that data and condensed it all down into some bottom level facts that can help you win. Do these general things, you will win football games at like a 70% clip according to this advanced data. And that was stop the run, limit the big play, and get big plays on the offensive side of the ball. Limit turnovers. Those were your 4 items really that stood at the head of all of the things. You know, getting turnovers also on the other side, but those 4, even over that, don't turn the ball over as well. So he saw that got 70%, and then he developed all of his offensive stylings on the back of that, as opposed to having an offensive scheme that's built a certain way to attack these type of defense and and it's got an adjustment here to go after this defense and there. It was very much a defensive-minded head coach formulating his philosophy around minimizing his offensive detractions, mistakes, and it's carried him forward to the greatest of successes. It's won him national titles and Lombardi trophies. So it's very hard to go back to that guy now and say, yeah, we understand that approach works so well for you, but it is now kind of time to change. Why should I change it? I've had all this success with it. And I think he should. I agree with you, Cassio. He needs to look at, we're no longer in the 70s or 80s or 90s of football. We're now in the 2000s. It's a different game. And you've got to measure things in different ways. And the old ways still have things that can have some benefits within them, but you've got to develop the new stylings as well. And they've acknowledged this, again, with at least lip service. Carroll talking about being too arrogant at the combine this offseason. Changing to this Waldron scheme, which is more about moving the chains and less about the big play. Moving to the Fangio scheme, which is now more about being blitz heavy, thus putting more vulnerability to you on the back end as far as your coverages go, because you're going to have less guys in coverage. That's the point of dropping the zones like they would drop them, and the deep drops that they would have is at the forefront of it. It was limit and stop the big play. If I've got 6 guys dropping 30 yards down the field, you ain't going to try for the big play, are you? You're going check down, you're going underneath short, and that's why that's been a problem for us to stop in recent years. It's why they've made the adjustment. But it's very well said, Cassio, on that mark. And Andy Reid definitely is an offensive-minded head coach who comes from the Mike Holmgren coaching tree and how he was taught and trained. It's no coincidence that he runs it much more differently in his approach to things. Evan says, I can't stand a boring quarterback. I can stand a boring quarterback, but at least be a good, solid, boring quarterback. Be smart, average, be a leader. Where's Fitzmagic, for God's sake? I'd take RG over him. You're right. I know about RG, but I'm with you on Fitz. Give me at least the leader. He can be talented, deficient. He can maybe not be a guy that I can lean on to bring me back from 3 touchdowns down or whatever, but give me a guy that at least stands up at the forefront and takes that leadership role. And that's what I'm looking. Maybe Geno's doing in the background. I'm just not seeing it, and I'm being unfair, and he's killing it in that realm in the background. But we're not seeing it on the field yet, and the hour is growing late. HP says, what about the CFL? There's got to be a better quarterback out there. TB1 says, I'd rather give Locke 17 starts and see what's up over trading draft picks for a quarterback on an obvious rebuilding year. That's not how teams retool for a run. I agree. I'm not really on board with trading for Minshew, and especially at this late of an hour to trade for him. Indeed, it would probably cost you a minimum of a 3rd-round pick if you could still pull him from the talons of the Eagles, which I don't think you would be able to do. I understand why people like him, but I wouldn't want to give up. I wouldn't want to give up that. It's just the wrong year, wrong time. Wrong year, wrong time, wrong mustache. Zorn76 says Russell Wilson could have a field day on opening night. If the defense looks like it's looked so far, that's very much could be the case. Yeah. Chicken God says people need to get off of Geno Smith's ass about the last game. He played just fine. If you want something to complain about, talk about the penalties, missed tackles, and drop passes. Well, I think you could talk about it all myself. I don't think Geno has to stand and shoulder all of the burden or majority of the burden from this game. Indeed, I don't think that he's the main problem from this game from my standpoint, Chicken God. It's more about effort, want, willingness, hunger, desire, effort. Those were more of the things that I would draw overall into question. But I also don't think that Geno gets just a free pass as well on the other side of it. House of Brown, question to you. Is Pete Carroll seeing this rebuild through? If so, when do you pull the plug on him? If he is not, why does he get to have input to choose the next franchise quarterback? I think, House of Brown, you touch on where I think this conversation progresses to if we get to this season and this thing looks like it's off the rails. This, again, has to be, as we mentioned earlier, about progression and about seeing a team starting to build up to something. Not a team that's necessarily up and being a leader in the playoffs this year. I'm not talking about that. It could be a team that has a poor record, but it's shown you a fight. It's shown you young guys getting better as the year went along. It's showing you players fitting into roles that will work for the future. It's those items. It's the team showing an inclination to buy into their coach. And you can definitely tell in the NFL when you have a team that's buying into a coach versus when they're not buying into the coach. And if we get to the end of the year and we've got a team that's not buying into this head coach, your question is exactly what I think is going to be at the forefront of the discussion. If you've lost a team, why? If you're bringing diminishing returns from your coaching pedigree here in recent years, how do I trust you to do this, get this right going forward? You're not showing me recent signs in recent years of that being where you're able to go. And especially if it comes on the back house of Brown, of them not bringing the adaptations into the offense or defensive side of the ball like they have tried to do, but not have truly fully implemented yet. So I think if it does go down that track, the argument's got to be made at that point. He's not the right one to do it. I think Carroll intends to see this rebuild through. I don't think Carroll intends to retire anytime soon. I don't buy some people have said, well, he's just coming this year to be like fall on his sword, carry them through this rebuild, and then pass it off to Desai or something next year. I don't think it's that. I think he does intend to coach this through. But he's got to reignite the flame. Computer enthusiast, Hawks should try to get Nick Mullins. Well, he certainly feels comfy in our stadium, doesn't he? He chopped us up a few times. Derek Scadida says, can you explain the Levis love? I'm not a quarterback scout, but people seem to like his flashes, not his regular play. Absolutely. I think that the first key point you've got to remember to go back to on this if you're not seeing what it is in Levis is understanding again what a quarterback does within a spread concept, a read option concept versus what a quarterback is who has to play in an NFL style concept. And what I mean by that is when I'm in a read option offense with 4 wide receivers on the outside and a lot of space, understanding the hash marks are much wider in college football, which when you start to spread the field, that makes it more dynamic, that makes it more dangerous for the offenses. And so these quarterbacks are oftentimes throwing a lot of the game, little bubble screens, a little drag route, flip out to the running back, screen here, coming back, a lot of gadgety type stuff where you're not running an offense like you will be running at the NFL level. And so look at a guy like, for instance, KJ Jefferson, who I believe is a first round talent, who I believe is probably going to end up being a top 15 pick, maybe a top 20 pick in that first round. But he plays within that read option offense. One read, here I go. I'm going to sink it in my running back's belly. I'm going to read one guy and what he does, make my determination on what I'm going to do off of the other play, and then let's go on that. And you can be very effective at the college level of doing that. You can be very proficient. You can not have very many interceptions because it's not a lot of high leverage throws at that point. It's a lot of just boom, boom. So it's no wonder when you look at a guy like KJ Jefferson, he's got the better touchdown to interception ratio in the type of offense that he's running. But what it's going to be better for in Levis in the long-term future, and probably part of the reason I guesstimate that he went to Kentucky, is that in running this pro-style offense now this early, it starts to get him better on the road to progression to be able to hit the ground running that much faster than when he is drafted. He's not going to have to take that year or two where you're like waiting on him to kind of figure out how to just take snaps under center. A lot of these guys, House of Brown, aren't even going to be taking, not House of Brown, but Derek, aren't going to be even, or aren't going to even have taken snaps under center in their college career. You're going to literally have to teach them how to do 5-7 step footwork stuff as they get to the pro level. You are not going to have to do that with Levis. Mechanically, he is as clean as any quarterback in this class. I mentioned a guy like KJ Jefferson, whose lower half does not talk to his upper half. Got a really strong arm. He can throw it all over the football field. But again, you do have a little bit of a question in your mind with him of these don't seem to be working together. These seem to be talking disparately to each other. His is a smooth delivery. He comes over the top with the ball. His footwork is on point. He's always pointing at target where he throws. He can layer a throw very well. He doesn't have amazingly great arm strength, but good arm strength. I like overall his decision-making. I love his mobility that he brings. He would be a plus in that element in what he comes with to the table. And he's also at Kentucky, so he's not at Alabama. He's not at Ohio State. He's not throwing to multiple first-rounders out on the outside all over the place. He doesn't have the greatest of offensive lines in front of him. So he has stuff that he has to overcome at the college level, which again, as I speak to an Ohio State or Alabama, who both have 2 quarterbacks, probably going in this first round as well, I don't know that they have that same kind of adversity that they necessarily have to overcome with what they're working with. All of this is what puts him as my current quarterback one when I put that all together. And again, remember, Derek, when I say he's running a pro-style offense, he's literally running the Seahawks offensive playbook right now. Literally. So when you talk about the final quotient of this is, again, the next quarterback you have come in here, you're not having him brought in here to have him be this just uber talented guy that will learn how to do what he needs to do in his skill set. We'll take the time to develop him. You'll do your development. What you want, though, is a guy that can hit the ground running, who I don't have to teach a bunch. I don't have to teach him how to take snaps under center. I don't have to teach him, here's how you huddle up. He's got some of those basic those basic points already on spot. I can get him going along quicker, that much faster at that point versus other quarterbacks. We're looking for the pro-ready guy, Derek. We're looking for the guy who's ready from day one, not the guy who will be the best guy a year and a half, 2 years from now. That's not the blueprint as far as I see it, the way that they're setting this up. I could be wrong on that, but that's what I do here is try to kind of predict what I'm seeing in the way that the team's approaching this. Simple will leave us. Will leave us OC last year as the Rams OC this year. His OC, so Simple 1970 was kind of explain that to you there, Derek. Rattler is a spoon-fed child. We don't draft kids like that. No, I don't think. I'm not a big Rattler guy. Chicken God, if Pete backs off and lets his coordinators implement their system the way they want, then everything should be fine. But it feels like he's just way too hands-on. Thank you, Chicken God. You touched exactly on where my worries are right now. He's done the hard part to hire him on. Now he's got to keep his hands off. I always say Carroll's got too many fingers and too many pies. He needs to sit back as more of an overarching head here and let his coordinators coordinate, let the schemes work as they will. If he can just kind of keep hands off a little bit and let them mature and develop as they need to develop here. Let them go through that growing process. Emmett says, I get Carson Wentz vibes from Levis. He's physically gifted, but I hope he's intelligent too. I'm not 100% listening to his interviews. all completely fair, Emmett. And there's definitely maybe a little bit of the whispers in the wind of Carson Wentz to his game to a degree too. I can see that. Zao Zero, but I also love Arkansas Jefferson too. Another Lamar Jackson style quarterback. Absolutely. I see him as kind of Cam Newton more. A little smaller Cam Newton, but very much similar to a young Cam Newton coming out. Mason's is my top three: Levis, Van Dyke, and Stroud. And I got Levis, Stroud, and Jefferson is my third. I like Van Dyke, though. TB, even this good constructed team could go 6-11-ish, which is only one game worse than last year with Russ. This new phase was a year overdue. Can't wait to have 2 firsts, 2 seconds next year. Oh, man, you're going to be able to put together quite a draft, aren't you? Quite a draft. Garth Knight with the $10 donation says, by the way, for all you Pete fans out there, what's the excuse for his terrible defenses over the last how many seasons when he's the one who wants to run, kick, and play defense? It's a valid point. You're going to be a defensive-minded head coach, and you want to make the hallmark of the team that you are coaching to play to the defense. We're going to run the ball. Why? To protect the defense, to eat out clock, to keep them fresher. We're going to play great special teams. Why in part? So we can flip the field position game at times, and we can put offenses behind the 8 ball as far as they deal with my defense. He sets the markers up to make it advantageous for his defense to find success, and yet, to Garth's point, in recent years, those advantageous positions he's been setting up have not been enough to help it through, more often than not. And certainly the offense's consistency and moving some chains, eating some clock has to factor into this as well. As we say on this channel, not everything is a black and white situation. There are shades of gray. But on that defense being more darker in its shades of gray lately, it does come back a little bit to the question mark on Carroll and how it's been run with him there. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, B, seeing my friend's new baby has me in a good mood. Form the moment. You know what would keep me there more? Howard Cosell. Well, Howard is only trying to find the silver linings within the dark machinations of this team, which are fermenting across the wind like the dark tides of the Pacific Northwest. One can only wonder and speculate if your Seattle Seahawks team is merely playing dead merely rolling up into the ball like those hot armadillos on the hot Texas heat in mid-August. One can only wonder as we watch this team flounder and flop like a fish taken from Pike Place Market. Cosell's a little off today, Megan. Sorry. It's a little off. We'll give another run here for the stream's over with. Garth Knight with a $10 donation. Thank you, Garth. He says, Brando, a lot of the people in the chat want you to say Russ isn't God because he has a Rolls Royce. I think we know Russ is deep into Christian religion that allows owning Rolls Royce and marrying pop stars. Thank you for the $10 donation. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Russell's not God. That's for sure. He has a Rolls Royce. I didn't know he had a Rolls Royce. I knew he had the truck. Hey, you got to, what is it? The prosperity doctrine? Is that what they call that? Is that what the name for it is? I think. Thank you for all the donations, though, you guys. You're awesome. I can give another Cosell run here in a second, though. That was a little off. Shout out to Tyler Ott. Dude's been a rock for years. Never gets a bad mention. That's right. Tyler Ott is a good long snapper for this team. TP1 says, yeah, it's messed up. Tyler Ott has a 35 rating in Madden. He needs a 90 rating on the snap speed. He also needs to maybe become our middle linebacker. I could have used some more Nick Valor and less DeBlanco in that Bear game. I'll tell you that. Bash, I was supposed to be in today's fantasy Hawks draft, but I guess I'm old and I couldn't figure out how to get on in it. It's okay. I told the guys to have a good time. Laughing at me and technology don't get along. It's all right. I know how that goes, Bash. I run into that at times. I know technology and I still run into that stuff. Everything's super complicated sometimes. Zao Zero, I'm confident John Snyder is going to draft the quarterback next year. He picked and discovered Russell from the beginning. He did, Zhao. And let's also not forget that he was a guy very high on Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen as they were coming out recently. I think he went to both of their pro days. So he might just have himself a little bit of an eye for the quarterback position. Zorn76, I do beat a dead horse, though. I do beat dead horses often as well, Zorn. It's a favorite pastime as mine as well, and it can be fun. And very cathartic. Megan, I don't see an NFL player in Cup. Wow. And I thought my eyes were bad. Yeah, that's where, again, as a scout, you want to get yourself, how to get yourself fired as a scout on one decision alone. Like, I can understand if you go, well, small school guy, 5th round fodder probably. Maybe if he's a real try hard guy, lives in the weight room, maybe he can push himself up to be a decent receiver in the league. But to say he just can't play in the league. And if you will go back and watch Cooper's tape, by the way, out of Eastern, he pops off the film. It's not merely that he's looks good or it's like he looks a different player from everyone else on the tape. I don't know if I would have seen second round in him like the Rams did. That was great on their part, but certainly you saw an NFL player. HB says, Buda Baker, I'm still salty about that one. Yeah, we took Malik McDowell, could have taken Buda Baker. That was a tough one. Evan says, I bet that scout has been promoted several times over since then. He's now vice president of operations, Emmett. The joke's on us. King Bomber says it's like scouts being fired for not drafting Tom Brady. Kind of. I mean, for me, with kind of, Brady was a little bit of a tougher assessment coming out of Michigan because even Michigan didn't seem like they were on board with Brady. They were looking to find a guy like Drew Henson to overtake him, and they never seemed to fully buy in. So there was, even though he showed a lot of good tape, he definitely was a guy that really developed himself along over the years into what he's become versus what he was coming out. I think both, if I was looking at two quarterbacks who really pushed their skill set out versus what it was in college, from natural physical ability perspective, Brady and Aaron Rodgers are two guys that really found a way to engage it at the NFL level and do something in their training regime that allowed them to really, and certainly in Aaron, he changed his delivery a little bit, but much different than necessary, a little bit different than what he was at the college level. Dead Lisa's hot take, I still like Pete and John. Well, I definitely still like John. I think he's taken a little bit more control over there in the front office this offseason, and I can still be sold on Pete. If Pete puts in these adaptations, if he can show that he's still got this team he's got the ear of this team still, then I can put up with a tough season. I can put up with a season where we lose more games than we win. Way more games. We lose way more games than we win. But not if it's a dead spirit. Not if the team is not engaged. That's the part where I'll be I can't hold on that. Chicken God, I want to see the Hawks draft Sewell out of Oregon with one of their first round picks. He's got a lot of hype behind him. Emmett says brutal days will be reserved for Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays. That's right. I'd rather build a new group. Whether or not it happened, I have no control over naturally. Having a bit of new wouldn't be bad at this point to a degree, Zorn. I like Schneider here. I wouldn't mind new coaching to a degree. I wouldn't hate that. Just a different approach. I think Schneider, I've always had a question on him on how much control he's had over the past couple of years. So kind of based on that answer would dictate that one. Salzero says apparently Sewell's comp is Lofa Tupu, which could say something about Seattle maybe drafting him. Possibly. Certainly if Carroll's here and he sees shades of Tupu, he taught him, not only did he coach him at Seattle in 1 year, last year for Tupu, but of course he was his college coach. Zoran 76, but people clinging on to the past with Pete need to let that go after 12 years. Rebuilding two times over seldom happens with the same head coach. It's true. TP1, we're all on freak-out mode, but I bet the team shows out at Dallas, and Locke looks great. The pass pro will continue to be really good, and good things will be seen. 200% difference in a week. Well said, TP1. Well said. And I'm hopeful for that. I am definitely hopeful for that. And we do have to, I think, at the end of the day, reserve total judgment on this until we get to the regular season and what we're seeing from the team. That's really I'm going to keep the patience in that mode of things. But it would be nice to come out in Dallas and do just have happen exactly what you described. Come out, look good, Locke looks great. That'd be awesome. Sounds there says we should have gotten Sam Howell. It's pretty good. By the way, guys, somebody mentioned in the chat, how's my Matt Corral take looking right now, folks? How's my Matt Corral take? You guys see now why I want out on the guy? I told you he was frail. I told you he's got sinuous ankles. There's literally just little tiny, he's got little thin little paper mache ankles. I told you guys he wasn't going to be able to hold up. Already a Liz Frank injury on Matt Corral. Again, just another one of those quarterback bullets that we happen to dodge this offseason. Errol Larson says the Seahawks over-under is 5.5 in Las Vegas. No respect. I don't know, man. It's fair, I think, at this point. It's fair. We got some proving to do. We got some big-time proving to do. Bash, I just think it's easy to look at Cooper Kupp now and say people missed up the drafting, but when he was in college, I never seen him as a highly valued player either. Well, I think for the casual fan to say they don't know about a Division IIA receiver who's tucked up in the Pacific Northwest out in the eastern side of the state, that's not Washington State, the casual fan's not going to see that. But you as a scout, is your job to dive into the tape on these guys. And like I said, I mean, if you just go turn on Cooper Kupp's tape, his highlights, even if you need to, just to take a look at that and what he was doing on the football field. He was standing out. He looked like an NFL player, even at Eastern. There's a lot of times you look at these Division IIA guys, and it does require a lot more of you projecting them because they don't have the elite talent they're going across from them to deal with. But that being said, it's kind of irrelevant because at the end of the day, he was dominating them in a fashion that should have opened at least your eyes to say, okay, 5th, 6th round pick. Not he doesn't belong in the NFL. He shouldn't even be drafted. When there are other NFL teams willing to take him in the 2nd round. Emmett says our lining is bronze more than silver. It's got some bronze in it. If you look hard enough, you can still see the silver there, Emmett. It's just you got to look at it kind of hard. Guard Knight with a $10, Megan, sorry, with a $10 donation. Thank you, Megan. I really appreciate all the donations on the chat. Says, I thought Coop at best was a third rounder and remember thinking how ballsy it was for the Rams to take him where they did. Then again, this is why I'm not a scout, I guess. Yeah, I liked him a little bit. I didn't see a ton of tape of him coming out, a little bit of a look at him. I did think he was a better player when he was coming out. I remember thinking that he's a guy that should be drafted. And if we can get him in a little bit in that mid tier of the draft, he would be a guy to take a flyer on and you would be interested in, hey, how about this, here. But the Rams really loved him, Megan, and that's one of their best picks to go get him in the second round and just leap over everybody and go, look, there's going to be, I think what the Rams did there is they went, okay, he probably is a third round guy talent-wise, but there's going to be some teams that leapfrog us on this. We got to leapfrog them. We got to take him around ahead of where he should go to ensure that we're able to get him. And that makes it, to me, that much all that better of a pick in grabbing Kupp as they did where they did, in valuing and understanding his value for them and what he was going to bring to their team. That's coaching, that's scouting gone right, where you target a guy that fits for exactly what you want him to do, know he'll be able to do it, and great job of the Rams on that potential pick. Garth Knight with a $10 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, Mark Rodgers is the best. He's the kind of scumbag who would choose a bejeweled cup at the end of an Indiana Jones in the Last Crusade. You've chosen poorly. I'd love to see the knight tell him he chose wrong. Mark Rodgers, you have chosen poorly. Face melt off. Ah! Ah! The penitent man. The penitent man. I legit, it's a guilty pleasure in that series because the other two are probably better, but I still do like The Last Crusade. It doesn't quite hold up great, but it's still fun. It's on TV, I'll watch it. Zoran, this is the kind of season that we'll see some fans fall off, but I love seeing a franchise reboot. There are going to be those that do. Zoran, no doubt about it. You're going to get your share of people that are saying, I'm done with this, I'm out. I'm not watching this. But I think more, I could speak the fact just seeing how people are engaged this offseason on my channel, what I've read about, like, I've been very encouraged by my fellow 12s. You've lost 2 Hall of Famers, coming off a division cellar dweller, situation, and yet there is still a lot of interest and people paying very close attention throughout all the 12s land as far as what's going on with these Hawks right now. So I've been encouraged by that. I think there'll be a lot more people maybe staying on than some people think on this. Mason Dale says, why do you think there are so fewer sacks and turnovers in the preseason? Because it's a lot of vanilla stuff more often than not across the board, Mason. So guys are less apt to get tricked. They're going to go with the ball where they know where to go with it. Probably more teams leaning into running the ball more to kind of just work down clocks a little bit more often than not than when they get to the regular season where you get more passing, more possessions. So those would probably be some of the factors with that a bit. Guys that are, trying to keep their job, if you're a running back or a receiver, Mason, and the one thing you can really control and think about actively when you have a ball in your hand at that point is, if I fumble it, I'm out of the league. So that's also probably part of it too. Or if I throw an interception here as a quarterback, I'm out of the league. And so you're beyond making plays, you're probably thinking about protecting first and foremost and then making plays more than you're in the regular season where you're just trying to make the ball out. You've made the team. Now you're trying to just make plays. Blue Phil says Cowboys special team showing was against players that might not even make the team. True. Noah, D. Eskridge was running full speed routes and participating some during team drills and pads. Is getting eased in full go per Carroll. Goodwin is on his way back as well, but Mafe is out. Yep, Mafe's got a little bit of a shoulder situation that he's working through. Casio Faria says, I know my boy Jerry is going to make the right shots. Oh, I handle this right. I'm going to do this. It's my team. I'll run around because it's Cowboys. You coming down in here, Irving, Texas? That's what you're going to do, Seattle. You're going to take that out now. We got to raise our Lombardi again. 2.5 hours in, the impressions start to go off. Emmett says 100% agree at that point. I need to see progression from this team, even if it's just slight incline across the board. That's what has to be done. Win-losses don't matter as much as improvement. Excellently well put, Emmett, and that's it. And I would echo with you. I don't need to see some bring ourselves up off the floor to suddenly flying across the sky type rise. Just give me an incremental a progression, a movement towards this season. And that's what we're looking for. But if it's not that and it's not there, I'm not going to talk myself into it being there either. We're going to call it for what it is at that point. Zorn 76 says, as it is, Russell Wilson could smoke this D on opening night. Yeah. Everett says, to your point in the beginning, our Super Bowl teams had numerous leaders that held other teammates to the standard. Now, outside of Diggs, who else does that? It's a great question, Everett. And yes, I'd be with you 100% on that word. I'm looking for the team leaders here. Who's the one taking hold of this? Who's the one on the sideline when those guys walk over saying, get your head out of your ass? What are you doing out there? This is not our standard. This is not our model of it. And it speaks to nothing that has anything to do with talent or ability or being young. None of that stuff matters. This is energy level. This is caring. This is understanding you got 17 games in this league. You got so few times to show out if you're trying to make a roster. And does it matter to you? You're gonna go for full bore? Or are you just going to kind of, I saw a little bit of that. In this last preseason game. TP1, I want my fantasy team to have the same type of year as the Hawks, so I drafted Jacob Eason. Joke's on you. Eason's about to ball out. HB, I like how when DK lines up, you don't know if he's going to punch you in the mouth or blow right by you. He's a big boy, too, for those smaller cornerbacks. Kyle G. Russ is going to blow the Hawks out. It's very possible. Randall, I think Fisher was the coach when Goff was drafted. That's right. Paul Susia, big Pete Carroll fan. It's time to move on. Paul Allen found a coach who was on point with the college prospects. Wow. So Paul's saying, look, I'm a big fan of Coach Carroll, but it is time to move on. And I will be arriving at that if we get into the season and I'm seeing some of the same old flavor of failure. I'm going to spit it from my mouth. I will spat it from my mouth. And I will call it for what it is to you guys. I'm not going to dress it up. I'm not. And I'm giving Carroll a lot of benefit of the doubt this offseason, coming on the heels of letting go a Hall of Fame quarterback at the end of his prime. But that will not be a bridge that I walk down. If it's a year of no progression and the same old mistakes are biting us right back on the behind one more time. No, maybe that's just me, but I'm not impressed with Taylor in the preseason so far. Was expecting a game wrecker after he murdered the tackles in training camp, even if he didn't play too much yet. Your thoughts? He's got to learn how to finish, Noah. And until he learns how to finish, it's going to reduce down his capacity to be effective. I also have not seen him step up in the run game yet in the preseason in a way that's made me encouraged to believe that he's not just going to be a situational pass rusher when it's kind of said and done. He's got to hold up and set that edge and be able to tackle when he has the opportunities. And whether it's taking down the quarterback or running back in open space, he's had a couple times in this preseason, he's missed those opportunities. It's something he can learn. He's got the hard part down in that you can't teach first step quickness, bend, lean, all that stuff that he's got to his game. But that's the part, the finishing part's got to be the final kind of component to bring it together. He's been okay. But those are the parts that still do remain. They were questions coming in and they still remain questions right now. Galgi says, are fans going to boo Russell Wilson or standing ovation? I think you're going to get a bit of a mix. Certainly deep into a Monday night, people have been liquored up for a lot of the day. There's going to be some angry emotions out there within it too, but I think a bit of a mix. How about a standing boovation? HP says this is the Legion of Doom. Tony K, 1-16 is fine as long as the one is Denver. I'm with it, Tony. You feel he left on some onward turns. Randy Wagner, enjoy this season no matter what. If Drew Lock or Geno doesn't add up to complete the success, 2023 quarterback class is supposed to be loaded. Built from the draft is the way to go. Well put, Randy. Well put. And yeah, you're going to have a good chance of, somehow, some way, you'll have a good chance at a quarterback in this next year's draft. Jordan Kraft, hot take. Russ throws 3 picks. 2 go to Diggs. The other Jamal Adams. Also, he gets 3 sacks. I like it, Jordan. I'm with that. King Bomber, it's not like the Rams have been hitting on all picks. They have their fair share of bust too. But it's easy to say we should have valued Kupp more than that. He's a Triple Crown winner. Exactly. I'm not saying we should have had Kupp at our second round pick, but just say that he's not draftable. It's a pretty big miss. This is, God, we really need to run our starters at least 2 drives, offense and defense. Probably. Yeah. I'd be in favor of it. Mason, honestly, the position group I'm most worried about is edge. So far, Taylor hasn't played up in the training camp. He still looks like a one-trick pony. Mafe looks really raw as a pass rusher. Yeah. I mean, he's got 2 sacks in the first game for you, Mason. And you did mention Achuna. The Wolves who played really good for you this last game. Zoran says, I actually think the Broncos will finish last in the West. I do too. I'm not sure on the Raiders quite yet with Josh McDaniels. I'll say that. But I think it's them or the Raiders. Nagasa, it was a freaking big mistake to hire Waldron. His scheme is terrible. Well, I mean, is it terrible if you don't implement it? How do we know? They haven't implemented this scheme. They haven't brought in and taken advantage of it. They've just brought it in basically by motion. I don't know, by on paper. Kings is definitely not on the same level as the fan base is screaming about the D. Eskridge pick. Yeah, I mean, it's the Creed Humphrey thing. He was there and you passed on him. I'm okay with it. The kid just needs to get healthy and get on the field. He'll be fine. Mavi and Taylor at least can grow and improve, not like having Dunlap or Sheem Green out there. True. So it's a different territory with these 2 guys out there than those guys. And we give them time. HB says there's a new Call of Duty out. Let's pray there's a double XP the weekend we play Arizona. Get Kyler out there tired. Tommy says the thing with not running our play schemes is how many wins is that worth? The first 3, it'll only take 4 games to pattern a quarterback. Took 6 to pattern let Russ cook. I don't buy it. We are just experimenting. Well, I do think that. We'll see on that point, though. Part I'm not sure of. I don't think Seattle will ever get over the interception. Never was the same. I think Seattle can get over it. I don't know if the current conditions with the coach and all that stuff is, I think it'll always kind of hang a little bit over things a little bit. Better or worse. Emmett says, I feel like we're in that scene from Moneyball. It doesn't matter what moves we make if we don't run the team the way it's designed to be played. Well said, Emmett. It's the scene where they've constructed the Moneyball team in that movie, and Pitt has got to come to the manager and tell him who to play, and he's got to talk to the hitters and order guys like Dave Justice, let them know we need you to take walks on this team. We need you to get on base. And it's that you can put this all down on paper, but it's not just accomplished on paper. It's got to be accomplished on the field. And if you bring in 2 different schemes and then you don't adopt them and you don't implement them, but by just broad strokes, then you're not going to get the most out of those schemes. Kevin DeClerc says, Pete is in rebuild like Jeff Fisher on Hard Knocks. James, you should do a stream on your all-star super Seahawks team of a 53 roster. That's a great idea, man. I'll maybe put something together like that here at some point. That'd be fun. I've been thinking of doing some more historical type shows. Memo, what corners make the team and who starts? So Sidney Jones, Artie Burns, Trey Brown, Tariq Woolen, and Kobe Bryant are your 5 corners that make the team. Michael Jackson maybe makes the team if you have Trey Brown still on the IR to begin the year. That's my guess. And who starts? I think Sidney Jones and Kobe Bryant end up starting for you. Sidney Jones or Artie Burns, or Sidney Jones and Kobe Bryant. Jordan says, after the Patriots loss, our team has never been the same. Every year we have been on a decline. It's sad, and I hate to admit it, but that Super Bowl will be what we are remembered for. After the Patriots loss, our team has never been the same. Every year we have been on the decline. I mean, I think it's definitely been on the decline a little bit. I don't think that's going to necessarily be what we remembered for. I think we're going to be remembered for the Legion of Boom, Marshawn Lynch. I think those things will be the things to remember for. You will eventually get around it within that context of not running it on the goal line too, but there will be other things with that, not simply just that play. Cobra says, I can't wait for whatever happens post Pete. Bud Idlet, Rams just lost to the worst team in the league. Does that make them a shit team? It's preseason wins and losses don't mean anything. Yeah, no, it's again, they don't mean anything on a Bud. But again, that's why we got to get specific on things and not in generalities. Understanding the Rams, I've talked about the new league role here, where the new model is for teams not to play any of their players in the preseason. And the team that has sat at the forefront of driving this new movement throughout the sport has been McVay with the Rams. So he doesn't play any of his guys in the preseason, Bud. He's also not implementing new things on his offense and defensive side of the ball. His scheme has remained the same. So there's no real kinks to have to work out for them. They're coming off of a Super Bowl season, which, because their year was so long last year, they're going to rest their guys an extra amount in training camp, which means you're running a lot more of the fourth and fifth string guys out there. We, on the other hand, are implementing new schemes here. And to think that you're going to run that stuff for the first time live in the first game of the year and that you're going to find success within that seems to me a little bit of a recipe for failure. Could be wrong on that, but I do walk away from that a little bit. And it's again, not really about the wins or losses. It's about how the team looks on this one for me. I agree with you. Preseason doesn't matter that much, but it does matter how the team plays. Do they play hard? And Bud, did you see a team out there this last week that was playing hard for their coach, that was inspired, that was relentless, that was attacking, that was playing for their football lives? Or did you see guys going through the motions? And I don't know how the Rams lost or didn't lose, but I'm going to guess in that game that I'm not looking at the Rams team. You're watching you guys just merely going through the motions like I was with my team. And it's stark because, Bud, it's also something I've not seen from a Coach Carroll team here in 10 years, including in the preseason games. Jim, Wilson didn't seem upset after the interception against the Pats. Well, that's his neutral thing. That's the neutral mind thing, right? Evan says, I think I'm going to chill a lot more. I think I'm going to be a lot more chill with my DK criticism this year. If he does pop off, it'll probably be focused at players, coaches I have a lot more beef with. The enemy of my enemy, laughing out loud. There you go, man. By any means necessary to get it solved, right? South Zero says, honestly, that's true. I've seen Cross only have 2 false starts, but not 4, and the holding call wasn't exactly holding. It's good to hear. Part why I'm not worried about it. I don't think it's going to be an issue for him. TP, Garth, I don't think they're going to find a lot of defender. Memo, chances Tariq Woolen gets play time versus the Broncos. I think he'll play some. Maria Moraes needs to stop doing that accent, laughing out loud. When I saw Russ in a white linen getting in a Rolls Royce and one of his servants was opening the door for him, the way that the last game, man, he's changed. 10 years ago, Russ would say what I'm doing. It's definitely he's worried about some things. He's trying to raise his profile, doing what he's got to do. Emmett says your Jerry and Charles are admittedly pretty decent. Walken is kind of like Elvis or Cosby, though. They're kind of universal impressions. Exactly. Walken's a pretty easy one because it's much tougher sometimes hitting some of these others. Charles is a real tough one. I can get certain words with him, but he's easy to slip out of because he's got a couple things going on. He's got that little bit of that like KJ Wright soft Southern accent going, but then a little bit of a breathiness on the back end to it. Makes it a little bit tougher.
Well, I'll tell you right now that Seahawks team was terrible last night. That was just an awful performance. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I had to avert my eyes and go get a jelly donut.
Justin Lilly says, is the silver lining a high draft pick? Only thing I can think of. Mr. Ayla, yes, it's pretty much that. Or that they're going to implement their schemes on the live and that maybe we'll see some returns there. Mr. Allo, we need to get DeBlanco out of the middle of our defense ASAP. Didn't see anything encouraging from him. No, Mr. Allo. And indeed, I think his PFF ranking from the game was like 26. So the PFF analytic folks didn't like what they saw from him either. Stefan, educated Tyrone, says people need to be fine with tanking for a year. We've been winning for 10 years straight. Shaking my head. No point in trading for a trash quarterback. Agreed. DB1 says, I can't believe DeBlanco made it past the first cuts. I just don't think they have a lot of healthy linebackers on the roster right now, PDB1. It's not a matter of his play keeping him there as it is you just don't have the healthy bodies. Justin says, Pete will be gone, not this year, but next after we only get win three or less for 2 years. Maybe. I hope he doesn't get another year if it's that bad. Randy Wagner says delegate to our coaches. I agree with the hands off. Yeah, it's just where I think it's where Carroll's gone wrong in recent years. You look at what's going on. You see the same thing with Bill Belichick right now with the New England Patriots. I've long found a lot of comparisons between those guys as coaches and the way they go about it, even though they have a very different mentality in their approach to things. And you see it right now where he doesn't hire an offensive coordinator to replace Josh McDaniel. He has a defensive coordinator running their offensive line. He's got another defensive coordinator running their offensive scheme. They're doing it all by as a triumvirate. And it doesn't have a lot of success for hope for success, but it's just the coach mentality of, I know all the answers. I know everything. I've got to guide all of this and direct all of this. I'm going to micromanage everything. And it's like, no, a coach shouldn't be that, I don't think. Maybe some coaches can pull that off, but I think there's got to be more in this modern age of that delegation because things have gotten harder. The specialized spots like offensive coordinator have gotten more difficult. And to think you can wear the head coach hat and wear the offensive coordinator hat, and then be a defensive guy too. And no, you can't. Aiden Brooks says, you guys don't know what you're talking about. This defense will be so much better this year. I hope you're right, buddy. What if we just completely gave up on defense and allowed a touchdown every play? Horse, cock, Drew Lock, then would score on every offensive drive and get a 2-point conversion. We would go 20-0. I love it, man. Well, yes, Jacob Eason is our only option at this point, says Bryson. He is our only hope. King Bomber says, Bobby Wagner just got announced as the 29th player on the top 100 list. Yeah, that's a reputation sign in there. He was not the 29th best player in football last year. He was not in the top 100 last season. But he's a legacy. He's one of those guys will get on there from a legacy standpoint. Lost Productions 2019 Seahawks or 2020 Seahawks? I'd go with the 19 Hawks. Those were a fun team. The 2021 was just painful halfway into the year. I'm okay with keeping Waldron, Shondy, and Hurt. I'm good with that too. Dan McCormick, I'm not tripping over a game where 80% of our starters didn't play a snap and the other 20% played a series or two. It's fair enough. Also, Nathan Rook is going to be given a late G shot in the NFL next year, and Seattle 100% should be one of the teams to think about it. I don't know Nathan Rourke too much. I can't speak to the Rourke man. I know not of the Rourke. Big Country, Matt, Paper Ankles, Corral, and Kenny Baby Hands Pickett. That's right. Don't give me any of those quarterbacks that don't got the tiny body parts. I will not have a starting quarterback with tiny body parts. I will not allow it. DJ Jimenez says, I'm all aboard the Geno Smith redemption season tour. Let's do it. Jordan Kraft, Matt Corral almost got decapitated. God help the guy. God help him. Brian Myers, Danny McCormick, you're trying to Zazir, on the bright note, our cornerbacks are slowly progressing. Woolen is exceeding my expectations, and Brian is also bouncing back from a bad first game. He was a big standout. Bryant was. He was pretty good. I'd agree with that. Brian Myers says Kenny Pickett will be remembered as the best quarterback from a recent draft. But if the draft was horrible, how good will he be within that? Because then it's kind of that low water mark to hit for him just to be the best of the bunch. If the bunch is just like the trash that's been sitting out on the sidewalk for a couple of days too long. Tommy, in a way, Kenneth Walker could be our Cooper Kupp type back, a player that most people think we took too high, but in the end, teams probably were going to draft him if we didn't take him, and he's going to ball. Agreed, Tommy. That's one of the things I said about that pick when he was taking the time was that, you know, if you're thinking, well, you shouldn't have been taken there were going to be within the next pick some other team, if not a couple NFL teams, willing to pull the trigger on him there at that spot. So even though you don't think the value is, there's other NFL teams that do. And that's one of the reasons, that's not the only reason. It's just one of the reasons, Tommy, that I do support that pick. Evan says, when Henry Jones calls his son Indiana for the first time, it always gets me. Third one rules. I do like that. Henry, Indiana.
Undo your bow, Miss Smitty Penny. I'll come over there and get to know ya.
Real Trekkins, call me crazy, but let's get Antonio Brown and at least give our guys an onslaught of weapons. He's ready to roll, isn't he, over there, Mr. Emmett Brown says, oh man, I'm always behind on the super chat here. Sorry about that, folks. Get behind the super chat. Make it with a $5 donation. Says, can we just clone the GOAT Largent and be done with it, please? And while we're at it, clone Zorn for a quarterback. I don't know if I want Zorn for the QB, Megan. I need a little bit more arm back there in the modern age, but I'm with you on the Largent. I will do this one for the team. I will sneak down into Oklahoma. I'll climb under the wire fence to his place. I'll have a syringe with me, but I need somebody that can work up the cloning serum. We're going to need an egg. I think we need an egg for it. I might need just a little DNA actually to match, but I'll go in. I will go in. I'll take that buckshot from Largent as he wakes up and I'm pulling the syringe out. I'm like, sorry, Steve. It's for the team. Thank you, though, Megan, for the donation. Garth Knight with the $5 donation says, I think it will be all cheers for Russell Wilson III. The losers who hate Russ are obviously not intelligent enough to afford seats at this game. Fair enough. Fair enough on that one, Garth. I do think he's going to get his shares of cheers overall. I do think there'll be some smattering of boos. It'll be a little bit of both within there, I think. And don't forget, Garth, the ticket prices are dropping. So, they are dropping. Randall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, you think we have 2+ weeks between pre and regular season lends itself to more trades and signings, more time to acclimate new players? I wouldn't think so, because I think that there are NFL teams out there, Randall, that are very adverse to adding players at this point in time in the year because they believe that you're not going to get the returns that you might get from that player, or it's vastly reduced from what you would have gotten from that player if you made the trade earlier on in the offseason and you had the time to really bring him into your scheme. I see where you're going with it and that it gives it that extra time. It does do that, but you'll see probably about the same normal amount of trades that are made during that period. That'd be my guess. I'd be surprised if it causes an uptick. Megan's with the $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, Zorn for QBB or we are done here. I need an arm. He can move. He's got a lot of grit back there, Megan. No doubt about it. Now I'm a lefty. So I love me some lefties, but it's not going to help us to get the Largent clone on the outside if you can't get it to him in the modern game. This ain't 78, This ain't 1978 no more. Thank you, though, Megan. All of you don't know. You're so kind. Garth with a $5 donation. Brando, like many Trump supporters at Herbicide will stand by the Cowboys training camp being in Frisco, Texas. Tell them they are in Oxnard, California. I don't think it's Frisco. That's for sure, Garth. I don't think it's Frisco. Oxnard sounds right. Oxnard does sound correct. I could be off. That sounds about right. That he might have that one. We might have that one on that Herbicide on that one. He might have that right. I don't think it's Frisco though. Garth, I'm always shocked that the Cowboys have their training camp. Oh, there's the Oxnard debate. Marty, it would have been nice to move on from Pete Carroll before we lost Wilson. It was a position I was kind of advocating for at the start of the offseason when this was still not yet determined on where this was going to go, how this was going to progress. And certainly getting a new coach in, offensive-minded coach, could build the offense around Russ, let him do what he needs to do, go that direction. That's certainly a position I was advocating for at that time. Jody decided not to go that direction with it. She's hitched it to Carroll here, for better or worse, and kind of is what it is now. I think DK and hopefully she made the right choice, I guess is what I should say. Emma says, I think DK and Darrell Taylor could be those leaders. DK's got slightly harness his passion, but he's got that as did Lynch. Agreed. If he can just continue to mature, and he's now moving into his mid-20s here, Emmett. So you go, okay, just give him some time to kind of let that maturation process come through. Maybe he can jump up to be one of those leaders. But that's where a lot of this has got to come from, is within too. RR says, hey, Brandon, Seahawks need an inside linebacker. Bring back Benson Mayowa. He runs a 40 and a 4.6 seconds. He played inside linebacker in college and with the Cowboys. I think he was more outside with the Cowboys, or are. And I don't think he's going to be able to be an upgrade for you at the middle linebacker position. He can maybe do some Sam outside linebacker stuff, but not the inside. Emmett says, Taylor's fire reminds me of Frank. It's a good thing, but he's still got to do it. He does. Bash has been a fan of Darrell Taylor since college, so when we drafted him, I was super stoked. When he got hurt, I was happy we stuck by his side. I'm 100% convinced he will be the best. He will be the best pass rusher in the league. Wow, Bash. That's high. That's high praise. Brian Myers says Dallas trains in California because it's a damn furnace in Texas in the South in summer. That's right. Makes sense then. That does make a little bit more. But boy, it's got to be pretty warm in California too. I guess it's probably not as much humidity though. HB, I agree. Taylor just needs to get better at finishing. That's where he can get to the quarterback. He's got the quickness. He's got the bend. He rounds that arc like nobody else, but just got to find a way to get to the point of finishing it up. Finish it up. UTK says Taylor was a reach and a bad draft. Perfect example of Pete and John trying to be the smartest guys in the room. That was a terrible draft, and we had a chance for it to be good. Definitely giving up the third round pick to move up in that second round was a tough one there for a guy that wasn't able to play in his first year. And the jury's out on where that's going to, land and end up and finish up when this all kind of settles out. But that is a pick that, again, because he does cost you the third round in addition to the second round. He was good last year, but again, not good against the run. So if you end up pulling a guy that you had to give a second and third round pick who missed a year, who ends up only becoming a rotational rusher, it's not going to be and I'm hopeful for Taylor, don't get me wrong, but that's definitely not going to be a point of success that we look on in that pick for sure. PTHHV says Kareem Hunt's available. We are down 2 running backs. Do you think he's a good fit? No, because you have to pay him an extension. That's why he's wanting to be traded, is that they don't want to give him any money. And I don't think we're going to want to pay him any money either. So I think it just doesn't make sense. He'll just stay on the Browns this year, I think. Unless around the trade deadline, he really pushes and gets him moved then at that point. Megan with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, I can give your ticket away as soon as I can give it to you. If nothing else, the chest of steel Zorn was fun to watch. Oh, no, he always made it exciting. I just need the guy with the arm that can get it down the field, Megan. I got DK and I got a cloned Steve Largent on the outside. I need a guy with the cannon. I need a cannon arm to get it to those guys, to take advantage of them, to get the most out of them. Addison Shebbles says, Brandon, do you think Ritter could have been a good option for us? I'm not super high on Ritter, Addison. I thought he was the best quarterback in the class, so I was the highest of him of any of the other quarterbacks in it. I thought he was the most pro-ready, so he made a lot of sense for if Seattle's looking to fit to the blueprint from 2012 and getting a pro-ready college quarterback who can go from day one. He fits that. I do think that he's a little limited on his upside, and I sure don't like to take a quarterback and draft one relatively high who I'm already bringing in out the gate going, well, his upside's a little limited, but boy, is he pro-ready. And so I did and was in favor at that point, considering the quarterback crop was as bad as it was, considering you need to get this offensive line built ahead of time, because that's the other thing to consider with this, Addison, is that you don't want to just go get the quarterback because you need a quarterback. You want to get a quarterback who's also going to have a bit of an offensive line in front of him. You got your playmakers on the outside. Stuff to make his job a little easier as he gets in there and starts to learn the ropes. So I just think the timing was off. The players weren't right. And while I like Ritter, I still looked at him in that view of kind of a second, third round kind of quarterback as far as his talent level goes. And my next guy we bring in here, I kind of, Addison, want a first round quarterback. Doesn't have to be top 5, doesn't have to be the best in the sport, but we've had a lot of guys through here. Matt Hasselbeck's and Russell Wilson's a Hall of Fame quarterback, but God bless him, we haven't had kind of a prototypical guy with all the throw, big arm, size, all that. I'd like to have that guy. I'd like to see what we could do with a guy like that, especially a pro-ready version of that type of player. And Brian Myers says Cleveland says they won't trade Hunt. And no, I wouldn't think they would. He's going to have no value on the market, especially if a team's got to pay him to a contract. So do they just want to give him away on a year when they're going to have to lean on that running game heavily? No. Your boy Michael, it's good to see you in here, man. Anytime you get in here, it's awesome. So no worries. Herbside says, no, they don't. The Cowboys practice in Frisco, Texas. Or Howdy Arabia. Howdy Arabia. That's hilarious. That's what it's called. Dallas is like, LA is like 90 degrees max, depending on where you live in LA. Oh, okay. It's been almost 100 here out in Spokane. So I think like if it's 100 here, I'm just like, well, it must be 110 down in LA. Emmett says the Rams are reigning champs. That gives them a ton of slack. That's why my Pete Carroll slack ran out in 2018. Well said. Oh, we got a hearty debate about where the Cowboys train. Paul Third says Love Wag still made the top 100. He made it high 39 too, Paul. Goodness. Now, with a girl like Sierra as a wife, he has to be a $50 million a year guy, probably paying all the mansion and bills, and celebrities have some expensive bills. It's true. It's that old thing, man. The more you make, the more you spend. Boy, Michael, has anyone realized how many low snaps there are? I hadn't been paying attention to it. Tommy Eden says, leaders delegate, dictators fade away. Wow, well put. Very well put. Huey says, Pete's not getting fired. We're stuck with him. There won't be a coaching change until there's a change in ownership. It's possible. I do think Huey, if it gets bad enough, I don't think he's unassailable. I certainly believe that if it goes bad enough, he could turn wrong. D-Boy says, Brandon, why is it that now that Russ left the Seahawks, the fan and the media makes it seem like Russ is a baby? Jesus, but when he was in Seattle, he couldn't get an MVP vote, and the media made them seem average. Left the Seahawks. The fans and the media make it seem like Russ. I think it's D-Boy. You know, when he's your guy, you're going to support him at all costs and overlook things that maybe shouldn't be overlooked, that are, you know, not just our black marks. And then the second that he leaves, that's going to open it up. I can also say, D-Boy, I've dealt with a lot of folks in the chat that have been very angry about the fact Russ said that he wanted to stay. I want to stay here forever. I love it here. I don't want to go. I don't want to go anywhere. And then quickly was like, no, I want out. And they were trusting in what he said. And so they feel like he wasn't being honest with them. I don't hold Russ to an account on that and saying that he was playing the game the way he had to play it. So I don't hold that as much, but that's caused some bitterment there as far as that goes. And, you know, now he's going to a big market and the media likes new shiny things. And they've got stories like Tom Brady in recent years and Matt Stafford in recent years being moved from these franchises that are wasting their careers almost, or whatever. I don't know what whatever the narrative is. And yeah, I go, you know, I think it's all a bit of a cause of that, D-Boy. That's all kind of swirling around, and it's a very emotional situation. But from the media standpoint, it's the shiny new object. They had their Brady, and they got their Stafford. Now they think they're getting their Wilson because it's a nice storyline, and it just keeps going. UE2K says Jody's an absentee landlord. She's an absentee landlord. You know, I got it. He's a sadist. Herbicide says, I can only Google Cowboy practice facility so many times. I don't think it's where they practice, it's where they training camp, Herbicide. So you look up where they training camp. So I think that's different than their practice facility. Emmett, well, we got Geno. What is bad quarterback from Horn's draft class? That's not good. Tony Wright says, Brando, your fourth draft picked right tackle Abraham Lucas, to me, is the steal of the draft. He is a manster, half man, half monster. What I saw him do to his opponents in Pittsburgh was dominating. He's been very good, Tony. He's the guy that people had asked me a bunch about who I was most excited going into training camp, preseason games, as far as the rookies go. And he was the guy that kept coming to my mind because I just am so high on him. And I have way more expectations probably for him than I probably should, than it's fair for him to have. But he just keeps getting better and better to me in my eyes as far as my forecasting where his projection is going to go and the type of player that he's going to be. So get excited by this kid. We might have just come out of this draft with two great bookend tackles for the next 7-8 years. That's hard to find in the NFL. And it's certainly a very nice building block to have as you look into the future at bringing in your next quarterback to be able to give him that. Megan says that Connery isn't bad, B. I like doing Connery. That's another one that's just fun to do, whether it's good or not. But I am the last one. I can only do things he's taught. If I try to free talk it with Connery, it starts losing its luster with it. But if I do stuff, there's the one line that it was in Miss Doubtfire that Robin Williams does, and I steal that line. It's like a line from a Bond movie. Undo your bow, Miss Moneypenny, and I'll come over there and get to know ya. Robin was awesome. Heated debate in the chat about where the practice training camp's at. Bash says he's so cringe you can only like him if he's on your team. Russell Wilson is the cringiest player in the NFL, so now that he's on my team, I don't have to pretend that I like his cringiness. Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of it too. That probably factors in as well, and Russ is very controlled in what he releases out, and it definitely, he's playing the game. He's playing the game for what you got to do, and sometimes it's going to come off cringiness with it, but can't deny it's working for him. And he's about to be paid another $300 million here in about a year from now. Evan says $230 the last I saw on StubHub. After week 1, you'll be able to get it for about the same as the M's game, especially an hour before kickoff. Yeah, I bet that Broncos game is going to be expensive. That's the Super Bowl ticket right there for this season. Bash Gordon says, I'll take Hasselbeck over Moon and Zorn. You're talking late career Moon then, right, Bash? You're not talking prime Moon, right? Prime Moon, you got to take over a man. Prime Moon with Mike Holmgren. Look the hell out. Holmgren only got Moon at the end of the career. He got him when he was definitely wearing like 40 years old. D-Nigga, love the cat basket. Folks are wanting the cat to come back, but it's too hot. These lights I'm underneath would warm her up. It's already pretty warm in here. Jerry Thistle says, haven't you heard the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl according to Jerry? Of course we're going to win the Super Bowl. Why does it even question your mind? Why does it even question your mind, Jeffrey A. Thistle? What, you think your Seahawks are going to get it? You think your Seahawks are going to get it? No. It's the Cowboys year. We've been waiting. We've been waiting a long time. How about them Cowboys now? How about them Cowboys? Herbicide says, I'm getting booed and a Trump supporter. I like that this has become a hot debate of where the Cowboys train. It's funny. Your boy Michael says, do you think there's a shot that we look to trade Lockett this offseason? I don't. I still think as I remember looking back at the numbers on the deal and how much it costs to move off from him, I think it's just going to be too expensive to do so. Not to mention, if you look at our receiver core right now, kind of still need him. Don't really have any other answers behind him, and you have yet to have Eskridge develop yet. Maybe he will develop, and that does open more of that door a bit, but I just don't think you're at a point right now where it makes any kind of sense to do so. It's a lot of dead money with the way that they, in the first couple of years of that contract, to move off from Lockett. It really makes it hard. Another year from now, yes, but not next year. Tom Eaton says, Zorn is a hell of a coach. We're going to be triggering Megan on that. Tommy Warren Moon was a legend in 2 hours. 2 leagues, extremely talented, just a decade too early. Yeah. I'm eventually going to do this. I'm going to get my buddy D-Mac to do it because it's going to be funnier if he was doing it. But I'm eventually do a whole bit about teams passing on. It's going to be like a little comedic bit on teams passing on Moon because he was a really talented player. But yeah, that was those old narratives that caused him, I think, to not be drafted. Not rooted in the best thing. But Seahawks quarterbacks are Moon and Wilson. One had a gold jacket now and the other will. True. Bash says, I'm aware of that, but that doesn't make Zorn better than Hasselbeck. Hasselbeck was hands down better than Jim Zorn. Emmett, if we really don't move to a 3-4, we might as well move Adams before week 8 or possibly sooner with his medical tent residency. Agreed. Might as well load him if you're not going to utilize him, right? 100%. Just going to want to run cover 2, then run cover 2. Get what you can. Sunk cost, right, Emmett? Bash, Warren Moon, in my opinion, wasn't all that great when you played for us. He was way better when he played for Minnesota. Warren Moon is a legend because he was a legend with the Huskies. Well, he was better when he plays for Houston than Minnesota, and he definitely put up some really good years for them. Again, remember, you got him here, he was like 40 years old. So he was really, really deep into his career by the time you got him, and he still played really well. I think he made the Pro Bowl with us in one of the years that he was here, if I'm not mistaken. And he played really well. You gotta look up the stats, but he was good that one year. Randy, I was shocked when I made to an NFL experience in Miami. He had a print of Warren's hand, and my small hands were bigger. He was a real deal, Garth. Oh wow, he had tiny hands, huh? Well, good thing he played in the stadium for most of his career, I guess. Lance says I would settle for a poor man's Largent in the Paul Scansey. Paul Scansey is the poor man's Largent of Seahawks history, no doubt about it. That's a spot on. King Bomber says, bro, what the F? Trayvon Diggs is higher than Stephon Diggs. Ha ha. It shows you the players and their assessment abilities are not on all the time. Flashy interceptions catch their eyes, so it's like, well, he's got to be on the list. But that's why those players lists are kind of sometimes a little silly. Tommy's got Russ better than Moon. I think, we might have to debate on that one, Tommy. I might have to debate you on that. I mean, Russ is a better Seahawks quarterback than Moon was, but Moon better than Matt. Matt was probably better than Moon as far as having more longer career. But I like your list. That looks pretty good overall. I like how Rick Meyer's better than Clipboard. Jesus, Tommy, come on. Meyer wasn't good, but the Clipboard, Jesus. Randy Wagner, Garth started the Cowboys training thing with a small statement, but turned into a huge thing. Everyone says, I'm okay with Russ Lyon. I'm used to it from my head coach. It's fair enough. Americar George, hey, how you doing? Emmett, kind of a dark question. Who gets the team if Jody passes before 2024? Does the team resell Seattle tax reset? Hard to say. I haven't really had a chance to think about that as a potential option, Emmett. I would imagine that the trust would move forward with getting things sold at a faster rate, but I think that there's probably instructions within it not to sell it before that date because of the fact that you do incur the tax. So I'd say that it doesn't really change much when the team is sold. That just the ownership becomes a little more vacant in the interim. Jaboy Michael says, I know it's early, but it feels nice to say right now that it seems like we found our OT of the future. Both of them. I don't think it's too early to say, and yeah, I agree. It does appear that. Sam the Great, I want to win. I want to know why an ESPN analyst said Russ has a better chance in Denver now. I want to know why. Well, everyone's kind of dick riding Russ on the national perspective right now. That's the in vogue thing to do. He may be successful, maybe not, but that's definitely where you see most of the, it's exciting. Like I said, it's the shiny new toy. And the shiny new toy is always going to get the media core on it. They may be right on it. He may be great with it, but they're not. That's not what's determining their dick riding. Your boy Michael says, Dwayne Eskridge fully practiced for the first time today. Well, it's a step, right? EW2K, Moon was great everywhere he played. UW, Edmonton, Houston, Minnesota, and Seattle. A pro's pro. Truly a legend. Truly a legend. And you could make an argument with him that he spun the ball as well as any quarterback in NFL history. I don't think there's any quarterback that threw a tighter spiral than Moon. And he had good mobility on top of it, too. Moon gets slept on a little bit, historically speaking, I feel like. Randy Wagner, media pumped up Tom Brady, but I always remember him having a fantastic line. No butt tackle ever for Tom. Ha ha, that's right. And he has had pretty good lines throughout the course of his career. Cameron, as much as we suck, at least we have won a Super Bowl recently. Lots of teams haven't won or been in a long time. Well said, Cameron. Lots of teams. Lots of teams. And we've gotten to 3 Super Bowls in the past 20 years. That's hard to do. We've definitely had a lot of success here. And it's good to keep that in perspective. Tommy Eaton says, it's funny when you say, how about them Cowboys? Because that was a Jimmy line, and we know he and old Jerry got along. Nice touch. Well, that's just, look, you're going to say, Tommy, all right? You're going to say, I know what you're going to say here, okay? You're going to say, Jimmy Johnson's in my head, all right? You can say, he's in my head because I said I could have done everything the Cowboys need to do. Get those Super Bowls. Get that dynasty, okay? So you're thinking I'm letting a little subconscious little rift here on my part saying, how about them Cowboys stealing Jimmy's phrase like I'm trying to steal some of his thunder now? That just, you need to know that is not the case. That is not the case. That can be my phrase too. That's a Cowboys phrase. We own a trademark on that phrase. I bought that trademark. Now that's my phrase. I don't care who started it. Don't matter who started it. Who done it best. Texas does it best. the great Dallas Cowboy training camp debate of 2022 is on. I love it. It's your boy Michael. Sorry, my bad. I wrote the Lockett thing wrong. I meant next offseason, not this one. Next offseason, potentially, your boy Michael. Potentially. But depends if he can continue to be healthy and productive. And if he is so, I would imagine that they continue to play through. They don't tend to try to just offload guys if they're not still remaining productive. Hey, Brandon, boo. Hey, Brandon, boo. Texas and California and worked in both Oregon and Washington State are better. I like Washington better. I'm with you there. Guard night, the Rush Limbaugh days. That's right. Emmett, Moon got effed. Dude got robbed of his possible legacy. He could have been the Marino of Mount Rushmore. If he had never won a rings with the extra years, dude could have owned the record books. He could have, and he should have. Look, he took a team to the Rose Bowl at a time when that was supposed to carry a lot of weight in college football. It's been a bit diminished over the years, but he took a team to the Rose Bowl, a team in the University of Washington with their coach in there that was Don James, just trying to kind of revitalize that proud team. And he should have been in a position to be drafted at that point. And remembering too, it gets more ridiculous the more you think about it with Moon, because that was at a time when the NFL had 15 rounds of the draft, not 7. It was 12 or 15, one of the two. Like, you weren't going to take a flyer on Warren Moon in the 11th round, who just won a Rose Bowl with the University of Washington, who's got a great arm and can move. Yeah, that was one that was definitely Moon got screwed on that situation. Or hey, Brandon, if you talk about Texas and California, which I'm from both, then Seahawks will move to San Antonio, Texas in 2026 when City makes Jody sign expensive stadium moves. No, we're not moving. We're going to remain in Seattle for a long period of time. We can't leave till 2040. Herbicide's right about that. So that's can't happen until at least minimum there, and I still think even then it's not going to happen at that time. Tom Eaton says the San Antonio Seahawks. Damn, that actually flows. I'm worried now. San Antonio Seahawks, it does kind of flow. It's very phonetic. I'm a little bit worried here. Greg said the NFL top 100 is a joke. Justin Herbert at 40, but Joe Burrow at 21. Hell no. Herbert is better than Burrow. I'd take him over Burrow, but there's a lot of heat right now, man. There's so many people in the NFL circles that you're hearing from right now trying to tell you that Burrow might be the best outside of Mahomes, and maybe even better than Mahomes, some are trying to say, this quickly, this fast in his career. I don't agree with it, but you are hearing that out there in some NFL circles. Emma Brown says, I just want to like our next quarterback. Have a good quarterback name, cool number, and have an engaging personality leadership. I know, not asking much. No, I get it, Emmett. I'm the same way. Just have a good arm. I like good name. I'm a little more. Give me some physical abilities with it too. But I'll take all that stuff you said as well. Sam the Great says all the sports analysts are severely shaft riding to tell me that Judy and their receivers are better than DK and Tyler. Jokesters. Yeah, I like Cortland Sutton quite a bit, but I think Judy's got a lot to still show, and Hamler's coming back from torn ACL last year, so there's still question marks. They lost Patrick to a torn ACL already. Receiving corps got potential, but it still does remain in totality as far as potential at this point. That's just, I guess it's because my best friend has always been a Minnesota fan, and I just can't give Warren Moon that kind of love. I never was really a fan, to be honest. I forgot he played for us. Well, I don't know, man. Go back and watch some of those Houston Oilers highlights there where he was in his prime, and that guy could sling it. Sling it. Fun P, man, Moon to Galloway deep balls were amazing. They were. Moon had the arm. Galloway just looked like a pony that got let out the stable when Moon arrived, because Moon was one of the first quarterbacks now on the scene that could actually get it to him deep when he was blowing past guys. And Moon had a little bit of that Russell Wilson moon ball, no pun intended. He had a little bit of that Russell Wilson moon ball where he could throw it with some great trajectory and obviously with some great arm strength on top of it. And yeah, they have some epic highlights you can go back and watch between Moon and Galloway that was just phenomenal. Sam the Great, there's no way the Hawks are leaving Seattle, especially after the Sonics. No way, Sam. I agree. It's not happening. I'm not even going to entertain the notion of it. 283, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, Oklahoma City Seahawks. Could you imagine? Wouldn't that be the ultimate? I think you'd lose a whole city as far as any sports enjoyment whatsoever if that happened. I think everyone would just give up. Really? Oklahoma City again? That place? Garth says, by the way, Paul Allen's sister doesn't give a rip about anything besides laying down with Pete, and he's married. I don't know. I've heard maybe she likes him a little younger there. Tommy, Joe Burrow needs to win a Super Bowl or get a few to be in the Mahomes quarters, but he's super talented, no doubt. I do like him, but I agree. I don't think he's at that spot yet with Mahomes or Allen. I don't think he's quite ascended to that mark yet. Those guys are playing the position as well as anybody in the sport, and they're playing at a special level. So he's really good. He's the best anticipatory thrower in the game. Processes very well. Does a good job of having a plan pre-snap that he's able to execute post-snap and trust that, again, that processing ability that he does possess, but not quite on their level. 283128 with a $2 donation. Thank you, 283. Says, why do other fan bases hate on Jamal so much? I think it's just that they saw the trade and what we made for it, and they're knocking that because it doesn't require you to be some sort of deep road analyst to look at that trade and go, that was stupid. So it's low hanging fruit for people to go after and attack. And he becomes a symptom of that. And then when he comes here after you give up all those trade assets and then he's super injured and looks ineffectual, and he's had some poor highlights. Let's not deny the Edelman catch down the field in 2020 deep where he's beat, Cup in the playoffs where he's badly beat, flailing at the ball. Last year, Deshaun Jackson, old ass Deshaun Jackson beats him down the field. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that going on there in that degree with him a little bit, where it's people are not going to look on the other plays and how he's done. They're going to get concentrated on those little moments and blips that they see on the highlights, and that will get stuck in people's minds. That's how I'll explain it away, at least. Bear with me, folks. 1 second here. Be right back. But if Jamal's used right this year, 283, you'll see more people come along who start coming back to supporting him and being like, oh, yeah, no, he's actually a baller. Okay, say sucks eggs, says Yui. You're right, it does. Nobody ever wants to go visit there. They're forced to. Emmett, I could use a bit more tight end usage in our next game. Use Fant for God's sakes. And in not talking about no BS screens or tight end jet sweeps. Yeah, I agreed. That's what they did with him, didn't they? They threw him like a weak-ass tight end screen. I think that was his only touch. But yeah, you haven't featured much as far as the tight ends. That's a good point. Especially since you're going to, Emmett, probably run as many 2 tight end sets in this season as anybody in the league. But haven't seen it so far. I guess that's just part of those full stack of cards that they're holding right up into their chest. Ours says, hey, Goodwin's faster than Galloway. He might be. I don't know. Galloway in his prime. I already ran a 4.2 at Ohio State back in the day. Legend has it. I don't know if that's accurate, but Sam the Great and the Mariners are finally doing something in the past 20-year drought. I know the seats are going to fill up come playoff time. You better believe it. House is going to get more and more full as the season starts to wear down. 100%. Tommy says, I actually had Russ greater than or equal to Moon, but as a Seahawk only, if we were talking about just quarterbacks in the NFL, Moon, hands down, Moon is maybe top 10 all time considering the CFL too. I think you have to, because again, it's not his fault that he went to the CFL. It wasn't that he wasn't talented enough. It was a little bit of the stigma of the situation at the time in the league that was what caused that. But I agree with you. Russ was better as a Seahawk. No doubt about it. Not even close in that realm. 283 says there would be riots if OKC stole another Seattle team. I might go down to OKC and just start smashing out windows at that point. Straight talk. Can you not get your own? Leave ours alone. Get away from me. Get off me. Bash, people always hate on people who are badass. And people hate on Jamal Adams because Jamal Adams would bury their favorite quarterback and offensive player in the dirt. I like it, Bash. Yeah, hell yeah. Emmett says, all of my draft analysis misses. I once loved J.J. Arcega-Whiteside and Parkinson at Stanford. I remember once wanting either of the trees. I'll never want another big, slow 50-50. I'll never want another big, slow 50-50 ball wide receiver again. No mas. I've learned this lesson a little bit more now with you on this, Emmett. This is like when you do these evaluations, you do grow with it. You like to think in learning lessons that trip you up when you look at certain guys. I'll be with you on the Arcega-Whiteside. I think if you went back and it's one of the videos on my channel talking about that receiver class, and I think I did talk about Arcega-Whiteside. I liked him. I didn't think he was a second round guy, I don't think, but I did like him. But the big part that you touch on, the big slow 50-50 guys in college, that's a skill set that struggles to translate to the NFL level. There's not a lot of guys that just don't win consistently with their speed or with their route running, but are simply just able to, throw the ball on me and I'll grab it. Michael Thomas, Mike Evans, basically your name needs to be Mike, but there's really few and far between of those kind of guys. It's why I'm a little bit, Emmett, skeptical right now when it comes to Drake London, because that was all of Drake London's game at USC. And now I'm a little bit worried about him at the NFL level, still relying on that as his only component here. And I'm not sure if he's going to have as much success with it at the NFL level as where he was drafted. Sam the Great says, I'm taking this too seriously. Haha. We all are, man. We're all guilty of that. Jack Crick says, Seahawks will be a bottom 5 team this year. That's a guarantee. What do you give me for the guarantee if it doesn't come true? Do I get a trip to Hawaii or something? What's the guarantee? Randy Wagger, I remember watching Warren crush the Bills in the 1993 playoffs. The Oilers winning 35-3. I knew that Houston was moving on. I was terribly wrong. Anyone else watch that game? That's, of course, the game, the biggest comeback in, I think, NFL history. And yeah, that Oilers team just fell apart. That Bills Stadium was tough. That Bills Stadium with the artificial turf, how cold it would get, such a unique advantage for them. And those fans into the stadium like they were, into the game like they were. It could turn on you there from just kind of an energy standpoint. Ground Knox, oh man, that 97 Hawks squad with Moon, the awful special teams and injuries, and not so sure about Dennis as a coach. But that team had the talent, if only. If only's right, man. They did have a lot of talent. They did. They had a pretty good crew they had put together there at that time. And Moon, boy, I was so surprised at how well he played so deep into his career when we got him. Man, was that such a great shot in the arm for that team at that time. Tommy, if we only traded a second and a third for Adams, nobody would be mad. If we traded only a fifth, people would say it's a steal, even when he's injured. True. But when you go 2 first-round picks and a third, that's such significant assets. That's quarterback kind of draft capital to give up. And that's why I think people get a little bit hung up on it. Emmett says, Mr. Best in the Nation and his diamond goblet. Plus, he was pushed as better than Cam by a lot of Hawks fans. Cam is my guy, so I almost instantly hated him. Oh, on Adams. Yui, Adams' trade is one of the dumbest trades in NFL history, up there with Ricky Williams' trade. No, not quite Herschel Walker, but in the ballpark. It's valid. That's valid. PT says, what are we going to do about our running back situation if guys are not healthy? Well, I think Penny's getting back up to steam, and I don't see anything that's a major injury right now. The expectation is if Walker's not back by game 1, he should be back by game 2. So if these were major injuries we were talking about, maybe we would need to go out there and do something. But right now, I think it's a little premature to think that we've got to panic on it or make any other kind of moves. Ground Knox, oh man, yes, I remember that game. Sort of hard to believe that the team never broke through. There was always a game in a regular season where Moon and Givens plus rest of receiving core would show out. It would. And don't forget the Vinny Testaverde head game where you might get in the playoffs if not for that moment where they call a touchdown for Vinny Testaverde and that basically sunk Erickson. Tommy, can Brandon do a Harry Carey? That could make the show of a season. We're about to have more fun. I think I can do a little Harry Carey. I got to remember what he sounds like again, though. So I've got to go back and listen to him. But I've done him a couple times, I think, in the past because his voice is so specific. And when you used to watch Will Ferrell do it, it'd make me want to do it. I can't believe the guy. So I gotta work on it a little bit, though. Bash says Joe Burrow can't even dress himself, let alone be compared to the best in the NFL. I don't know. He had a pretty good year last year. He's been a pretty good player. Kirk Stemmer, remember too, Bash, he's been the player he's been while that offensive line has sucked. It's very hard for a young quarterback to be good when your line sucks, much less be a young quarterback who's good while your line sucks and so good you're able to get your team to the Super Bowl just after you're tearing your ACL because the line was so shitty. Kirk Stemmer, the Adams trade was arguably the third worst in NFL history behind only the Herschel Walker and Laramie Tunsil trades. I don't know. I think Huey had the other one right there. The Ricky Williams and Herschel Walker one are the two that I think are the two worst. But this one might be the third. I'll tell you too, the assets that the Redskins gave up at the time, Washington Football Team, Guardians, whatever the hell their name is now, that was also a lot for RG3 for only 1 year of him. It's a lot to give up for that as well. Bash says, how do you figure Jamal Adams' trade was the worst in the history or even close? Get a grip, dude. Well, I think it's just, again, 2 first-round picks and a third-round picks, a lot of draft capital to give up. And there aren't a lot of those kind of trades given up for a guy, again, at a position, the safety position is a little devalued. I don't think he's been miserable since he's been here. Part of the problem has been he's been misused. But that's a lot to give up. That's a lot to give up. And there aren't a lot of trades in NFL history that you could find outside the quarterback position for a player that you give up that much capital for. And it was certainly a trade made in desperation, which is part of why you gave up as much as you gave up. You weren't making it from a point of strength. You were making it because you were desperate, which made you have to give up a little bit more. Bash, he broke the NFL record for quarterback sacks for a defensive back in his first year with us. How's that a bust? One stat does not make it the player on a team or his performance level. He got that sack record rushing the passer at 13% of the rate, which was double the rate of what he had done at his top of the rate at the New York Jets. So he had a lot of bites at that particular apple. And the reason that they were blitzing him that much wasn't just because he was super dynamic at blitzing the quarterback and getting there. It was out of necessity because you had nobody else on your defensive line who was able to generate any pass rush. That's what brought that trade to be in the first place. Pass rush is crappy. Oh my God, we got to make a trade to add somebody. Who can we add? Well, there is Jamal out there. He can blitz a little bit, I guess. And then you brought him in here and you blitzed him at double the rate of what he did for a career average. So you got him sack record. And I don't want to sound like I'm throwing shade at him. He's been okay, Bash. It's not that Adams has been bad or anything. It's just that it's the assets you give up. It's that much draft capital to give up for, again, a position like safety, which is so devalued. You know, there's no safety in NFL history I believe that was traded for 2 first-round picks. People are free to kick me in the chat. That's never been done. And you threw a third on top of it. If you're going to give up that kind of draft capital, you better be getting a generational-like player back within return. And it's just not been that. Emmett says, yeah, I hated London too. Yeah, that's where you learn your lessons on stuff. Go, nope, I've been burned on this bridge before. Not again. Everything with him on the NFL level is contested catch. And with Michael Thomas, you've got a unique build that allows him to box guys out, especially on those slant routes. And with Mike Evans, he was so freakish in his leaping ability and his freaking gargantuan arm length and ball skills, which really, to me, separated him in that respect of things. Prod YJ. Hey, Brandon, you and Brendan have the best Hawks channels. So in-depth and logical. Also, your channel has a sense of charm plus charisma. Appreciate the quality, consistency of your content. Go Hawks. You are very kind for saying that. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And indeed, that's part of why that's why we synced up together, me and Brendan, as far as we do in the weekly show. Is I think we both appreciate each other's perspective and where we're coming from. And I like that he's a hard worker and he dives into this and he just tries to get to the heart of things. Doesn't try to dress stuff up. I really appreciate that on his side of things. And it's great seeing him be able to cook on his edge of things. He's really coming along on his side of things. Really, he's going to easily pass 10,000 this year. So appreciate you though, man. And I love doing our weekly show. Cameron, didn't the NBA lose a huge Northwest market when the Sonics left? I know there's the Trailblazers, but a huge market left. Just stopped watching when the Sonics left. Yeah, part of me feels like they had a little bit of the hubris to believe that the Seattle fans would just transition into Blazer fans and that they could recapture some of that. But I do believe they do lose some of that. Yeah, it made it a little bit odd to me, Cameron, that they signed off on moving the team. Frankly, it was a very strange move by the NBA to allow that to a market like Oklahoma City, to the South, which has already got a lot of proliferation out there with a bunch of NBA teams. It's something that to this day just doesn't make a lot of sense why they let that go through, but they did. It sucks. And no, Seattle teams are not going to become Trailblazer fans. They might passively watch a game or two here when it comes on the TV and local TV, but you're not going to become Portland Trailblazer fans. Fun P, I don't remember what we gave up, but getting Bobby Ingram from the Bears was a great get. Ingram was a stud. It was like a 5th round pick or something, I believe. He was an awesome. Ingram's got a very strong argument to be made that he's the best slot receiver in Seahawks history. I don't know if there's another guy you could really, point to, because Doug did a lot of his stuff on the outside. So with Ingram, though, he was a pure slot guy, and he was great in that role. But I want to say it was like a 5th round pick or something. He was awesome. Big Country says Washington football team has made so many bad moves in the Snyder era. I think those are linked, Big Country, right? Because certainly I think he's one of those guys who's come in at given times and said, we're going to do this. And he'll have a figurehead like Bruce Allen come out and then execute that. But that's what he's running a lot of stuff in the background that he shouldn't be. Randy Wagner, Brandon, I like your chat so much. I'm trying to hit the like button more than once, but it won't accept multiple likes. Any tricks in giving you 10,000 plus likes? Nah, man. We do great with it, Randy. Like I say, I always ask people, please hit the like button. My chat does awesome with that. So you hit it once is fine, because all the rest of the folks are hitting that button as well, and I'm getting bumped up very nicely by everybody doing it in total succession. So it's hard to ask for more in that realm of things. People do a great job with making sure they're destroying that like button. But thank you for trying. UE Adams' trade as a wrap move was done out of desperation because we couldn't sign a decent free agent. Also done to try and make a difference on a playoff team making a Super Bowl run. That dream is dead. You can still reclaim. You can still reclaim some of this, right? But it's definitely been a little bit of a bumpy road up until this point. And certainly the misuse of Adams has factored into that. Sticking him too often in situations where you're having him play cover 2 and cover 1 has not been the best way to get the most out of his skill set, which you've done for the majority of the time period. And Bradley McDougall. Yep, you had to throw Bradley in on the deal too. That is true. Tommy, honestly, you guys are forgetting David Johnson for DeAndre Hopkins trade and the Oilers trading for one Steve Largent for an 8th round pick. That's true. That's true. That David Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins trade was redonk. They got him out of that bad Johnson contract and just gave him DeAndre. Kronos, the Jamal Adams trade can be described a disappointment because we gave up huge draft capital, ton of the market deal, inconsistent coverage, and frequent injuries. There it is. Fun Piece's worst trade ever was Nate Odoms. He never played a snap. That was a bad one too. That's right. That was a bad one too. Well, you had a lot of hope for him when he came over too. That was a big get at that point because he was a kind of a quietly really underrated player on that Buffalo Bill defense at the time. Wagner, Sam the Great, the dude just can't stay healthy, not his fault. That's the main thing. The Hawks family, your thumbnail hella makes me not want to be a sub to your channel. Well, I always will say this. If I have a take or a thumbnail that makes you not want to be a sub to my channel, not a whole hell of a lot I can do about that because it doesn't sound like you're going to last very long as a sub to my channel at that point anyway. I don't know if it's a fact that you're wanting me to wave palms. Maybe you can elaborate on that a little bit so I can understand where you're coming from on that. But I've always maintained, and people that are new to this channel understand, I'm not here to wave palms. I'm here to try to be as exact and on point with the truth as I can be, not dress things up. And I do this understanding that there are a lot of channels out there that are simply there to wave palms. That's not my direction, not where I come from. So I'll be honest and upfront with you on that, Hawks family, from the rip. If that's the guy you're looking for, that I ain't the one. Not in that respect. Sean says, F the Blazers, man. Go Warriors. That's right. I am kind of more of been a Warriors fan than anything else since the Sonics left. Ground Knox says, piggybacking, but want to re-shout our appreciation for you and Brendan's channels. Well, thank you, Ground Knox. I really do appreciate it. And, we're going to keep doing this show throughout the season, me and him, and we're having a lot of fun with it. And again, I think we get into some real good, deep discussion. We dive into some of the, deeper details of this team and what's going on. And you got to appreciate what he does, man. He is on that grind every day doing videos, covering the stuff on a daily basis. I do a couple of shows a week, but he is, Brendan's a metronome out there, man. He's on it. Yui, don't remind me about the D-Hop trade. Where was the Seahawks great general manager when the Texans were giving D-Hop away? Boy, we sure could have used that. Yeah, I would have. What they gave up, you go, really? That's all? Why don't we can we do it? We're just going to let them have them? Okay. We've got some bad contracts we can get out from under and add DeAndre Hopkins. I'm on board with that. Tommy, I've not been a fan of the NBA since we lost the Sonics, and I watched religiously back then when Bones and Peyton and Kemp, etc. So they lost at least one fan. Yeah, you can't hope to keep fans when you do that. And I wouldn't expect, I haven't been able to watch, I've not watched it. I was like you, I watched it a lot more regularly back in the day, but it's definitely a couple games a year now is probably what I watch now since the Sonics left. Emmett says this might be a little depressing for some, but scouting kickers in this draft could be a must too. If Peters retained next year, his style of offense puts a ton of value on a reliable kicker. I'm okay with going that route, Emmett. If you want to take a 4th or 5th round guy at that point who's the best kicker in the draft, and it goes without saying, much like you did with Dixon, I can see the value in that. Doing that with Dixon has been awesome for us. And it's not like kickers have a short shelf life. You get one in here, you could be grabbing one that's here for many, many years, as we saw with the guy back in the day like Norm Johnson. I'd be okay with that. Sean says, I jumped on the Warriors bandwagon when KD left Okise. I just like the fact that they played with more of everything open up. It wasn't just about the passing aspect of it, shooting being a part of it. It's kind of a little bit of purified basketball in certain respects and how it's changed the game. And they're just fun to watch. Big Country says, Lockett's the most underrated receiver in the league. I could see that argument made. 4 straight seasons of almost 1,000 yards? Not talked about that often. Percent says Harvin was the worst trade. It's definitely a bad one too. Though you look at what you gave up for Harvin, it's a first and a third, I think, is what you got for him. Like, man, first, a third, and a fifth. 2 first rounds and a third is still so much significantly more to give up for a Jamal Adams. But Jamal has played more than Harvin. Harvin was a 1-year deal too. So you might have a point on that one. Emmett Brown says another draft lesson I've adopted was not buying into huge athletic freaks. Micah Becton was easy to see future lower joint issues. And even though I like Trevor Penning, I can see future issues. It's a fair enough point on that. There's been those freaks at the tackle positions that have come through that have been great, though, to the other side of this. You've had your Orlando Paces and your, of course, Walter Jones and Jonathan Ogden. You know, those guys were definitely, I mean, Ogden, if you think about it, for him, he had like that Micah Becton body. And for him to get through all the pro career he did and to be as good as he was amazing. But you are, to your point on that, playing with a little bit of fire with some of those bigger guys in that realm of things. Brian Myers, 283. Jordan Kraft, Brandon, Brandon Jordan says, Brandon, you got the best thumbnails. A lot of them are funny and or true in a lot of ways. Well, thanks. I usually try to be funny. This one's a little bit negative, but I'm also like not going to spend my time dressing up at what was a turd performance last week. You know, and we got to deal with it. We got to talk about it. We got to cover it because that's what's happening. And just putting our heads in the sand and saying it didn't exist doesn't, make it go away. Huge offensive line freaks, I should specify, mostly Bama UGA guys. That's fair enough, Emmett. So you would have been a little bit out on, where were you on Jordan Davis this past year? I'm sure you've probably told me, I forgot. Lotus Rocket, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I seen from one of your previous vids that you were from Spokane area. I'm from north of you in Colville. Oh, well, awesome, Lotus. Yeah, I'm out in Spokane right now. So I've been here a couple of years. I might end up getting back over to Seattle area here at some point, but kind of a nomad. You know, I'm one of those guys, if I'm in a place for a couple of years, my feet can start falling asleep and I got to go somewhere else. Got to stay on the move, you know. Blue Phil, who would you trade for Russell Wilson? I wouldn't trade for Russell Wilson at this point. We've just moved out. We just traded away. We just moved him away, so. Tommy says, how worried are you about our special teams? I'm a bit worried. Usually it speaks to a lack of depth, but something is off on it. Bad angles, and I know we have a good coach out there. I'm worried right now. It hasn't gotten to the live games yet, and I'm going to lean back on in previous last few years that the special teams unit has been great all the way around for the most part. You definitely are seeing not great plays so far. I'm going to lean back and say it will improve, Tommy, because that's if Carroll makes it a preface, if he really says this is going to be a part of our team that's good, it's going to matter to me. It's not just a throwaway third wheel to this team, and he doesn't look at it that way. I think he'll put the investment to make sure it does good one way or another. So when it comes to punting, we know Dixon's on point. When it comes to the kick return game with DJ Dallas, he will be better than average in that element of things. Now, when it comes to defending punts, defending kicks, and Jason Meyer in the kicking game, those are the 3 areas for me, Tommy, that provide worry right now. Jason Myers already missed a kick in the preseason year so far, wasn't good last year, has only had 1 good year with us in 3 years. It was a great year. It was a phenomenal year. He's talented as a kicker, but boy, am I'm a little worried there. 283, $2 donation. I think I missed that one. 283. I said, Bobby at 29 in the top 100. DK and Tyler were snubbed. They were snubbed if DK didn't get on there. That's weird that he wasn't even up at like 75 or something in DK's case. Very, very odd. But Bobby up at 29. Goodness. That's kind of high. And thank you, Lotus Rocket, for subscribing to the channel. Ground Knox says, try to be Blazers fan, but not the same as the Sonics. Exactly. Wish I could have lived in the area during the mid-90s. From all accounts, they were a genuine part of the city. They were. They were. And there was nothing like that environment in what was the Key Arena back then. I'm not calling it Climate Pledge, whatever. It's Key Arena. And Key Arena was just a great place to go watch a game. And a very intimate environment in there. You really felt like you were in on top of the action. And those teams were so run. I mean, those Coach Carroll teams in the 90s were just high-flying, wild teams, lots of action, back and forth in the court, good defense, trying to get on the fast break all the time. Fun kind of team to follow and watch. Ross Martin, what will be the Broncos' record this year? 7-10, Ross. 7-10. Paul, who's more ridiculous? What's more ridiculous is Deebo Samuel's in the top 10. He's kind of earned the right to be there for this year, Paul. I wouldn't say he's going to maintain that after this year, but if you look at last year and what he brought to that team, I mean, they were just basically handing him the ball every play in the playoffs almost, it seemed like at times. They were really leaning on him, and they throughout the year it was that way too. So I can understand Deebo being in top 10 from just how much he was used and how important he was to that offense. Uju cases before the Patrick injury, Denver did have a better wide receiver core. They had 4 good wide receivers compared to 2 great ones in Seattle. Not a dig. No, it's all good. I can see where there's disagreement on that. Jeffrey Thistle says Walter Jones is still the best offensive line player in the building. Agreed. Best in our history, no doubt about it. Jordan Kraft, Jimmy Graham trade was bad. We gave up Max Unger, shaking my head. That was a bad one, too. That was bad, too. That trade would have been, I think, all right if you had used Jimmy. It's much like with Jamal here a little bit, where if you use him right, the trade looks a lot better. But you misuse him, and it makes the trade look a lot worse. Marty says, I'll try hard. I will take a try hard over an athletic freak any day. Give me both, and I will give you a first-round pick in return. There we go. I understand athletic freaks can get you in trouble. They can. You get caught up on those flashy parts, you know. This was the debate, of course, with Trayvon Walker and Aiden Hutchinson this year, wasn't it? D-Boy says, Brandon, how do you feel about Brandon Browner? I don't think I spelt that right. No, I think you got it right there. Number 39, he was really big and tall. You know what I'm talking about. Browner was great. It sucks that he's in jail right now and that things kind of led astray from him off the sport. He found the perfect team to come to in Seattle for his skill set. A guy that was a baller, man. I mean, his length showed up on the film all the time, where even when he was beat, he would come back and get another foot and a half back on that separation that was on the route and knock the ball out really late. He was really good about getting that hand in there. Strong, rugged defender. Played with a mean spirit that matched up so well with the rest of the secondary. A very able tackler. He could hit, and he had ball skills. I think he slowed down pretty quickly in his career as he got away from Seattle to other teams. That's why he bounced from, New Orleans to New England. But at the end of the day, he was a baller for us. Huey Graham trade wasn't that bad. It's how we used him. Exactly. Ground knock, strange thing during 2025, which was Super Bowl robbed. And 13, they didn't have starting receivers. Jackson down about 10 games. Didn't Ingram miss? Harvin barely on the field. Rice down after 6 games or 13. That's right. Kind of similar to that year. You're right about that. That was where you had Joe Jurevicius jump forward in 2005 because of the injuries at receiver that you mentioned. The guys eventually came back into it, but you definitely had some times there where you're broken down a little bit. Emmett Brown says, man, I was a sucker for Jordan. I knew you would be. We're all a little sucker for Jordan, man. That one's the most eye candy of eye candy for athletic freaks that can draw you in. You know what I mean? Like, that's the one that'll be like, Pepe Le Pew floating on the scent of air there. Day Hadell, is Miles Adams still on the team? He is. Might make the team here, Day. He's having a pretty good preseason here so far. Which quarterback has the best contract and talent combo? Probably I would say Mahomes. He signed the 10-year, $500 million deal, but through the first few years of that, he's moved the money around to really lower down the cap hit. And I think once it gets to even a substantial place, he's still going to move that money around. I don't think he's ever going to get at a point where he's costing them more than 15% on that cap. So maybe Mahomes, if you're talking about a guy that's still on a rookie quarterback that's still cheap. I would trying to go through the teams in my mind here of who would be one to stand out. Maybe a Burrow at that point. If we're talking bang for buck cost, but he was the number one pick, so he's costing $8 million, but that's still best bang for the buck, I guess. But for as good as he is in Mahomes, that contract's very friendly to the team. Signing the 10-year deal versus the 4-year deal, very, very good on his part. Jacob Wilkerson, would you rather trade for Lamar Jackson or sign Jimmy G if he gets cut? I'd rather trade for Lamar Jackson. I have some I don't know why I've got hate in my heart for Jimmy G. I have to own it. I just don't, there's something in I just don't like his game at all. At all. I trade a bucket of ice for his ass, and sorry you sucked in Denver card for Russ. 283 says, really miss BBK on special teams unit. Yeah, we are missing his presence out there, that's for sure. Had to get some nerve surgery, so that's why it's taking a little bit longer for him to cover. U2K, Debo was the greatest single player at the end of the last season. He was spectacular and carried the Niners. Yeah, that's where I've got to give him a top 10 at least in that unit. That makes sense to me. Sam the Great, low-key think that the Jimmy Graham trade is a little worse than the Jamal Adams trade because we lost Max Unger, an offensive lineman core that was already bad. You maybe could make that argument a little bit with it. I've maintained that I think a bit of that trade was that Max Unger needed to go to more of a pass-based team, that the run-blocking nature of what we did was going to be really a little bit harder on him versus just getting him pass sets, which was a little bit more of his game. So I thought that he really went to the right team in New Orleans there at the end of his career, and he only lasted a couple more years there before he retired. So it's not like he was playing another 5, 6, 7 years. He went in there for just a couple more years, played well for them. It did hurt. I can see where you make a bit of that argument there on that, but I would still at the end of the day say the Jamal one's a bit worse on that. GV says, like how deep this fan base gets with takes and how much time you put in the live streams. Well, thank you, GV. I love talking Seahawks, man. So it's just, I have a ball with this type of stuff. And we have many people in the chat who feel the same way, which I love. Sam the Great, low-key think, everyone hit that like button, says Debo, please. Thank you for reminding me that, Debo. Fun P, one thing for the Sonics fans, we got Gary Payton 2 on the Trailblazers. Could be fun. We got Gary Payton 2 on the Trailblazers. Could be fun. Could be fun. Still is not going to make me a Blazers fan. Not going to get that Blazers spot, but could be fun. Sean, Super Bowl picks this year. My 2 Super Bowl teams are for you this year, Sean. My Super Bowl team for you would be... Thinking it through. It's a good question. I think I know I've got in the AFC, but I don't know if I've got in the NFC. That's the part where I'm struggling to give you. The NFC is the hard one. Brady's. Buccaneers would be one that I'd go to if Brady wasn't being so weird. How about the Rams get there, but they don't repeat? And then from the AFC, let's go with the Buffalo Bills. So the Buffalo Bills and the Rams, and then the Bills beat the Rams. How's that for a Super Bowl pick? Dale, do you think the Browns have the salary cap to bring in another quarterback, or are they playing the waiting game to see if Jimmy G is cut? I don't think they have $24 million to spend if they're going to make a trade for him day. Niners would have to eat some of that salary at that point, so they're not going to get to that spot with it. But they have a little bit of money to spend, not 24, but I think they have a little bit. So they can bring him in as a free agent, but they're probably thinking Niners are eventually going to cut him. There's just no market for him. Who's the team that's going to come in and make the move for Jimmy at this point? So I think the Niners are trying to wait as long as they can on this. This has been the problem with this whole Jimmy G situation and how the Niners have approached it, is that they keep thinking they're going to get this great value for him as opposed to just getting what they can get for him while the getting is good. Yeah. Brian Myers, you have a good night, man. Tell me, what is the one surprise playoff team, either conference, somebody nobody's thinking about? I don't know how low-key this is, but I'm saying Colts. Colts are a great suggestion. I think Matt Ryan's going to help that team in a big way. They just missed last year. They should have gotten in last year. They play in a fairly weak division, which will help prop up some of their wins. I'm not sure the Titans are going to be as good as they've been recently. Certainly not number one seed good from last year, but Colts could benefit in that same kind of way. So Colts is a pretty good one. I don't like stealing your pick or your thunder with that pick, but I'm not in on like the Dolphins really as a surprise team yet. Colts are kind of one that I keep going back to in my mind. I think they make the playoffs. I don't know if it's a surprise, but Colts are the one on that conference, man. I can't think of who else I don't think the Jaguars are going to do anything. Browns, Steelers with their quarterback situation, And like I said, I'm not in the Dolphins, not with the Jets. AFC West, There's not a lot of AFC teams that kind of all slotted there. NFC now, surprise team in the NFC. The two teams in the NFC I go to, Tommy, in my mind are the Vikings and who's there? Saints. Saints first over the Vikings, I think. But the Saints, I think, could surprise some people with how they play. They're kind of they're there to play the small ball kind of style of like what we're going to do. And you could say that their roster is a little bit more fully constructed in how it's put together. So probably the Saints are the playoff team that's going to surprise people with Jameis Winston, man, in the quarterback position for them. Cameron says, I'm currently living in Los Angeles, been living here the past 6 years. I grew up about 30 minutes north of Seattle in a city called Mill Creek. It's near Linwood. I know that place, Cameron. Cameron, I grew up in Mukilteo. So not too far away from those two areas that you speak of. I know of those lands, and I have seen them. The country Hutch was amazing. Losing Hutch was the biggest mistake in the Holmgren era. Yeah, they should have just matched the contract and eaten the poison pill. They should have just called the Vikings bluff. He was a young player. He's going to play for many more years. Guaranteed the contract. Should have done it. Mr. Isaac, hey, Brandon, good to see you. Have a great night. Thank you, man. You too. Fun P. Brandon Brown was a tough SOB. It's a great way to describe him, man. Absolutely. It just, as rugged as you get as a defender on the outside. I mean, he was big and he used it. He used that size to his ability. He was a bully. Marty, bro, a lot of people don't remember this, but Joe Jurvicius saved the Hawks 2005 season, and one of the reasons we even made the Super Bowl that season, he did indeed. He did indeed. You were not going to have enough at the receiver position if Joe didn't do what he did that year. Matt was not going to elevate it all on his own, whoever you just threw out there. As Matt proved out a couple times in his career when the receiver core did get lean. But 100% agree with you there. JSD, what's Roquan's value? He's going to sign an $18 million a year contract. As far as trade capital goes, I think a second round pick is about the most you can hope to get from him in return if you're Chicago. Middle linebackers, JSD, don't have a large baseline of going for high draft picks in trades. They're not traded very often, but they don't go for a lot of trade compensation when they do. So, just dumped my water there. That was nice. One sec. Crap. Is Ryan Neal still a Hawk? He'll be upgraded to our special teams coverage. Says Fun P. He's been fighting through some injuries here this preseason a bit, so I don't think that he's been ready to go on that territory of things. But he is still a Hawk, and he's a pretty good special teams player. Did I watch the Pete press conference? Pete was pissed. I did not watch it. It's good to hear that he is pissed. I hope he's pissed after that performance. As I said, that's one of the weaker performances we've seen here in Seattle, even in a preseason game in 10 years. So I'm I'm hopeful that he has that as serves that as a wake-up call, and hopefully they have their best week of practice this week and are ready to roll this next week. Get it back to front. Get it back together again. It's a good picture for the Super Bowl. I like some of these selections, guys. D-Boy says, somebody clip this so when the Super Bowl comes, we can show them. Dark Horse Raiders goes Emmett. You're in on the Josh McDaniels thing, huh? I don't know. He freaks me out a little bit. Guard Knight says, Corpsman's, I would have been tough enough when the situation presented, but I'd never go looking for a firefight. Nice. I think you're responding to somebody in the chat there. Tommy, sad, but I think it's going to be Green Bay and the Bills. I think Rodgers is on retirement run like Bettis, where it just doesn't matter if it's going to happen. Maybe, man. Maybe that defense is looking scary for them. I'll tell you that. And if they get to the Super Bowl, it's going to be as much on the back of that defense as it's going to be on Rodgers' arm. Fun P, gotta love the Bills. They suffered like us Hawks fans for did so long. They did it. I was voting for them last year as kind of once our Hawks got out, I was hoping they could go get it done. You do have to feel bad for them in their situation and how many years they've struggled through. Chargers might have a shot too. They could. Wouldn't surprise me if the Chargers did. Already having some issues on their special teams unit, and that's been something that sunk them in the past. They always have some little thing with the Chargers that's like the small little thing that ends up like undoing everything for them. And I hope they can avoid that this year, but the special teams unit has been that way for them in the past. And it didn't look good in the last preseason game I saw of him. What do I think about Jalen Smith? I think he's probably done, Dehatel. Don't think he has a whole lot to offer. Anyways, UK, I'm with you on the Eagles. I think the Eagles do win the West, or win the NFC East at this point. I think they edge out the Cowboys. I'm in on the Eagles right now. I am in on them. Megan with the $2 donation says, heading out 12. See you next time. Thank you, Megan. You have yourself a great night. Thank you for all the donations in the chat, including the big $50 donation. Very kind of you to do. Appreciate you, and you have a great night. Thank you for all the mod duties as well. Randy Wagner, Steelers' problem isn't their quarterbacks. They have 3 great ones. It is their offensive line. Well, that's a problem too, yeah. I'm not super sold on a Mitch Trubisky, though, or a Pickett either. Hey, Brandon, have you lived in Sequim or Port Angeles? Never have lived out there. No. Lived all up and down the North Corridor from down in Seattle all the way up to Marysville at times, but not that side of things. Tom Eden says, if Seattle won the Super Bowl this year, it would be the single greatest championship in sports history. We shouldn't even be watching this game this year, let alone playing in it. That's true. It would be. Cole Brees says, Adam Silver has said multiple times he does not believe in relocation. He thinks that's a failure of business, so I don't see any teams moving soon. It's good to see that they're now digging their heels in on not allowing relocations now that they moved our Sonics. But, yeah. 283 says Penny would have to have the best season in running back history, probably, for us to get to that record. Yeah, you're not wrong. D-Boy Brandon, I know Cam not going to get in the NFL Hall of Fame, but do you think he will be in the Seahawks Hall of Fame? I think he'll be in the Ring of Honor. I don't think he'll have his jersey retired, though, D-Boy, because that's the difference there, of course, is you get the Ring of Honor, but not have your jersey retired. So he'll get into the Ring of Honor, 100% there, 100%. But I don't think that he's going to get to the Hall of Fame. I don't think he should. I just didn't quite have enough of a longevity in his career to do so. Ground Knocks, what exactly was the poison pill? No Hutchinson and no that he likes the ball and chains, and no like a ball and chains to the balls us for Hawks fans, but what were the details? He signed, I believe, a 5-year, $46 million deal, and the deal had a weird point put within it that if he played more than, I think it was 3 games in Seattle in a given season, that the whole contract would be guaranteed fully. So it was a matching sheet offer, right? So it was not just merely he was a free agent, he was a restricted free agent, And so the Seahawks could match any offer he was given. And Ruskell thought that he would let him go out there on the open market and a team would give a contract Seattle would be willing to bet. They would be able to find the right value for Hutch because Seattle wasn't wanting to pay what Hutch was wanting to be paid. So it was hope that, okay, we'll have to let the market dictate and then we'll just match whatever deal you're given. Well, then the Vikings played the dirty pool and put in the poison pill, which was not a part of NFL contracts at that time. It was a dirty move on their part, but Seattle blinked. They weren't willing to risk having all of that contract get guaranteed within the first season of Hutchinson playing that contract. And he ended up going and balling out for the Vikings. UAE Silver has seen that it doesn't work. Teams that move lose fan interest, and it becomes apparent why those cities didn't have pro teams in the first place. There you go. T83 says, the Seahawks win the Super Bowl, I'm going to get a Pete Carroll tattoo. I'm holding you to that, 283. Cool Breeze, I'm also not a supporter of moving teams at all, aside from me being from Seattle and not having Sonics taken away. It's just not the right. I agree. I would rather have an expansion than anything else. Moving is a crappy way to get a team to your city. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth, as well for all your donations on the channel tonight. As all your donations on the channel, I always appreciate it. It says, for those of you who think Matt Ryan will save the Indianapolis Colts, won't happen. But enjoy the journey to a possible playoff loss at best. Maybe not. I do think that he is an upgrade over what they've had recently in the quarterback position in Phillip Rivers, and definitely a big upgrade in what they had in Carson Wentz. So if the Carson Wentz team can take that team up to the final game of the season last year, and merely a bad game of him against the Jaguars, his worst game of the year against the Jaguars, keeps him out, I think Ryan's at least good for a couple more wins. I don't think, Garth, he's going to take them far into the playoffs. I'll give you that. I agree with you there. It's not going to take you far in the playoffs, but I do think he will at least get them over the hump into the playoffs. Cole says, I'm also frustrated as to why we haven't had an expansion yet. I agree. We've had to wait too long for this. Sean says, was a bigger flop, the crossover Pro-Am yesterday or the Fry Festival? The crossover one was a bigger flop because that's the type of thing that you can catapult forward into getting some momentum for the expansion roster. Look at the way people showed out. Look at how interested everybody was in it. The fact that they didn't just have that at Key Arena, that they went to some secondhand stadium to go get it done when it was so hot there and there wasn't air conditioning in the place where they went. Not a good look. Not a good look. That's an opportunity lost there in that situation. Sucks. Tommy says, in a conference like the AFC where there are a lot of really good teams, special teams is an ultra important. It can literally win you a game in crunch time. Chargers need to work there. They do, Tommy. And again, they've had this happen to them in recent years. I mean, if you go back 10, 11 years, there were times that they had Super Bowl ready rosters where people were like, this is the year for the Chargers. This is the year for the Chargers. And there was a couple years where it seemed like half the games just got upended by special teams play. And you're right. It can be the thing that can undo you like that when it is that bad. And I think that was the Cowboys they were playing the other night. And the Cowboys just having their way with them on those special teams units. Got to clean that up. Emmett says, I've never been really a Carr fan, but he showed me some grit last year. I'm also make a good storyline with Madden Al Davis recently passing. That'd be cool. I like Carr too, man. I do like Carr a lot too. So he's going to have something to work with. Davante Adams, get to reinvigorate that old college chemistry those guys had. They definitely have a bromance going on. Can't hurt. Still got Waller there. They got that little Hunter Renfrow guy there. You know, offensive line is going to be the key for them, man. That thing's got to be the part that develops for them on that offense. Though, again, McDaniel will help you out with that because, of course, he's going to implement a lot of spread concepts that can overcome a little bit of theoretical poor offensive line play. Randy says, this marks the 50th anniversary of the Steelers-Raiders Franco Harris Immaculate Reception. I watched that game live on TV. Anyone else watching on TV? I was a little too young for it at the time myself. But what a play, man. What a play. In a game like that to have that happen. Marty, NBA lost a fan here. They dig their heels in on relocating teams after they did the Sonics dirty. A storied franchise with a huge fan base in a big city, garbage. Yeah, you stole it from a fan base that was vibrant, that loved the team. It wasn't a fan base that was, disillusioned and didn't care and checked out the process. No. And it's to take a team like that from a city that is that invested in it, that's had, hell, we have a title here, in 78, 79. They did us really dirty on that one. It lost me too, man. I checked out as well. Day Hatel says Olave, London, Garrett Wilson, or Jamison Winston. Who has the best rookie year? I would go with... I'll go with Garrett Wilson, though I think a lot of those guys have very close years in what it all settles out for. It all is very similar, I think. I don't think there's one guy that truly just separates himself out away from those other guys. Emmett says, I'll see you all Friday. Everyone knows who I'll be targeting with my venom. We do indeed. Have a good one, man. Gucci Young Dream says, we beat the Broncos. Hell yeah, Gucci. Let's get it. Sam the Greats has just never understood why they moved a great basketball fan base to the middle of nowhere. Don't understand it either, because usually the commissioner's office had pretty good control in that respect of things. But they let that one slip under the radar, I guess. Didn't make any sense to me either, though. Absolutely such a strange relocation. I would have never have guessed the Sonics to be one of those teams that they move us from. I really wouldn't have. That one caught me completely off guard. Garth Knight with a Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, Brandon, if you had to put money where your mouth is, would you wager on Matt Ryan to make the playoffs in the AFC? For sure. Yeah. I would indeed. That's a $100 bet right there. What do you get on a $100 bet on that, Garth? Like a 4-to-1 payout or something like that? Maybe more? We better beat the Broncos, says Jordan. I hope so, man. I hope so. Ground knock, special teams talk. That and D, is Justin Coleman really this bad? I don't know, man. He's been bad the last couple of years since he left Seattle. Ground knocks. He's not been the same player that we left, who flew out from the nest in 2018, signing that big contract with Detroit. He's been less of a guy since he's left. I don't know if got paid and dialed it back, fighting through an injury, whatever the reason is at play. There seems to be something there that does seem to be holding him back a little bit there. And he just didn't look checked in that game, and didn't like the last week when he gave up that one play. Cordo says this is a year where the Chargers had the number 1 ranked offense and number 1 ranked defense and missed the playoffs because the special teams cost them at least 4 different games. That's right. That's that year. And history does repeat itself, right, Cronus? And then the Chargers always just seem to get bit by some one random weird thing from within the team. Rather than it being a lot of things fall apart, they have everything else together. And this one thing at the bottom of the stack, it's like Jenga, where somebody pulls out that Jenga piece and it makes the whole rest of the thing fall. It's so weird, but they're just kind of synonymous for it. Bash, my personal opinion about the Indianapolis Colts situation is Matt Ryan is good enough to lead their offense in the playoffs because they're literally a run team with one of the best running backs. That's where I stand with it too. He's not going to be asked to do a whole bunch in that offense, but just be able to do a little bit more than Carson Wentz did, which I think he can do. Cool Breeze, imagine if they stayed, we had Cupcake KD and the Blazers didn't lose Roy. Northwest basketball would have been so different. Agreed. Brandon Roy, that's a sad one too. D-Boy says, Brandon, when was the last year the Seahawks had a good line, great offensive line? When Sean Alexander played? I think, D-Boy, the Super Bowl year, you had a pretty good offensive line. Russell Okung was upper level on the left side. Brennan Giacomini was at least average. Max Unger was upper level in the middle. Carpenter was probably a little shade above average that year. And maybe McQuistan was a little bit below average. But they were pretty good overall as a graded group at that point. If you're talking about going for a higher graded spot, then yeah, you're going to have to go back into the Alexander years to find one in that time. Quite frankly, offensive line throughout Seahawks history has been a bit of a position that we haven't been at our best at. We've had a lot of struggling offensive lines. Good players, but in rounding out a full crew unit that can be cohesive and have a couple of years of continuity at play, that's been a struggle. D Nugget says, I think OKC had some Me Too dirt on David Stern. They did. They had evidence that he was on the Epstein flight logs, and they brought it to him and they said, we've got the tapes, David. You know what we mean. We've got the tapes. And David's like, where do you want to go? Where'd you say? Bangladesh, Oklahoma City? What was it? Okay, fine. Just give me the tapes. Give me the original copies. And that was enough. That was enough to get it. That was enough for them to rip our Sonics from our grasp. Divine says the Seahawks are in trouble. I hope not, Divine. I sure do hope not. But they may just be. Tom Eden is moving the Sonics the worst franchise theft in sports history. Only Colts may be worse. I think it was the Colts, the one that happened in the middle of the night. Colts one was a brutal one. Yeah, that one was a tough one. I think the Browns one was pretty tough too, man, Tommy. I mean, they got them back their expansion franchise quick, but that was a one that, I mean, it wasn't their fault that team had been bad for years. They supported that one heartily, and still that owner stole them, took them off into Baltimore. That one's pretty bad too. But Sonics has got to be up there. 283 says $100 bet on Colts making the playoffs pays out about $150 on DraftKings. I might have to make that bet. I might just have to make that bet. You got me on something here, Garth. Jordan says we always develop great position players and then we leave and stink it up and then wind up coming back home. Sure. Browns was a horrible move, says Randy. Yeah. That was a tough one. Sam said AFC South sucks. Colts should take that with ease. That's what I'm thinking. Dean says, why did we demolish the O-line after the 2014 Super Bowl? Well, with Max Unger, he was breaking down and missing games, and you were probably looking at maybe having to pay him again here soon in the future, and Russell Wilson's contract was just about to kick in. Russell Okung was going to command. Russell had a similar situation to Unger where he was a little injury prone and you're worrying about paying that kind of money to a guy that you don't know if he can hold up. He had had a multitude of injuries since arriving. Those were two of your kind of hallmark guys. You had Carpenter also move out, who again was kind of a guy that you drafted as a left tackle, moved him into right guard, moved to right tackle, moved him into left guard, where he eventually kind of settled in and played okay throughout the course of his career. But again, you didn't want to pay premium for any of those three guys with what you were looking at as the risk for the injury. Could have been wrong, could have been right, but I understand trying to avoid the injury side on guys who had multiple problems going on there. Garth, I don't know how we can wager through this channel, but trust in that Matt Ryan is a loser. He proved it so many times, not to mention the Super Bowl. But he did get to the Super Bowl, and he did get to the playoffs. I agree with you, Garth. He might not be the guy to take you over the top, but he can get you up the hill a little ways. You know what I mean? Won't get you over the top of the hill, but he can get you up to the top of the hill, and that's what we're talking about as far as getting to the playoffs. I wouldn't expect them to make any noise in the playoffs, but you put that guy in a run-first offense with a great offensive line, a pretty good defense in a weak division, I think he can make the playoffs on that. But we may have to find a way to do a little bet on this one. Fun pieces, I really like our running game so far this preseason. I do too, Fun P. It's looking good. Looking real good. Bass Cord, when they moved to Seattle, Supersonics out of Seattle just with no warning, it broke my heart. Now I hate the NBA. Aside some great players like the Black Mamba. True. D-Boy Brandon, when I went to the Seahawks practice today, I didn't see anything special about Michael Jackson. I know it's only practice, but if he got cut, it wouldn't shock me. It's understandable. He might be a guy to be a gamer type too, right, D-Boy? Like he doesn't show it on the practice field, but you see it in game time. But he's also, he's also the fringe cornerback guy on this roster. He's the sixth cornerback on this roster too. So or sixth or seventh. So he's definitely on the edges there a little bit. Danny W says, honest question, because to me, OKC seems like a much smaller market than Seattle. We get Vancouver, Idaho, all over Washington as fan base from a biz standpoint. Was it even good? No, it wasn't. It's again, I'm not trying to be obtuse. I don't have a good explanation for why they would have thought that was a good idea to do. The NBA, for the sport, for the local area. I don't know why they looked at it and saw it as that. Outside of maybe Bennett was willing to throw him enough money to make him forget about it. And I don't have an explanation for it because you're going to OKC, which is such a small market at that point, and it is so strange. Sean says Coleman's done. Yeah, I think he is too. Garth Knight says, I caution against the terrible bet, Brando. Don't be Pete Carroll. I don't know, man. You got my competitive betting juices flowing here, Garth. Dayatel, I'm afraid Locke will play better than expected, and Pete will ride with him instead of developing a rookie to chase a last-minute ring before he retires. Also, don't want us to miss out on this deep quarterback class. I'm hopeful like you are that they do look to a quarterback in this class. I don't care if Drew Lock plays good or not this year. Really, at the end of the day, I'd like to go with that way as their pathway and approach, but we don't know for sure. You're right. It's a little bit of a question mark in that an element of things. Browns fired Bill Belichick to move to Baltimore, then win the Super Bowl. Browns' worst move? Yes, definitely. And yeah, Joel Igabagushi got cut. No, we don't. He was going to have a hard time making the roster anyway there, no doubt. See, I'm the great. Even with Matt Ryan, that division is so trash. It's sure to go to them. Debated with my cousin that's a Colts fan. Yeah. Not even being high on the Colts. It's just, for me, it's just as much how I look at the division and the rest of their roster kind of beyond Matt Ryan. I've also felt like the quarterback position has been holding them back over the last couple of years. They've been having to kind of overcome it too often, and I don't think they're going to have to do that with Matt Ryan. Might not carry the day, just don't think they're going to have to overcome as much and get around and minimize the quarterback position in order to limit the damage. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I do appreciate it. Says, can I just say one of Michael Jackson's best videos is Dirty Diana? I dare anyone to watch and disagree. That's a good one. Dirty Diana, how? Dirty Diana, how? Is that the one where he's stalking the girl in high heels with the nice legs? That feels like it's that video. Is that the one? It does feel like the one. Sam the Great, Hawks Forever's right. Pumpy, is there any talk of throwback uniforms with silver pants and helmets with blue jerseys? Love that look. Fans are wanting it, Fun P. We're calling for it. We're screaming for it. But every time I ask about it, I come in to find out we got to wait a year. That seems to be every time the answer that I get from folks on if we're going to get to see the jerseys or not this season. Sucks. Ariel Aguilar. Good evening, B. Good evening, Ariel. What's going on with D. Eskridge? Is he in jeopardy of losing his spot? I don't think he's in jeopardy of that. I think what they're doing is looking at this, taking a very cautious approach. There are certain lower leg injuries that you have to go slowly in bringing people back, even if the severity isn't there necessarily as far as like a tear or whatnot. And a hamstring injury is that kind, because if you work it and it's injured, there's a really good chance that you could re-injure it and make it worse. The only thing you can really do is just give it its time to heal and rest and get it out. And that's what they're doing with him here. The injury thing does remain a question with him. It's a part of his game. It's a part of what we've dealt with him up until this point of recent history. So he's had it going back to college. Hopefully he can find a way to get healthy here at some point or another, but it's a thing to be concerned about. And the thing with hamstring injuries is you can get right close to having them fixed. It's like groin injuries. You get them right at the point where you're like, okay, he's good, he's healthy. And then you get up and you get bit again, and then you're right back to square one again. And that's what they're trying to avoid, is having him fall right back to the bottom again and have to rebuild him back up from the start there. And then you're looking mid-season by the time he comes back at that point in kind of a best case scenario. 283, why don't we call Andrew Luck? I mean, I'm sure he would want to come and play behind our amazing O-line. Yeah, Luck, by all accounts I've heard, has been out of the sport, not training. His body looks different. He's definitely a guy that's retired. Randy says, uniforms, the most horrible ones were on Thursday Night Football. I'm not a big fan of the green. I'm not a big full green, neon green. Usually, I'd like to do away with those for the throwbacks. Scott Broyles, AFC is stacked. Likely only one team from the South makes it. And that team will be the Tennessee Titans. Well, Scott, that's a lot of... Look, they're going to be there. It's going to be them and the Colts in there doing it. They're going to be fighting out in there, no doubt. I think also, though, that they're going to benefit from that, Scott, in that because there's two weak teams in that division, as opposed to, let's say, the AFC North or the AFC West, where you've got legitimately four good teams all within them. Those teams are going to beat up on each other. They're going to reduce down the amount of wins and losses they have, or reduce down the amount of wins they have in their column, versus these other two teams that are going to get to have the opportunity to play, 4 games against not tough opponents within their own division. I'm kind of counting on that part of it too. Whereas I think, Steelers, Browns, Ravens, teams all know that Cincinnati, they all just beat on each other. Same thing to a lesser degree even in the AFC East. Where, Jets are trying to come along, but the Patriots should be good. Dolphins are good. Bills will be good. AFC South is that one division in that AFC that's not as tough. Baller Prod, I don't know how DeBlanco hasn't been cut. He looks like lost NPC on the field. It looks like he's a rookie in rookie mode every time a quarterback throws against him. He couldn't cover a traffic cone. a lot of great nuggets in there, Baller. It looks like a lost NPC. Can't cover a traffic cone. I think it's a good assessment on your part. Accurate, on point. Sam the Great, Hawks, Mariners, Kraken, best fan base. Agreed. Yeah, 283 Andrew Luck was great. Great. Hey, Brandon, it's called Action Green. That's right, Action Green. It's action, give me a headache looking at all that green on a television. Sam the Great says, I like Beat It and Thriller over Dirty Diana. Still an amazing song. Good song. I like those two. I like Pretty Young Thing. What is it? PYT? Pretty Young Thing? Pretty Young Thing. Fun P, I kind of hope we keep Bo Melton or even Drake Young over Freddie Swain. Me too, Fun P. I know what Freddie is. I think those guys can be developmental players that have something they can bring along. And Belton's been very good in camp. Very good in camp. Been up and down games. Solid in camp. I think he's going to have a very good chance of making the team. Hey, Brandon, what do you think? Who do you want as a quarterback? Brett Hundley or Eric Bier? Neither of those guys do much for me, neither of those guys generate much excitement, nor do I think really make this team any better coming here. Nick Craig, thank you for the $5 donation, Nick. It says, I might be the only 12 who thinks Locke look crisp and will kill it when he actually gets to throw to the starters. People are overthinking this preseason. It's understandable, Nick. And, look, there's a lot of emotions riding into this preseason because Russell Bobby situation, the turnover, the vision of a rebuild facing everybody right now. It's going to heighten emotions, and we all got to be, I think, patient with people on getting in that emotional state. I think that game too last week, Nick, looked different than any other preseason game I've seen in the Coach Carroll era. And there was times where watching those players, they just didn't look ready to play, and that was unusual for me with Pete. I have questions with him, but that's not usually a place that I make my questions or bones with him or have issues with him on. With that said, you're right. This is still preseason. We're not to the regular season yet. I am open to Drew Lock going out there and getting it done. He looked a little more control in the offense than Geno did in that first game. He looked a little bit more in control at the line of scrimmage. He was making he's a little more willing to pull the trigger at times and let the tough throw rip. It seemed like to my eyes on that. Sucks he got that COVID when he did, Nick. And we'll see if he can now come back and start this final preseason game. And if he looks really good, he very well could end up winning the job. But thank you for the $5 donation. Francis Villoria, with the news with LeBron in Seattle, with all the news with LeBron in Seattle, if you're a big basketball fan, I'm a big basketball fan, but I am lesser now since my Sonics left. I have said that if the Sonics do return to town, much like I've got a baseball channel, I will do a Sonic channel if they do come back to town. But I am a big basketball fan. I love playing basketball too. I play basketball. I don't really play I'm too old to be playing in the full courts and stuff, but I do definitely love to go in there and shoot 3-4 times a week if I can. Brando, check out Dirty Diana. I'll bring you back to the brilliance of the King of Pop. Oh, he was great, man. He was great. I'm not denying him at all, Garth. No doubt about that. Well, I like Dirty Diana. Sam the Great, PYT was a classic too. Good workout song. Yeah, that's one of my go-tos for workout, PYT. Pretty Young Thing. I'm like, yeah. Tell him, Mike. Trey Lance going to have a blowout season. Watch, says Mikey. I like Trey Lance, Mikey. So I'm with it. Brady Wagner, Kenneth Walker was rated number 1 running back according to Sporting News. Dallas looked. Oh, okay. In the draft, number 1. Do I agree with Sporting News? I haven't been following them in a while, Randy, enough to develop much of an opinion. I think they were once owned by Paul Allen, so I don't know if they're still owned by a subsidiary within that, if that would affect that. Tommy, what would it take from our starting quarterback lock to make you think twice about drafting a rookie quarterback? 4,000 yards, 25 touchdowns, 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. That rookie quarterback contract is so sweet, though, but so is a pass rusher. I think for me, where really the fly in the ointment for me on this one, Tommy, is, okay, let's just say he has that year you're talking about. it's not as much about him having an ability to perform that into the future and me not valuing that, but it would be, can we come to a mid-tier deal on this next quarterback contract for you? Can I get him into more of, we're going to pay you $20 million a year, not $30 million a year. You give us $20 million a year production, not 30. But it seems like the quarterback market, Tommy, is one where these guys get overpaid if they are playing even reasonably well, and then he'll get into that Kirk Cousins kind of zone of things with that type of season. And that would be the time where I would go, I mean, look what Ryan Tannehill's making, Tommy. And that's where, to me, it goes a little bit too far out of bounds for me, where you're going 10 million more past, you're adding 1/3 extra to this deal to bring him in. Now I'd just rather go with the rookie because, like you said, the contract is so sweet, is so low, is so much of a different rate than what you're having to pay, which is kind of high-end cost at that point for a little bit better than average quarterback play. And I think that's going to put you back in a zone of making it tougher to build the team around him. D Nuggets says, y'all just remember, MJ touched little boys' PPs. Might have. Decent chance. It's a decent chance. They tell, how is Swain still ahead of D and Goodwin on the depth chart? He's the offensive equivalent of Trey Flowers. Well said, and I agree. And the answer is those guys have been they've been injured. They got to be healthy and on the field in order to overtake him. He's remained on the field. Jordan Drewlock was back at practice today. He was indeed. It's encouraging to see. Ed Biss the sickest. Thank you for the $5 donation, Ed. Very kind of you. I appreciate it. Says, I don't understand the Geno slander. Geno is not doing bad. If anything, the wide receiver catching. What more do you want this man to do? The main thing that I want the man to do is to look a little more comfortable out there in the pocket, look more comfortable in going about his business. I've watched Drew Lock and Jacob Eason show more of a take no holds barred, take control kind of approach to them going out there and taking the snaps under center. With Geno right now, more than it is about a statistical problem, Ed, or an issue of he can't make the throws or an inability to do this or an inability to do that, it's not that for me. It is in the way he's carrying himself on the football field. It is in the fact that he starts out this game not all that much great and kept getting worse and worse as the game went along. And it wasn't he was bad, it wasn't he was putrid. It's that I've got a guy that I've been given now his first second chance of his entire career. He's waited 10 long years for this to now be his next second chance in this sport. His last opportunity in this sport to be a starting quarterback. And if I'm putting him in that position, I want to see him take hold of it. Not be given it. Take hold of it. Not slide by on the crack of his ass to just suddenly kind of like fall into the job, but take hold of it. And what I'm not seeing from Geno on the field in the first 2 games is a guy who's come out there and said, this is my job. I'm going to take this job. It's mine. Drew, you get in the back seat and you will stay in the back seat. And that's what I'm looking for from him. And yes, the drops have hurt. The Noah Fant not dragging his toe last week was devastating. That stuff has hurt. But I don't think that that's just wholly an excuse for what we're kind of seeing out of him again. And it goes a little bit beyond just statistically what we're seeing from him on this. It's a way in which he's carrying himself in the position. And he just kind of looks a little bit out of sorts. He looks a little tentative. Ed, it's looked a little bit at times to me in this preseason like kind of what you would see from a rookie in that tentativeness out there. And I don't understand it as he's been a guy who's played this sport for 10 years. He's in the second year of this offense. I am expecting a little more control. I'm not expecting superstar brilliance, but I am expecting him to be in more control and more command rather than it looking like things are just happening to him and he's reacting to everything around him, and there is none of that kind of control. So that's it from my standpoint. I can't speak to other folks, and I'm not completely down and out on him like I think he's garbage and has no value, but that's the part that I'm looking to see take a leap forward here, and it's a part that I think, Ed, he can control. R says, hey, Brandon, action green is like a traffic light sped up to cross it. Kind of, exactly. 283, if Locke can lead this team to the playoffs, then I'll be okay with not drafting a quarterback. That's fair enough. And thank you, Ed, for the donation, by the way. Really do appreciate it. Ed, it says the game versus the Bears was the proof in the pudding, in the putting. Proof in the putting, pudding. Cool Breeze, shout out to the Crow's Nest. Thank you, Cool Breeze. Of course, if you do like baseball, I got a baseball channel called The Crow's Nest on the other side of it. We've been doing a lot of streams over there. Marty Geno lacks leadership skills. I can't say for sure whether I know he does or not have that, but I do have worries about that part with him a little bit. I'm not going to say he doesn't have it, but I'm a little concerned with it. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth, for, again, all the donos, man. You're so awesome. Says, watch the Dirty Diana video right now. It's unreal. I'll check it out after the stream, man. I'll take a look. It's been a while since I've seen it, so we'll see. I really enjoyed Michael Bennett as a sideline reporter. You always got to like having a Bennett brother down the sidelines. You never know what they're going to say, man. They're live wire. Ed says, so Locke has that? Yeah, what I've seen in the preseason so far, Ed, and please understand, I've got a half to operate off of making my assessment of Locke. But what I saw in both Jacob Eason and Locke when they got in the games in this preseason and got behind center, they were moving with a sense of purpose that I wasn't seeing with Geno. And there was a willingness to go out there and I'm going to try to go out here and do something as opposed to just kind of getting by. And with Geno's play out there, I'm watching a guy just kind of sliding by, not really taking the firm hold. And again, understanding yet, it's not to say that he doesn't have the ability to do that. This light bulb could turn on at any time for him. Maybe it's just that, tough couple of games, or maybe it's just, and I thought he played really good last week, Ed. So I'm not throwing anything shade at his game in last week's game. He was very good in that game. Wasn't great, was very good. But again, that same thing, that hard to quantify situation of, it's not something I can point to in a stat column for you and say, this is it. It's something you just kind of see on the field and the quarterback and the way they're going about their business. And I don't know why he looks so kind of tentative. The team has given him a $7 million contract. He's been put in as the de facto starter. He's been given this job. It's his time to go. It's his time to shine. But yet he went out against one of the worst rosters in the entire NFL there against the Chicago and sort of kind of laid a little bit of an egg a bit. It is a bit discouraging. Doesn't get me completely out on him, but it is a little bit, for me, discouraging to see at this point. I expected a little bit more. DJ says Eskridge is Cyril Grayson, 1.5. Well, how about Cyril balling out for Tampa finally last year? Ariel, our special teams needs to be a weapon to flip the field. We need to not outrun the punt coverage for Pete's sake. Tackle, 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 please tackle. Agreed. Tommy, serious, I did not know that. What the hell happened with the Jets and Geno then? Geno has the most passing yards in a single season as a rookie in 2013 at 3,046 with the Jets. Really? That's the top rookie? I thought somebody else did better than that. Maybe. Sam, outside outside these non-Seahawks topics, I want to see what Drew is all about under center and see if he can prove himself. Hashtag Hawks forever. Hell yeah. Nick Craig with another $5 donation. Thank you, Nick. I really do appreciate it. He says, if Drew Lock has 30 touchdowns and better than 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio and 3,000 plus yards, someone will give $30 million. There are teams that desperate. Agreed, Nick. That's where I'm taking this from like a logical standpoint, right? Like somebody's buying, if he does this, I would expect other teams willing to pay the $30 million, but I would expect that our front office, John Schneider, really, they're trying to fit back to the 2012 blueprint, which is to have a rookie, of a young quarterback on a rookie deal. And if they're going to move away from that, then they're going to do so marginally raising up what they would have to pay that rookie. $20 million would be what I would consider, I guess, marginal, though that's close to the butt. But $30 million would be I think, too far for them. Again, remembering when Russell Wilson in 2012 came aboard, he was making 0.55% of the salary cap. The year they went and won the Super Bowl, he was making 0.88% of the salary cap. When you're talking about playing a player $20 million, you're up over, you're 7, 8, 9% already right there out the jump on that. So that is a little bit to me of where that key lies in. Can you talk Drew into the mid-tier quarterback contract that has, as of yet, not existed in the NFL level, really? You have your top-end guys, and then you got your low-end backup type guys. And there really is no in-between level of things. Ed is the sickest. My spelling's off today. I got to know, Ed. I can kind of figure it out. I'm getting good at, I can usually parse through and figure out what someone's trying to say with stuff. So I realize what you're trying to say. I get it. Or says, hey, Brandon, bring back Jets 2013. He was fun to watch. Well, 30,000 yards, quite a bit for a rookie. 283 says, I don't think a team would pay him $30 million though. Well, remember with this 283 though, the cap's going to go up, right? So you have a cap at $208 million right now. Is a team, once the cap goes up to $230 million, willing to spend $30 million a year for a Drew Lock if he were to throw for 4,000 yards, 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio? Maybe. This is the tough part again we get into though. Again, this mid-tier contract for quarterbacks doesn't exist as it currently stands. You're top of the line mark. You're the next guy up. You're going to be paid 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. It keeps going up for the next guy up. That's where the quarterback position has been. So when we talk about where this mid-market spot is, hard to say. But you're right. There might be a team willing to pay the $30 million. There just might. All it takes is one. And if he comes off that kind of year where he's that proficient in a run-based offense, there are a couple of those throughout the league. If the Ravens, for instance, decided, yeah, we don't want to pay 55, 60 million for Lamar, would they kick the tires on a Drew Lock at 30? Half the price. Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to say. Hard to say until we get there. Jordan Cropper, lots of old Seahawks showing up in the facility now that Russ is gone. Is that a coincidence? No. Or was Russell a problem in the locker room? I don't know if he was a problem in the locker room. I just think that there were schisms and cliques, and there were guys that were in camps here and there were guys that were in camps there. And I think Russell had certain guys that he rubbed a little bit the wrong way in that realm of things, and it is what it is a little bit with that. But I don't think that makes him necessarily just a problem in the locker room. Just means that there were cliques and there were schisms. I think there was also a lot of ego in that locker room that was colliding very, very often, much more than is normally the occasion in most locker rooms. It's part of what gave them their fire, part of what gave them their edge, but it is the knife that cuts both ways. Dayatel, I've heard some calling for the head of the strength and conditioning coach due to the injuries. Is there any merit to this correlation? Is it really his fault? It starts to feel like his fault. Yeah, this goes back to his time in college. He was a strength and conditioning coach at USC. When he was there, the fans lamented about the fact that the players were highly injured all the time, and when he left, they got substantially healthier. The same thing happened with the University of Washington. The same thing now seems to be playing out with your Seattle Seahawks. So people are doing a little bit of the causation makes correlation situation here, but there does seem to be a little bit of smoke to this particular fire. We should trade a first and Pete Carroll for Justin Fields. Well, Fields might be a quarterback in play for us after this year. This Bears front office is a new front office. They're not married to him. That could be a guy that they look at and say, we'll make our moves at that point with it. We still got 150 people in here 5 hours in. My goodness, you guys going hard at 11 o'clock here. Marty, I think what Brandon's trying to explain or quantify is a quarterback's intangibles, aka X factor or intensity of play, commanding an offense or heart. Yeah, it's just something that I can't articulate quite in what it is I look for as far as traits from the quarterback, but it is something you just kind of see and feel. And I am feeling a little bit of that inadequacy a bit from Geno Smith. I don't know if it's a lack of confidence, maybe. It kind of has that same kind of body language feel, but he's got to get it. He's got to operate with it. He's got to roll with it to get the most out of this season. Ed is the sickest says, I disagree. We as fans have to realize that we're not as good as, say the Chicago's roster is bad. They beat us last year as well. I think we got a better roster than Chicago's though, Ed. I mean, I don't expect us to be good. But again, us being good or bad has nothing to do with the approach Geno Smith's taking to the quarterback position and where his command is of it. Where he is what I'm seeing as far as a leader on the field is as it. I'm looking for him to step forward as that leader, and I'm just not seeing those signs of it. Doesn't mean it can't still show up, but it just hasn't seen it so far. Daniel W., what will I be looking for in Friday's game? It's going to be kind of hard to say because it's going to depend on how much you're going to really run any of the guys that are going to potentially be on this roster. If you're just running a bunch of third and fourth stringers, if the third game is going to serve as what was the fourth string in preseason in prior years, then there's not really a whole lot to get from that. I'd love to see more of a diversified rushing attack. I'd love to see more fly sweeps and bubble screens. I'd love to see the defense be a little bit more aggressive. I'd love to see Geno come in and be a little bit more decisive in his approach. Let it rip. Let it go. Just ball. Those would be the things I'd like to look for, but it does depend on if they take the game seriously or not, or if it's, basically done. Again, like that fourth preseason game has in years past been quite a sloppy affair of tough football to watch at times. Zal0 says, man, the stream's still going strong. Better hit that like button now, y'all. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Garth Knight with a $10 donation. Thank you, Garth. You're awesome, brother. Says, Pete says, that's okay. Hey, Russ, you do what you want. I'll be your sideline coach giving you what you want. I don't care what they say. I want to go so far. I'll give you everything if you make me a star. Pete Carroll. That's okay. Hey, Russ, do what you want. Yeah. I don't know. Hard to see that Pete Carroll doing that. And Ed Dis the Sickest. Thank you for subscribing, man. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the donation, Garth. You're awesome, brother. Flags App is so close to 8,000, B. And we're just about to round that mark. If you're not subscribed, and thank you, Ed, you're taking us a step closer. We started out this stream a mere 20 away from 8,000 subscribers. So if you aren't subscribed, please do get subscribed. We're very close to pushing up over that mark. Tommy Eden says, also the cap's supposed to go up so percent of the cap, 25 million a year feels more like 20 million a year. I would be okay with that, but Locke has to be really good and a leader. Agreed. I'm not just paying for that for what you do as far as arm production. You then need to be the leader too within that. And we're not sure. I'm giving shade to Geno. I don't know that we have that in Locke either. I know he can command the offense in what he showed in the first game, but the leadership role is another question mark with him too. D-Boy with a $2 donation. Thank you, D-Boy. Appreciate it, brother. Says, will Bobby sign and retire a Hawk too to end his career? He will, D-Boy. He'll sign one of those one-day contracts that players sign to finish with the team. So that will be eventually the way that it occurs. You'll probably see the same thing I would venture to guess from Russell when it's all said and done too. So yeah, 100%. And that is proper. That is proper, D-Boy. Dan W. Jacob Eason was decisive on short passing. That's very true. Geno seems so timid, almost scared to make a quick decision, but Jacob Eason throws into the stands. He has zero touch and burn to be continued. Agreed. I don't want to sound like I'm saying that Eason is not better than Geno Smith. So I don't want that to get twisted in me saying that I'm only speaking to a specific part of quarterbacking and the part in Geno's game that's the part right now I think that's holding him back. Eason's got, like, to your point, other things that are holding him back, including accuracy and inconsistency where he's putting the football. But he did have that command in there that Geno didn't have, and it's telling because it's a guy in Eason that hasn't been here as long as Geno has, who's a younger player who hasn't had even the success in this league that Geno has had. So you wouldn't expect Eason to be operating with that kind of moxie and for Geno to have it kind of missing in his game a little bit. It's a little surprising to me, and that's why I note it so much, is that it does stand out. Ed says that I can't agree with. And remember, I do like him. So here at this channel, I rarely paint with a black, white brush. Everything's in broad strokes. It does tend to be in a place of nuance as much as we can get into. And I do like Geno. I have high hopes for him. I did a video on this channel about doubters beware, but that's the part he's got to engage. He's got to engage that a little bit of that fearlessness inside him a bit. Daniel says, I want Drew Lock plus Garoppolo to be our quarterbacks. Cut Geno and Jacob Eason. We probably need a decent starter for at least the first half of next year, as well as we develop a rookie that we draft. Well said. I can see where you're coming from on that. Rodney Wagner, the Sporting News in April, ranked the running back class, Kenneth Walker, first for his speed, balance, and elite block reading skills, ignoring his hernia. Do you agree? So far, according to his performance. I'm more of a Breece Hall guy, Randy. I had Walker as my number 2 running back in this draft, but Breece Hall was my number 1. They were very close in my assessment of where their talent was, but I did think that Breece was just a little bit better. A little bit bigger. But I think Walker will be very good. And number 2 isn't too bad, especially when it's not a far off number 2. Marty, hey, Eason may not be good or anything, but man, he put it on the table that night against the Bears and it showed. Put it on the table is the great way to put it, Marty. He just just laying out there. Let happen. I might come out here and suck. I might come out here and fall on my face, but I'm going to do it swinging, right? As opposed to being like, Floyd Mayweather with it, where you're just trying to dodge every punch. And I feel like with Geno, he's just dodging punches, but he's not throwing the haymaker. And that's what I'm looking for. That's what I want to see. Bash, Kobe Bryant was better than Michael Jordan? No. No. There wouldn't be a Kobe without Michael. How come he'd be better than him? Drunk Squitter, Drew Lock's ceiling is higher as for Geno. We already know he's capable of. Drew does have a good ceiling. Solid stealing. Baller Prod says Blair forgot how to tackle just randomly. Kind of strange, isn't it? He's been pretty good with that for the most part. But yeah, it's suddenly all just forgot. Ground Knox, have to agree with you on Geno. Not expecting greatness, but he seems stuck in quicksand, not able to touch the low 4-foot bar in the playground. Yeah, it's an oddity to me to see, and it's the part that really stood out in this last game. And I was really backing him in that first game. I felt like guys did drop some balls, fans should have dragged that foot. There's that, you can explain that game away, but there was, even within that game and how he played, that same kind of tentativeness there. And it's the part that really I should be seeing more of an engagement of, I'm comfortable in this offense. I know the personnel. I know the playbook. It's my time. I've waited 10 years to get this opportunity. I shouldn't be looking at a guy who's looking down at the floor, kind of checking out his toes and his shoes. He's got the ability to do it. He's got the ability still to do it, but time to engage the inner dog, you know? Bash says, I can't stand Michael Jordan, man. So I'm just thinking, I love Kobe. Don't get me wrong. I do love Kobe, but MJ to me is just, yeah. Kobe was a way better leader. I don't know about that. Like, Michael was an a-hole, but Michael being an a-hole is what drove those teams too, to be as great as they were. And Brian, again, a lot of Brian basically was copying Michael and his whole everything, and his game and the way he talked and his approach. I'm sure as being a leader, it's the same way. So it's hard to give the guy who sort of copied the other guy, the guy that is better. But I get it. There's some people were Kobe guys, some people were LeBron guys, some were Michael guys. I'm just a Michael guy. Will number 3 be retired? Probably. They'll probably retire number 3. Or, hey, Brandon, we need Michael Vick as a backup to get his pit bulls to chase Geno and think fast and run fast. There you go. A little bit like the reverse Rocky with the chicken training, but doing with pit bulls. Bash is, if you were my age and grew up watching Michael Jordan from the first time he stepped on the court, but not a Bulls fan, it's like cheering for Tom Brady. It's just not going to happen. It's fair enough, man. I get it. It is fair enough. And we are going to go ahead and get this close to wrapping on up, folks. So I'll get through kind of the last questions here, but we're about 5 hours in. So I'm going to give this a last few questions, and we will kind of put a button on this particular one on this show. Hey, what's up with the old Flash Josh Gordon? I feel we missed him. Last check, Nugget, he was over on the Kansas City Chiefs, but he's not been doing a whole lot for them necessarily. Drug Squiddard, who starts the cornerbacks this season? Trey Brown, Kobe Bryant, or Sidney Jones? Trey Brown, I'd still been kind of a little bit long to get off the IR and get rolling. So I think it's going to be Sidney Jones or Kobe Bryant. If not Kobe Bryant, then Sidney Jones and Artie Burns. But my bold prediction is Kobe Bryant, Sidney Jones. Guard Knight says, imagine Kobe trying to sing Dirty Diana. Not happening. No. Can't see it. Bash says, Michael Jordan was only good because of the Bulls that were around him. I mean, it's kind of like saying Kobe Bryant was only good because Shaquille O'Neal was there as this unstoppable force in the NBA. Yeah, it's like, yeah. No, I don't know. I don't agree. And I'm not I was a Sonic fan. Jordan killed my Sonics in the finals, so don't get me wrong. I get the Brady reference on it, but I can't deny a guy that's that specially put together as far as the natural talent he had and then the mentality that he brought. Tyler Alawasa was at practice today. Locke looks way more poised and in control. Geno looked like a lobster, but whatever. Cool Breeze. Then as soon as Kobe figured his S out, he threw a fit because Shaq was more dominant player and it hurt his feelings. Yeah, definitely a weird clashing egos there. Cool Breeze. I love Kobe, but let's be real. AI and Ray Allen were much more distinguished players from the draft. Yeah, from the draft, but I think Kobe was a better player than those two guys at the end of the day. Far better. And again, I think Kobe's all-time great. Fun pieces. Phil Jackson said Jordan was better than Kobe. Well, if there was a guy who knows, the guy who coached both of them. Monty Watts, Sonics fan since 1980. My NBA top 10. MJ, Kareem, Magic, Kobe, LeBron, Bird, Hakeem, Duncan, Wilt, and Shaq. Monty, I like it, man. I don't see an exclusion there that I don't like, that I feel like's missing. Maybe the argument could be made for the guy that just passed. the Celtics longtime center. But of course, he doesn't have the statistics of those other guys to naturally match up with that. He's just got the titles. But that might be the one guy you find a way to get in there on 10 somehow. I might bump Hakeem off for that guy. But other than that, I like your list. Sam the Great says LeBron's the best just because I didn't grow up in the Jordan era. I get it. I understand it completely. You know? Tommy says, I don't think you guys watch MJ in his day. MJ dominated every team, every player he went against in the NBA. It wasn't even close. That's where I come from with it. Just he was a unique kind of dude like that. And he brought it every night. Every night. Garth, Kobe guys are people whose opinion I don't respect when they say he's better than 23. I think it's sometimes a generational thing too, though. You know, we're all going to be victims of the moment of we're born into, that's for sure. So people that are born around the Kobe time, growing up into you're 15 years old and Kobe's lighting the world on fire, you might be a Kobe guy. You're 15 years old and LeBron's lighting the world on fire, you might become a LeBron guy. You know, we're all going to be kind of victims to that. 283-128, did I watch the MJ documentary? I did. And it reinforced what I had thought about him. You know, it's very easy to be like the good, nice guy as a superstar to then just kind of not make waves. And that he was such a dick to the degree of all, and everything was okay in the name of it's for the sake of winning, for the sake of putting these guys in the right mental space to get there. You can look down upon it, you can frown upon it, but it was effective. And it did help him get to where he was getting. And the fact that he paired that together with what he brought from a natural skill set on the court was amazing. Have a good night, D-Boy. I really do appreciate you, man. Awesome of you to hang in there through the whole chat too as well. Kelly says, almost 8,000. God, I hope we get it together. We're almost 8K, Kelly. We're this close. This close. I can taste it. I can taste 8,000. Chris Seeley says, you watched the Manti Te'o doc? I tried to watch a little of it last night. People have been highly recommending it. It's just such a silly story. And I don't know. It doesn't interest me much to watch the whole thing. They had the girl on there, girl gag on their start thing, whatever that thing was, whatever it was that was talking at the start. I was just like, okay. I don't think I'll be checking that one out. Maybe some night if I'm real bored, I'll get on it, but I don't know. Nick Craig, thank you for the $5 donation, man. Nick, 3 donos on this. I appreciate you, brother. Says, I'll finish with this. Kobe never had to play in the 80s and early 90s hand-checking, body-checking basketball. MJ would have gotten 50 a game in the 2000s. I think this is the part that I lean on as well, and this is never, to me, an argument that's as easily solved as like who averaged this many points, or just to say necessarily Jordan won the titles, so he wins it out. I think if you're going to build the case for the best all-time player, you got to do so in a thorough manner and really bring all those things into account. And you cannot, to Nick's point, undersell the hand checking in the NBA. Hand checking was the thing when you came up the court where a guy could put one hand on you and guide you wherever he wanted to guide you. And now the NBA, then after the 90s, said, okay, now no more hand checking, both hands off. And now I can't guide you anymore. Now you've got a free path and a free run to go where you want. And that change to the game removes so much of the physical element of things, on top of then the way they call the fouls and everything. But you've got to keep in mind with what MJ did in his time. He did it when there were teams like the Detroit Pistons who were literally just elbowing him and knocking him down. That was the Jordan rules. And that's the part you got to build into this too as well. Is Kobe didn't have a team that he went to, here's the Kobe rules. We're going to knock him down and beat the hell out of him. Year after year until Kobe one off season has to go into the weight room and lift a couple extra weights to get himself strong enough to sustain that contact. Not that the NBA changed the rules for it, but that the player made himself better to overcome it. Part of why I think MJ is truly the GOAT. And I hold him as a higher GOAT over even a guy like Tom Brady, quite frankly, that is maybe a GOAT in this sport. And I like Iverson was good too. Ed says, I remember my cousin used to have a Sonic Swift jersey. We saw him play and then he threw it in the trash. Wasn't Swift the one who looked like Freddy Krueger? Didn't he have the Freddy Krueger face? But yeah, that was a rough pick. That was a rough time for our selections. That wasn't the best. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. MJ didn't win a single playoff game without Scottie Pippen. Well, no, basketball is a team sport. So one guy can only take things so far. That's for sure. And it wasn't like he had any talent near of what Scottie Pippen was on the team prior to that. or any real help, to be honest with you. So, Scottie Pippen definitely is a key aspect of it, but you go through most of the great players we look at, those guys that are in contention that people talk about, being a Kobe or a LeBron, everyone had a little bit of help. Nobody just picked the team up on their back and brought it all up there all on their own. Everybody had some help to some degree. Garth Knight with the $2 donation says, Manti needs to live in Capitol Hill. I mean, you said it, that's my wonderment a little bit with that doc and Manti. That was always the questions a little bit with it. And I'll take his word that he just got catfished, and, it's just a weird situation. Just so weird. I don't know. Gar says, listen to Kevin Garnett's interaction with early Kobe. Kobe was saying, end this and end that. And KJ told him to get out of his chair. Yeah, you don't mess with Kevin Garnett. Who is that white dude that shot threes back in the day for the Warriors when they sucked? I love that guy. Mullen? Chris Mullen? Flat Top Mullen? Danny W., respect to Drew for returning as soon as he possibly could. D. Eskridge could stub his big toe in a chair and be out all preseason. Yeah, props to Drew to get off. It sounds like he was really sick, and to get back on that football field, very encouraging. Again, a guy I don't doubt he knows what's at stake here. He knows the opportunity to play here, and he's going to do everything he can to try to get that job. Bash is another 1980 fan like me. That's what's up. Let's make sure though what happened on the day of the 1980 draft. Let's make sure though what happened on the day of the 1980 draft. Wasn't that the bird one where they got the pick? It's a little bit like the Robert Ewing situation where there was some stickiness on that. You gotta remember, 1980, I was 2 years old, so we're going back to me. I wasn't quite into my understanding what was happening at that point. It was more mid 80s by the time I was understanding what was happening. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Jordan played in the early 2000s and struggled to drop 10 in a game. I thought he averaged 20 when he came back for the Warriors. And again, by that point, it's 20 years in the league. 40-year-old Jordan. Yeah. Chris, if we can't get Stroud or Young, what quarterback would you like to see us get? I'm a Will Levis guy myself, Chris. Kyle Van Dyke from Miami's not bad. I'd look at him. KJ Jefferson is another guy that I'd be interested in. A couple guys you want to look at is Anthony Richardson, Cameron Ward, McKee from the Stanford is guys that I'm going to be watching and monitoring this year. It's quite a few. Love that we turned this into Hoop Fest with Sam the Great. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dea tells us Hard Knocks better than the TO doc. I would think so. Sam the Great says still like the Hawks Nest more though. Hell yeah. Tommy says not true. MJ averaged 28 points in his final season. There you go. Yeah, he averaged 20. In 1980, Mount St. Helens erupted the morning of the NBA draft, and in that draft, we drafted Jacob Green, number 1. I remember the 1980 season crystal clear. Oh, okay. Just a hair before I was into my consciousness. D-Nugget says, Manti just controlled by his faith and family, no real life skills. I'm from Hawaii. I know these people. Ah. D-Nugget says, people overlook how much the crazy religious fanatics played a big part in Manti making mistakes. I could see that. Certainly seen sometimes folks not able to deal with all those kind of things that coming from those backgrounds. Not necessarily got the street smarts on certain things. Baller Prarad says he's got to MJ, Braun, Kareem, Magic, Bird, Kobe, Shaq, Curry. Oh, I got Curry on there. Wilt, Hakeem. I really go off how dominant players were in their respective eras. It's a good list. Hard to argue with any of those guys. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish with the loss of Russ and Bobby. Who steps up on offense and defense as the team's new leaders? I'll go with DK on offense. On defense, I'll go with Diggs. Diggs or Jordan Brooks. Brooks seems a little of a quiet guy. Diggs seems like a guy who could maybe be a little bit more of a leader over there. That's just a guess. Flag Sabbath, Will Anderson and TVD or Levis and Trenton Simpson? Levis and Trenton Simpson. I haven't watched enough tape on Simpson though yet, Flag. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You know, I get Hawks Nest 5-hour Hard Knocks Manti. I love it. Hard Knock. I love it. Tommy says, see how many basketball fans we have in Seattle? How could they do this to us? I doubt OKC fans even know who Wilt Chamberlain was. NBA committed a sin, a mortal sin, a cardinal sin, all the type of sins wrapped into one, Tommy. All of them. Grug, Van Dyke. I think I prefer the latter. I like Van Dyke, but there's a couple other guys I do like a little more. Though so much is going to be weighted on this year's tape. Sean, how long have I been a fan? Well, I've been a fan since kind of, I'm not going to say birth, but early 80s, I became a fan of the teams as I started. I was a toddler. I was born in the local area. Who's TVD? Tyler Van Dyke Grug. He's my number 5 quarterback on my list right now as it stands. Ed says, yeah, that was Swift. Looked like an Ewok to me. I kept seeing Freddy Krueger, and I had nightmares from that movie when I was a kid. So I was just like, get him off the roster. Get him off. He can't be good. Larry's the GOAT, but I was always a big fan of Robinson. Damn it, we need Sonic's ball back. We do need it back, man. We do need it back. That's for sure, bro. Flag, remember when CMC had a body transformation over an offseason? Could be roided. Do players get tested in the offseason? They do, but I don't think they get tested. It's random, and there probably are ways around it, Flag, with this kind of money. You get into multi-million dollars, tens of millions of dollars, you can afford to start to now use some of those advanced techniques to get around it. Thoughts on DK Metcalf going unranked in the top 100? I hate it. Jesus says the sacrifice. I hate it. Look, DK Metcalf was the second most double-teamed wide receiver in the sport last year, but he's not a top 100 player. That math doesn't add up to me. And it's not his fault at times that Seattle forgot to throw his way. It's not his fault at times that he had missed throws all over the place. He absolutely should be a top 100 player. I think that's one of the big slights that I look at on that list, and he would be one of the first guys that comes to mind for me. If he's not top 100, why are all these defensive coaches double teaming him at every turn? If he's not good, then you'd be able to get by with just single coverage at that point, wouldn't you? 283 says, I heard Diggs would purposely try not to help Woolen when he's one-on-one against DK or Tyler to push him. I saw that as well. It's great to see. That's how you get vets helping move these rookies along. Doing it under kind of a controlled situation. Sean, Freddy Krueger laughing out loud. That movie messed me up. I watched it way too young. My dad let me watch horror movies way too young. I think I saw Texas Chainsaw Massacre at like 4. And that movie with Freddy, and when the arm to go along and he's scraping the sides and the girl in the body bag, and just something about it just was disturbing to me as a kid. That one got me. The Freddy one, the Jason one didn't. Friday 13th. Halloween kind of did, but that one messed me up. Do you think next stream we should talk about the boss? We talk about the boss. I'm down. How many points will Russ put up against the Hawks? Ed? It's looking like 30 plus right now, Ed. Not going to lie. Or hey, Brandon, if Pippen won with Trailblazers, he'd be GOAT like MJ, but Pippen lost to Kobe and Shaq in 2000. Yep. Also with the Rockets, too, I believe he had a chance. So, yeah. 283, OBJ made the list. Like, what the F? Yeah, that's stupid. I can't believe he made it. I didn't know he made it. That's dumb. You guys says, I hope we hit Russ so hard week 1 that he stays out of the game. Bam, bam, Cam style. I'd be with it. Danny W says, I have a theory that players like CMC or D. Eskridge who are injured over little things year after year, like hamstring, or on steroids in the offseason, overclocking their body past its natural limits. It's possible. That's what you get as a fallout from those kind of situations, Daniel, right? Definitely. You know, especially when you're talking about, sometimes you get ligament stuff too, and that's, pushing things too far on it. Joe Biden, what do you think of Brendan Armstrong from UVA? He's a sleeper for the later rounds in the draft if the front office chooses somebody like Anderson over a quarterback. Haven't watched a lot on him. Not the strongest of arms, but like you said, he's an undrafted guy. So, but I need to look a little bit more at him. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Haven't done much viewing of him. Bash says Allen Iverson's the top 3 best players of all time. Charles Barkley, top 5. David Robinson, Tim Duncan, top 10 easy. Bird is number 2, no matter what. Interesting. Randy Wagner, Arch Manning coming up in a 3 to 4 year draft class. Can the Hawks have patience to wait on him? It's probably a little bit long on that one, Randy. It's probably a little bit too long to have to just kind of sit in the cut and wait on that one. But he looks great. Didn't have the greatest of competition in high school. So he's going to jump up quite a notch now here for him in college. But he supposedly has the most natural talent of any of the Mannings. and he can run. Bar part of the fact that no Lockett or DK are in the top 100 makes no sense. Lockett has some of the best hands in the NFL. I rarely see him drop the ball, and he has put together 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons. Could be 4 or 2, Baller, because he's like short 40 yards, I think, in the first of those 4-yard seasons. It is weird. It's unusual. I don't get it, but I think the top 100 is kind of a silly list at the end of the day. The players tend to have it based upon stuff that came past. Guys get on as legacies, like you see with Bobby there at 29. It's not the 29th best player in football last year, but it's kind of the nature of that list. It's fun. It's cool the way they put those breakdowns together, and it helps you educate yourself on the players watching those little bits, but they are still a little bit kind of silly. Then again, I'm optimism mask by my crying face for week 1. Then again, I'm going to put my optimism mask by my crying face for week 1. Hey, optimism will give until I'm dissuaded. I'm going to show optimism too, man. Sean, 5 hours tired? I am tired, Sean. We've gotten 5 hours, 20 minutes in, and I have finally reached the end of the chat. It took me only a mere 5.5 hours to do so, but I got there. I was looking the other day. We get 6,000 messages on a given stream. I was just checking that the other day. How many chats do we get in a given stream? 6,000. That's amazing. But I am going to go ahead and wrap it up there on that note, as I am definitely feeling the voice kicking in here. We had another great show here today. I know I've got to talk about some negative things today, but as I always say, you guys so do impress me on the perspective. I know this brings out a lot of emotions with this team where it's at right now, coming on the heels of a highly charged off season. And yet I still find you guys in the chat willing and able to have good, solid discussion about this team. Keep everything in regards to what we're talking about on the topic at hand, not attacking the person, but attacking the subject. Attacking, if you disagree with me, take apart the pieces of my argument. Take apart what I'm trying to build as far as my case goes. You can do that if that's what you feel and think. And we've got such a wide variety of opinions on this channel for where people stand. And I just always like to say and reiterate at the end of these streams, it is so welcome and it is part of what will make this channel what makes it. Not that we turn this channel into an echo chamber, but that we have different perspectives and we're able to bring in those different perspectives and consider them and maybe disagree with them still, maybe fight hard against them, but do so while we keep the gloves always up above the belt. So thank you guys again for 5 hours in, not one person coming in here throwing a fit, not one person in there losing their mind or acting out of pocket. Everybody just being cool. And again, as I always say, you guys are as intelligent as any chat you'll find out there as far as the football discussion and how deep we can get into this situation. It is, again, a charged situation, an emotional situation. You are all true Blue Hawk fans. You love this team. You want to see them succeed. We all operate from that same place, but we can still disagree within still operating from hopefully that same goal. Thank you again to all of you guys and for all the donations in the chat. From Nick Carrot, Garth Knight, Ed is the sickest, D-Boy. Oh my goodness. We had Megan Gock, Roger dropping a $50 donation. 283128, Paul Third, Jeffrey Thistle. I'm going to miss some folks, but my goodness, you guys were so kind. Thank you to all of you guys on that. Just unbelievable the amount of support that we get on this channel. I am going to enjoy this season. We're going to make this season fun. It's not just going to simply be misery if it is a bad year. I'm not still thinking it's quite there yet, but we're going to have fun with this. We're going to have fun with this, and I'm glad you guys are on board with me on that. No matter what, though, we're going to love our Hawks. Garth Knight drops a final $2 donation into the chat. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it. It says, Orange Cat, stay cool. Well, let me get her. Let's see what she says here. I need your help. I need your help in signing off. Okay. We got a game here this next Friday. We came off of a tough loss. We're going to keep fighting, though, right, Kitty? We're going to keep fighting? We're going to keep fighting, aren't we? So you guys keep the faith. Orange Kitty's keeping the faith. Even after a tough preseason game, after what may be the worst preseason game in 10 years with a Coach Carroll-led team, even after that, do not ye leave the faith. Keep that faith, my fellow 12s. We're about to go maybe shock the world this year. We're not done yet. We're not dead yet. We haven't even gotten to game 1 yet. Don't you bail on me now. You stand strong. You stand tall. Put that head back. Put those shoulders back. Put that chest out. It's the pride of Pacific Northwest here. It's a team that's been to 3 Super Bowls in 20 years. This is a team that has rocked and rolled over the top of this NFC West over a 10-year period. We ain't done yet. So let them get comfortable. Let them get relaxed. Let them think we ain't going to be nothing. Let's see if we can be something. You keep the faith, my fellow Hawk fans. I'll keep streaming. I'll keep going live. You keep riding with me. And let's watch this team get back up on its rise. Come on, Hawks. Let's go. Let's get this going. We are a mere couple weeks out from the start of this season. Ride with me, my fellow Hawks. Hit that like button for me, please. Become subscribed. We're almost there to 8,000, so jump aboard. I do appreciate it. Thank you again, though, guys, for an awesome chat, an awesome show. I really do appreciate it. And beyond that, do not forget, even in the dark times, even after dark preseason losses like this last one, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.